1988. I started as an independent producer. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Recruiting Zhang Yimou. In the main building of Beijing Film Studio, Gong Li came to the co-production department on the second floor. After a round, she didn't see Chen Shiping. After asking around, she found out that Chen Shiping went to the filming base. Gong Li had no choice but to go to the filming base again. In addition to several photography workshops, Beijing Film Studio also had a large outdoor location outside. The outdoor location of Farewell My Concubine was built here. Chen Shiping rebuilt 5 streets, half of which were the outdoor locations of Camel's Yangtze in the previous years. Now it can be called Ming and King Style Street, which has become a signboard of Beijing Film Studio. Many people from other studios came to Beijing Film Studio and saw these streets, and they all wanted to come here to shoot. There are not many professional film and television bases in China, and few people are willing to spend money on this. In the past, they spent the funds from above to build a lot of scenes, but now who would do this for no reason? If it weren't for Zhu Feng's money this time, the studio would not have been so generous to build several streets. Beijing Film Studio also has a very famous outdoor location, which is the 5 Ridges and 6 Beasts of Rango Mansion. Gong Li arrived at the location, and before she even got close, she heard slogans being shouted from inside. Down with Japanese imperialism. Defend North China. Gong Li walked around the street in front of the theater, and when she came out of the alley, she saw a group of students marching on the street. When she looked up, she saw Chen Shiping standing on the second floor with a viewfinder. Chen Shiping wiped the sweat off his forehead, turned his head, and said to Zhao Fei, "Everyone is here today. When it's a little cooler in the afternoon, let's go through that section again. Have the props from the art department been delivered?" Chen Shiping shouted the last sentence to the producer, and Zhao Li immediately responded, "They were delivered together in the morning, and they are piled up in the house over there." "Okay, organize the extras during the lunch break, and rehearse in advance to avoid wasting time when we go back to start filming." Chen Shiping casually explained a few words, lowered his head to look at the storyboard script in his hand, and frowned as he discussed the arrangement of the shots for this scene with Zhao Fei. "It's too hot today, and it's almost noon now. It's really hot." After discussing with Zhao Fei for a while, Chen Shiping looked at the hundreds of extras wearing the Republic of China student uniforms and couldn't help but shout with a loudspeaker, "Pull up your spirits. Why are you so listless? If the seniors were like you, how could they save the country?" Many of the extras couldn't help but complain about Chen Shiping in their hearts. Wearing long-sleeved student uniforms on such a hot day, it was almost hot to death. "Walk well a few times. There will be melons to eat after practice." Chen Shiping shouted again, put down the loudspeaker in his hand, and felt that his throat was about to smoke. At this time, Gong Li came up the stairs along the street. Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at her and asked, "Come on, I was planning to find you in the evening." Gong Li smiled and walked up and said, "I should have rested at home earlier. It's hot enough today." "Of course, come in and chat. It's cool inside." The two entered the house. This building was the photo studio, where Cheng Dai and Du and Xiao Lao took photos in the movie. Chen Shiping sat on the chair, looked at Gong Li and asked, "What did Zhang Yimou say?" Gong Li smiled, changed the subject and asked, "Have you bought the copyright of the Wanjia lawsuit?" "I said this is a gift for meeting you." Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Gong Li and said, "He doesn't want to come and wants to buy the copyright." Gong Li chuckled and said, "Mainly because he feels unworthy of it and still wants to buy it himself. If he comes, I'll give it to him for free. If he doesn't come, I won't sell it to you, no matter how much money you offer." Chen Shiping looked at Gong Li and smiled meaningfully. Gong Li was silent and looked at Chen Shiping and said, "Yimou likes this novel very much, and so do we all. Don't. If he doesn't come, then we are not friends. It would be great if I could keep it for myself. Giving it to him would be like sending ammunition to the Xiang studio." Chen Shiping said without disguising anything, and looked at Gong Li seriously and said, "Don't spread the word about this matter, I'll talk to him in person." Gong Li sighed in her heart and said tentatively, "Can't we discuss it? It stands to reason that you and I are friends, and I should give you this face." Chen Shiping stood up and said, "But this is a matter between the two studios. Let's talk later, I have something else to do here." Chen Shiping went out after he finished speaking and yelled at the extras with a loudspeaker outside, and then used ice cream to tempt these college students who were working during the summer vacation. In such a hot day, the temptation of an ice cream is not small. Gong Li in the room felt a little uncomfortable listening to Chen Shiping scolding people and giving benefits. He was using a big stick in one hand and a sweet date in the other. If she didn't accept his invitation this time, they might not be friends in the future. Gong Li sat in the room for a while, then reluctantly let go of the knot in her heart, thinking that she should go back and persuade Zhang Yimou. It's okay to betray Ziyang Studio. Chen Shiping might have a higher position in the future. If she offended him now, it might be really difficult to get along in the future. Thinking of this, Gong Li went outside to call Zhang Yimou, wanting to hear his opinion. After listening to Gong Li, Zhang Yimou said after a while, "I will go to Beijing to meet him tomorrow." Hearing Zhang Yimou say this, Gong Li knew his choice in her heart. This meant that she had already planned to agree to Chen Shiping. Gong Li, who originally hoped that Zhang Yimou would come to Beijing Film Studio, always felt uncomfortable now. Ziyang Studio was the starting point of his artistic journey. Wu Xianming was his mentor, but he could give up. Then how long could she, the so-called muse, last? Somehow, Gong Li thought of Ju Dao and the large-scale scenes in singing while walking, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Damn it. How could he bear to let me shoot such a scene? Gong Li was inexplicably angry, and suddenly realized that Zhang Yimou only cared about his career and his art, and nothing else was important to him. After being depressed for a while, Gong Li went back to find Chen Shiping and told him that Zhang Yimou was coming. Chen Shiping was quite surprised. He didn't expect Comrade Zhang to make a decision so quickly. It seems that he is not very firm in principle. Go back and work overtime in the evening to write the script of the one family lawsuit and use the script to deal with Zhang Yimou tomorrow. The next day, Chen Shiping met Zhang Yimou. He looked dark and thin, but his eyes were very bright. The two met in the Beijing Film Studio. At this time, they were sitting in the conference room and looking at each other. Gong Li sat between the two, looked around, and took the initiative to bring up the topic and said, "Yimou, this is Director Chen. Is this the first time you meet?" Zhang Yimou nodded and was a little silent. This is his personality. He doesn't talk much. Chen Shiping smiled and took the initiative to hand over the script he had rushed to finish yesterday and said, "I'll give you the script for the one family lawsuit as a gift." Now that everyone was here, Chen Shiping didn't make any promises. He had already stated the conditions before. Zhang Yimou picked up the script and started reading it. The meeting room became quiet again. Seeing that there was only one script, Gong Li had to chat with Chen Shiping. After chatting for a while, she took the initiative to talk about the movie box office and profit sharing. Zhang Yimou paused in turning the pages and then continued to read the script. Seeing this, Chen Shiping smiled and said, "There is no case of directors sharing in the mainland, and the standard is not easy to set, but I can decide to give you 8% of the profit, for good luck." 8% of the profit? Gong Li calculated in her mind and asked, "Is it the profit after deducting the distribution, screening and production costs?" Chen Shiping nodded. How else can he share it? He can't give you 8% of the total box office. There is no director so valuable in the world. If you calculate it this way, it doesn't seem to be much money. Nowadays, the cinema and distributors take more than half of the profits, and the producers can only get about 30%. After deducting the production costs, the profit is only about 20% of the box office. Gong Li quickly calculated in her mind and felt that it was not much, mainly because Zhang Yimou's movies did not make much money. Does it include overseas profits? Gong Li asked again. Chen Shiping nodded and said, "Of course it does. If overseas profits are included, then it will be quite a lot." Zhang Yimou, who was reading the script, couldn't help but nod his head. He felt that it was quite appropriate, much more than his current salary. What if there is no profit? Gong Li couldn't help asking again. There is a guaranteed salary. You won't work for nothing. I'm not a capitalist. How much is it exactly? The minimum is 5% of the production costs. Gong Li nodded, and she roughly understood in her heart that it was impossible for a movie to have no profit. Zhang Yimou's movies are still very popular with overseas film distributors, and the conditions offered by Chen Shiping are very good. Gong Li glanced at Zhang Yimou, who was still reading the script carefully, and continued to help him ask about the details of other conditions. Chen Shiping also answered them one by one, explaining all the conditions clearly, mainly to Zhang Yimou. Chen Shiping and Gong Li talked for nearly an hour. Logically, Zhang Yimou should have finished reading the script long ago, but he was still reading it over and over again. Zhang Yimou didn't put down the script until Chen Shiping and Gong Li finished talking. The script is well written, but isn't it a bit too bland? Zhang Yimou didn't feel too surprised after reading the script, but he also admired Chen Shiping's ability to adapt. The script is quite different from the novel, and the character relationships and character images are more dramatic. Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, the script is indeed a bit bland, but the filming can be innovative. How do you say that? Shoot it as a documentary, to be precise. Secretly film it. Secret filming? In the form of a documentary? Hearing Chen Shiping's words, the inspiration in Zhang Yimou's mind exploded, and he became visibly excited. When Gong Li saw him like this, she knew in her heart that this matter was successful. Now she couldn't stop him, even if she wanted to. Zhang Yimou looked at Chen Shiping excitedly and said, how did you come up with this idea? Secret photography, why didn't I think of it? Chen Shiping smiled and didn't respond. He looked at your reference answer. The more Zhang Yimou thought about it, the more he felt that secret photography would work. He looked at Chen Shiping differently. What a telepathic connection. A bosom friend. Let me call you Director Chen. 10 minutes later, Chen Shiping smiled and stretched out his hand to Zhang Yimou and said, welcome to Beijing Film Studio. I'm also honored to join Beijing Film Studio. Zhang Yimou said with a smile. Chen Shiping chatted with Zhang Yimou for a while and then sent him away. He had to apply for a transfer order for Zhang Yimou and arrange a house for him. The treatment had to keep up. After sending Zhang Yimou away, Chen Shiping went to Song Heng's office. He had done such a big thing secretly, so he had to jump for joy. In the director's office, Song Yu looked at Chen Shiping and said with some doubt, Wu Shanming was so good to him, so he just came here? Chen Shiping shrugged and said, what's so strange about this? People always want to move up. Although the Zion Film Studio developed well in the past few years, it has been left behind by us now. Chen Shiping was not surprised at all about Zhang Yimou's job change. Zhang Yimou did leave the Zion Film Studio in the later period, and he did not go back during the anniversary celebration of the Zion Film Studio, as if he didn't know anything. What you say about gratitude and support is not as important as real money. After Song Yu confirmed that Chen Shiping was not joking, he was still a little worried and couldn't help saying, there is no precedent for the director's share. It may be a little dangerous. There was no precedent before. Aren't we creating a precedent? Chen Shiping said with a smile. The director's share will come sooner or later. We are just moving a little faster, even if it is to set an example for other brother studios. Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Song Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, they will hate you to death. Chen Shiping smiled and said, then I don't care. This is healthy competition. If the director wants to make money, he has to spend 120% of his mind on making a movie. You don't care? Song Yu snorted and said, think about how to explain to these directors in the factory. If they know, they will definitely share it too. Give it if you want it. As long as their movies are profitable, what's the harm in giving a share? Chen Shiping said indifferently. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. This will force directors to create better movies. Think about and study the film market and learn how to make commercial movies. Art films are important, but commercial films are the foundation for the survival of the film market. After talking with Song Heng, Chen Shiping ran away. Zhang Yimou's coming to the Beijing Film Studio was not that simple. He had to argue with the Zion Film Studio. Let Song Heng do the arguing. He would find a general to help him and let him do the work of slamming the table and cursing. When Chen Shiping came out of Song Heng's office, he ran into Xia Gang. As soon as he saw Chen Shiping, he trotted over and said, "The director finally found you. What happened?" Chen Shiping asked in confusion. Xia Gang said anxiously, "The factory's application for military assistance has not been approved." Chen Shiping scratched his hair and said, "Find China Film. Contact the Bay Film Studio for assistance. Just get some tanks and armored vehicles. Don't make it so complicated." One of the units in Party A and Party B did involve these things, but there was no need to find the military for assistance. Just get a few armored vehicles and tanks to support the scene. Chen Shiping really felt embarrassed to ask the army to help with the production of a comedy. If he didn't want to make a big production, how could he have the nerve to trouble the local soldiers? Party A and Party B are not the Three Kingdoms crew next door. They are not of the same level of production at all. Just do it yourself. Chapter 152. It's over. We got caught. In the co-production office of the studio, Chen Shiping made several phone calls in a row. He called China Film and then Bay Film Studio. The main thing was to coordinate the scenes involving the army in Party A and Party B, and to dispatch some tanks and armored vehicles to support the scene. Xia Gang's face was not that big, and people ignored him. Chen Shiping had to come forward to coordinate these things. Who asked him to do the work of a producer? He had to work after getting paid. Party A and Party B is a New Year's film, and it is also the first New Year's film after the market reform. China Film Corporation attaches great importance to it, so after Chen Shiping made a request, they went to help him coordinate. In less than 2 days, they gave a reply, saying that it was just a small scene, very simple. After receiving the reply, Chen Shiping also notified Xia Gang that they could prepare to start filming. However, the only problem is that the heroine has not come yet, and Zhang Minimum is still busy promoting the new movie Fight Back to School in Hong Kong. How can the filming be done without the heroine? They can only wait for her to come. But Chen Shiping couldn't do it. Jeyu still had to shoot Farewell My Concubine later. It would take time for him to shoot Party A and Party B temporarily. He couldn't wait any longer. After Jeyu finished shooting Party A and Party B, it would take time for him to come back and adjust his state. Chen Shiping called Shi Nansheng directly and asked her to notify Zhang Minimum to come as soon as possible and not to delay the shooting here. After receiving the call, Shi Nansheng said helplessly, "The start time agreed with them is early August. It's just mid-July now. How can they come here?" Zhang Minimum is uploading his new movie Fight Back to School in Hong Kong at this time, and he really can't come here at the first time. After hearing Shi Nansheng's explanation, Chen Shiping regretted choosing Zhang Minimum. He should have chosen someone else earlier. "You go and coordinate and try to get her to come earlier." Chen Shiping said helplessly, "The crew is ready here. I have even got the tanks. You can't even get a woman. Is this what you call strength?" Shi Nansheng, "You cow, that's enough. You still dare to look down on me. You wait for me. But ordinary people really can't get a tank. Anyway, Hong Kong filmmakers can't get such a big thing as a tank. They can only race cars in the movie." After hanging up the phone, Shi Nansheng called Hong Kong. "Can Zhang Minimum come earlier? It's enough to promote Zhao Xingxing." Shi Nansheng said helplessly. Chen Shiping is urging very hard, saying that he has got a tank, and a woman in Hong Kong can't handle it. Hearing Shi Nansheng's words, the boss of Yangsheng was silent for a while and said, "Okay, I'll let her go as soon as possible, but don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry, the Golden Princess will give the best screening for Fight Back to School." After Shi Nansheng hung up the phone, he was relieved and called Zuke to ask him to come as soon as possible. For a heroine, it's a big loss to let the Golden Princess Theatre give the best screening for Fight Back to School. But there is no other way. Now we have to show the strength of the Golden Princess. Otherwise, Chen Shiping is so strong. If we don't show some strength, how can we cooperate in the future? Chen Shiping doesn't care about the strength of Princess Jin. In his eyes, she is not good enough. Even if you call all the stars in Hong Kong, Chen Shiping doesn't care. No matter what you say, there are only a few cinemas in Hong Kong. What strength do they have? In a few years, when the cinema allows private market entry, Chen Shiping will show those people what a powerful cinema is. Apart from other things, there are more than 100,000 screening units in the mainland now. Princess Jin only has a few cinemas in Hong Kong. It's just that it took advantage of the mainland and the economy developed first. In 20 or 30 years, Hong Kong people will have to go to the supermarkets in the special zone to buy. At the beginning, Chen Shiping had a good impression of Hong Kong movies, but after going there a few times, those good impressions disappeared without a trace. Now I just want to press their heads and let them see who is the boss. 2 days later, Zhang Minimum got off the plane in Beijing, accompanied by several assistants. The Beijing film studio is now immune to Hong Kong stars. Unlike when Chen Shiping brought Rosamund Kwan and Jet Li to the airport, they arranged a car to welcome them. Now they just ignore it. This was all Chen Shiping's request. He said a very simple sentence. If you also send a motorcade to hold a welcoming ceremony for actors from other mainland film studios, then you can send a car to pick up the people from Hong Kong. Actors are not investors. Actors are here to make money, not to invest. Who indulges their bad habits? Let the crew send someone to pick them up. Just show them the courtesy. Don't show them any pomp. The person who came to the airport to pick up Zhang Minimum is strictly speaking also a member of the crew. It was Nansen Shi who picked her up. In the reception hall, Nansen Shi took a look at the assistant Zhang Minimum brought with him. He didn't feel like a normal assistant. He looked very unfriendly. So he couldn't help asking, is the person you brought clean? Zhang Minimum was stunned by the question and immediately said, clean. It's my assistant. That's fine. After Shi Nancheng took Zhang Minimum into the car, he still told her with some worry, don't act like a big shot when filming. Chen Shiping is very strong. Cooperate well. Zhang Minimum nodded obediently. She is from the mainland, but she went to Hong Kong to develop a long time ago. In fact, this is her home. So she is not as arrogant as other Hong Kong stars. She is very curious about everything in Beijing. Looking at the rapidly developing Beijing through the car window, she feels a sense of pride from the bottom of her heart. However, this feeling comes and goes quickly. After a while, she retracted her gaze and began to ask Shi Nancheng about the filming. Shi Nancheng introduced her while driving, from the director to the actors in the crew. After listening for a long time, Zhang Minimum couldn't help but ask, what about Chen Shiping? He's not going to the crew. Shi Nancheng said with a smile. He should be busy filming Farewell My Concubine now. The one with Zhang Guorong? Zhang Minimum immediately said curiously, can I go and see it? Wait a few days, it's temporarily shut down now. At this time, Chen Shiping was sitting in Song Heng's office, listening to him calling Wu Xianming of Zion Film Studio. Oh, he wants to come, you can't hold him back. People go to high places and water flows to low places, you can't hinder his development. Hey. Did you say something dirty? Don't hang up. Chen Shiping watched Song Yu hang up the phone speechlessly and couldn't help saying, why do you have to? Hey, happy. Song Yu said happily, you don't know that many people have come to ask me how I poached Zhang Yimou these days. Chen Shiping looked at him and said, I poached him. Song Yu waved his hand and said, it's all the same. Chen Shiping. The news that Zhang Yimou left the Xiang studio and came to the Beijing film studio has quickly spread in the film and television industry. No one could have imagined that Zhang Yimou would suddenly cut off from the Xiang studio and come to the Beijing film studio. Even the people in the Xiang studio didn't expect that. If it weren't for the transfer order from above, they would still be in the dark. Such a big thing has attracted the attention of the media, and many media are speculating why Zhang Yimou suddenly joined the Beijing film studio. I want to dig into the matter, and I always feel that there is a big gossip in it. There are a small number of well-informed people in the circle who know what is going on. They know that Chen Shiping hired them by offering one script a year, a share of the director's share, and various promises. Others made a careful analysis and found that the two ace photographers of Xiang Studio had been borrowed by Chen Shiping for a long time, and they probably won't return them. Now that Zhang Yimou has also been taken away, the assets of Xiang Studio are almost emptied. Xiang Studio actually still has a lot of good things, but there are not many that Chen Shiping can take a fancy to. The one he values the most is Lu Wei, but Lu Wei is of little help to him, so it doesn't matter. If you really want to find him to write a script, just hire him directly. There is no need to poach him. In the director's office of Xiang Studio, Wu Xianming was so angry that he slammed the table and cursed. Call him and ask him to come back and explain to me what happened. Didn't he say he was going to buy the copyright of the novel? Why did he sell himself out? The deputy director, who was sitting opposite Wu Xianming, sighed and said, he said he would be back in 2 days, but now the transfer order has come down. What should we do? We can't just withhold his file. Wu Xianming slammed the table and said, I'll withhold it today. When Wu Xianming thought of the smug tone in Song Heng's voice when he called him, he couldn't help getting angry. He was not angry about Song Heng's smugness, nor about Chen Shiping's tricks behind his back to poach people, nor about the transfer orders sent by the superiors. He was angry that Zhang Yimou, whom he had supported with his own hands, would actually betray him. The more Wu Xianming thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the table and asked other directors in the factory to make commercial films to support Zhang Yimou. Now, he has supported him, but he has run away. He could understand Chen Cage's return to Beijing Film Studio. After all, his master was in Beijing Film Studio, and Chen Cage was also from Beijing Film Studio. There was nothing to say. But Zhang Yimou was someone he had worked so hard to support, and he actually betrayed him. That Chen Shiping deserves to die. Wu Xianming thought that he still had 2 photographers in Chen Shiping's hands, and now he had no hope for Gu Changwei and Zhao Fei. Gu Changwei, that guy, could leave Chen Cage alone in Cannes and return to join Chen Shiping's crew. It was basically impossible to expect him not to betray. Wu Xianming was so angry that his lungs hurt, and he wanted to go to Chen Shiping for a duel. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to Beijing Film Studio to poach Chen Shiping. Wu Xianming felt that he was careless. He didn't like Chen Shiping at the beginning, but now he was being robbed by him. However, at this time, the director of the Guangxi Film Studio next door was already grinning from ear to ear, and he couldn't help drinking a few more glasses that night. At first, Zhang Yimou and Chen Cage were both from Guangxi Film Studio, but they were both poached by Wu Xianming. After he took office, he went to Xiang Studio to ask for an explanation, but he didn't get one and was scolded by Wu Xianming. Things have changed, and now it's finally Wu Xianming's turn to be defeated. It's all clear. Chen Cage, who is far away in the United States and has not returned to Beijing, also heard the news. He originally wanted to be free and easy in the United States for a while, but now he can't sit still. Chen Cage is bitter. He dropped 1 place in the ranking of the studio after not returning to China for a few days. How can he explain this? The key is that the person who came is Zhang Yimou, a guy who used to be a photographer for him. The treatment he got in the factory is higher than his own. Isn't this a naked slap in his face? Chen Cage suspected that the reason why Zhang Yimou came to Beijing Film Studio might be because of him. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, right? Chen Cage felt that he had to think of a way to save the current decline, and he had to trample Zhang Yimou and Chen Shiping under his feet. Otherwise, I can't swallow this breath. I won't go back to China anymore. I'll hang out in Hollywood. When I make it in Hollywood, I'll go back and slap them in the face. Chen Cage, who was determined to make a name for himself, immediately went to Los Angeles to find opportunities to prove himself in Hollywood. There was a commotion outside, and Chen Shiping didn't pay attention to the various reactions caused by Zhang Yimou's transfer. Zhang Yimou was also in the Beijing Film Studio and was not affected at all. He was getting familiar with the people in the workshops of the Beijing Film Studio. When he came to the Beijing Film Studio, the former Xiangchang team could not be used, and now he had to get a new team. People from all the workshops in the factory were willing to join Zhang Yimou's crew. Chen Shiping couldn't make it there, Chen Cage didn't come back, and Shan Zhuangxian went to the Xiang Studio every few days. It seemed that Zhang Yimou's side was better. Gongli, who had been following Zhang Yimou these days, felt very disappointed when she saw that he was not affected by the outside world's evaluation these days. What kind of heart does a person have to not care about the outside world's evaluation, or what kind of indifference can ignore those things? Don't you feel a little guilty about the Xi'an Film Studio? How will you face it when you return to the Xi'an Film Studio in a few days? Gongli began to feel a sense of crisis. She didn't know whether she was overthinking or her intuition, but she always felt that she and Zhang Yimou would not be able to go to the end. Maybe she would be ruthlessly abandoned by Zhang Yimou in the future. Gong Li now read the script of Farewell My Concubine again and looked at Juxin's experience in the movie, and suddenly she really understood this role. Juxin did snatch Duan Xiaolao from Cheng Dai and loved Duan Xiaolao, but in the end she was ruthlessly betrayed by Duan Xiaolao and finally hanged herself like Zhao Lazy in that sunny summer. Farewell My Concubine tells a story of the opera garden, but it is also the current entertainment industry. If Chen Shiping knew that Gong Li had a deeper understanding of the role because of this incident, he would definitely run over to fan the flames. But he is now busy participating in the startup of Party A and Party B in the office of the Beijing Film Studio. People from the Party A and Party B crews are coming one after another. Jiayu sat next to Chen Shiping and couldn't help but say, "Director Chen, you've got me in trouble. I just found the feeling of Fourth Master Yuan, and you asked me to play can I?" Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I believe in your ability, and you should thank me." "Thank you for what?" Jiayu asked in confusion. "Thank me for finding you a beautiful girl. I envy you. She's so beautiful. Don't be envious. I can quit now and help you." Chen Shiping laughed and turned around to see Zhang Minimum and Shi Nansheng standing at the door of the conference room. Zhang Minimum's eyes were weird. Jiayu couldn't help but say happily, "You've been caught by the real owner, haha." Chen Shiping. Chapter 153. Don't be like this. Xiaobei will be back soon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the quiet conference room, the ceiling fan squeaked like a little mouse. The breeze blew up the papers on the table. Chen Shiping held down the flying documents in front of him and looked at Zhang Minimum's face. "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Zhang Minimum from Hong Kong. She is from Shanghai and is currently developing in Hong Kong. She is also the heroine of our play." As soon as Chen Shiping finished speaking, Zhang Minimum smiled and greeted everyone. She introduced herself as a Shanghainese, but did not say that she was from Hong Kong. But she is indeed a Hong Konger now, and has become a Hong Kong citizen. After Zhang Minimum finished introducing, Chen Shiping introduced Shi Nansheng and Zuke, and then the actors and creators from the mainland also introduced themselves. After everyone finished speaking, Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I hope that everyone can work together sincerely in the future to make the Lunar New Year box office a success and create greater glory." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he handed the main field to Xia Gang. Party A and Party B were only in name only, and the main filming was still left to Xia Gang, so naturally he had to determine his position in the crew. The director was in charge of the crew, and the producer was in charge of the director, which saved time and effort. After everyone got familiar with each other, Xia Gang organized everyone to start reading the script. The filming task this time was very tight, and he was anxious. Although it was going to start in July, there were only 60 days at most, and if they didn't hurry up, they really couldn't finish it. Xia Gang and the others were discussing the script, and Chen Shiping didn't interrupt, sitting there daydreaming, and suddenly Zuke interrupted his thoughts. "After discussing with everyone just now, I think Kan Kang's role is good and more suitable for me." Chen Shiping came back to his senses and looked at Zuke. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to add more scenes for himself. Kan Kang had a lot of scenes, but Kan Kang's role was not only the boss of the Good Dream Day tour, but also a screenwriter. This was very similar to Zuke. Chen Shiping thought it was not bad, much better than Zhanguoli, who looked more decent. The meeting room was very quiet. Zhanguoli looked at Chen Shiping nervously. He had just come to Beijing to develop his career. He finally had an opportunity. If he lost it, he would be so sad. Xia Gang looked at Zhanguoli and then at Zuke. He found that Zuke had a sharp face and a monkey face, which was indeed more humorous and quite suitable. It was just that he was the one who found Zhanguoli, and now he replaced him, which was a bit unrefined. Chen Shiping touched his chin and thought carefully for a while and said, "Okay, then Zhanguoli will play the role of the one who gives his wife a cold shoulder at home every day." A trace of disappointment flashed through Zhanguoli's heart, but he still smiled and said, "I'm fine. I'll listen to the leader's arrangement." Seeing that Zhanguoli had no objection, Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at Zuke and said, "Go to Hong Kong and find me a famous actor to take your original role. I think you are quite suitable." Zuke said with a smile. "It happens to be a big director. You can come to play a guest role to promote the topic." Chen Shiping frowned, not knowing whether he was serious or wanted to interfere with the crew's creation in this way. Just now, he had already given face by asking for a change of roles, but now he was targeting him. If he, the producer, was arranged by him, how could Xia Gang survive in the crew in the future? No, the actors who replaced the roles you want should be the ones to be replaced by themselves. Hurry up and find someone from Hong Kong. Chen Shiping glanced at Shi Nancheng as he said this, with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Shi Nancheng sighed helplessly in his heart, forced a smile and joked, "Director Chen is so busy that he doesn't have time to make a cameo appearance. Even if he does, he will make a cameo appearance as a great writer in the movie. We will find a new actor for the director and ensure that it won't delay time." Seeing that Shi Nancheng was so tactful, Chen Shiping didn't say more about this matter. Just as he was about to unscrew the water in front of him and take a sip, he heard Xia Gang say, "I think this suggestion is good." Chen Shiping, "What do you mean by a pig teammate? I think you are the director of the end." The smart people in the meeting room who saw the signs didn't say anything, but many people didn't understand and thought they were really discussing it, so they all smiled and agreed with Xia Gang. Zuke and Shi Nancheng both had a flash of surprise in their eyes at this time, but they didn't say anything and just leaned there and smiled as everyone talked about it. Chen Shiping really wanted to pry open Xia Gang's head to see what was inside, and he wanted to know where he found so many people and why he had no sense at all. Thinking that Xia Gang was a director, if he was someone from the factory, Chen Shiping held back his temper and pointed at his face and said, "Will the audience believe that I can't find a partner with my appearance? Have a good meeting and don't say anything nonsense." Listening to Chen Shiping's words, everyone in the conference room wanted to laugh at first, but seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, they all held back their laughter. Zhang Minimum, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, thinking that he was quite shameless. Who would praise himself? Xia Gang didn't know why Chen Shiping was suddenly unhappy and couldn't help but say, "I think it's good to come to guest star. It can add a lot of topics and help the box office." Looking at Xia Gang's serious expression, Chen Shiping finally understood that this guy was really focused on the movie and didn't see the current situation at all. Chen Shiping couldn't say anything to Xia Gang, so he could only patiently say, "I don't have time. Don't consider me. Let's finish the meeting first." Xia Gang had no choice but to not mention it, but he still hoped that Chen Shiping could make a cameo appearance. Chen Shiping is well known, much more famous than ordinary actors. After the release of his love letter some time ago, he has a lot of fans. Many readers are curious about what he looks like. If he can make a cameo appearance, it will definitely attract a lot of people to the cinema. After the script seminar, Chen Shiping was ready to leave, and Xia Gang caught up with him as soon as he left the meeting room. "Director, please consider it. I really think it's suitable," Xia Gang said while chasing Chen Shiping's footsteps. Chen Shiping turned his head to look at him and saw Zuke and the others behind him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, but I don't have that much time. It's 2 days at most. You are the director and you have the final say. If it was someone else, I would ignore him. Just shoot it well later." "Zuke, he said this to me, right? Who should I choose?" Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Xia Gang immediately laughed and said happily, "That's great. It's settled." It was really helpless. Chen Shiping felt that he had sacrificed too much. Such a handsome guy like him had to play a writer who couldn't find a partner and committed suicide by hunger strike in the movie. This role was originally played by Liu Zhengan. Chen Shiping originally planned to ask Yu Hua to play it this time. He looked so sloppy, which was suitable for the role. Who would have thought that the role would fall on his head in the end? Isn't it a joke? But it's okay to make a cameo appearance. Anyway, there are not many scenes, just a few shots, just as it will increase the popularity of the movie. Speaking of it, directors who have never made a cameo appearance in a movie are not good directors. Just think of it as adding some material to your future encyclopedia. There are a total of 7 stories in the original version of Party A and Party B. Chen Shiping kept the dream of General Patton at the beginning, the dream of dividing the room at the end, the dream of the writer looking for a partner in the middle, the dream of remembering the bitter past and thinking of the sweet future, and the dream of being angry at home by his wife, thinking that being angry is very cool, and deliberately looking for anger. The remaining 2 were all replaced. One of the big directors in private customization replaced vulgar blood with elegant, just to allude to Hong Kong filmmakers. In addition, this is used to test cadres, which just fits the current social situation. Elements such as public spending, embezzlement and bribery, wrestling state-owned assets, and various visits and inspections to receive benefits are all added. There are not many changes in the overall storyline. On the contrary, it is more in line with the current situation. However, there are still many changes in the character settings, otherwise it is difficult to add a lot of jokes. After coming out of the main building, Chen Shiping hosted the crew to have a meal, which was considered a start of work meal. This time, Chen Shiping was very generous to take the crew to the Beijing hotel. It is impossible to be stingy at the start of work meal. At the dinner table, Chen Shiping did not drink. It is his principle not to drink at work. People who toasted Chen Shiping at the dinner table were also helpless. They drank while others drank tea. Isn't this bullying honest people? Zhang Minimum also raised his wine glass to toast Chen Shiping. As soon as Chen Shiping picked up his teacup, Yu couldn't help but tease him. A beautiful woman toasts you, but you still drink tea. It's not authentic. Don't embarrass your compatriots in the mainland. Chen Shiping, you bold man, you dare to make trouble, right? Zhang Minimum raised his cup and looked at Chen Shiping with a smile, and there was some expectation in his eyes. The people around him also followed suit. Chen Shiping was the only one at the table who didn't drink. Now he finally found an opportunity. Chen Shiping smiled and said, the mainland emphasizes equality for everyone, and equality for men and women. I still drink tea to show respect. Oh, don't respect me. Yu smiled and stopped Chen Shiping's hand and said, the old man is thick-skinned, and doesn't need to be equal to beautiful women. Damn it, Yu is too poor. When he joins the group later, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Seeing Zhang Minimum holding the cup and waiting for him, Chen Shiping had to put down the teacup, poured another glass of wine, raised the cup, and clinked it with her and said, Miss Zhang, I toast you. Thank you for coming to Beijing to join the crew in advance. I should thank Director Chen for giving me the opportunity to return to the mainland to film. Zhang Minimum said with a smile, holding the cup and drinking it in one gulp, which made him feel a little bit like a big sassy friend in Beijing. Zhang Minimum doesn't look like a Shanghainese, nor does he look like a Hong Konger. He feels similar to Li Ming. He is neither as Hong Kong flavored as Hong Kong stars, nor as simple as the mainland. It seems that the two cultures are fused together. In this regard, Liu Jialing is different. She has a strong Hong Kong flavor. It can be seen that she is working hard to integrate herself into Hong Kong. After Chen Shiping finished the wine and the glass, before she sat down, Yu immediately picked up the glass and stood up and said, we have broken the rules today, so don't be restrained. Let's continue. Men and women are equal. Then I also want to toast Mr. Chen. Zuke also stood up with a smile, and the wine in the glass was full. Chen Shiping looked at him and gave up his intention of not drinking. He picked up the wine glass on the table and poured himself some. Then he raised his glass to Zuke and motioned him to drink it in one gulp. Zuke looked down at his full glass and couldn't help cursing him in his heart. He gave face, but not completely. It was really infuriating. Zuke now understood what Shi Nansheng meant when he said that Chen Shiping was difficult to deal with, overbearing and stingy. He was just trying to increase his voice in the crew, but Chen Shiping wrote it down in his little notebook. Co-production does not give Hong Kong any chance to intervene. Zuke didn't even want to co-produce. Shi Nansheng secretly pulled Zuke's pants under the table. Zuke looked at her, then smiled and raised his glass to Chen Shiping and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. After drinking, Zuke sat down and didn't say anything. He had a lot of opinions about Chen Shiping in his heart. When had he ever been so angry while filming? Chen Shiping didn't care about Zuke's thoughts. He didn't take the initiative to find him. As the saying goes, if you want to make money, you should act like a grandson first. If you have the ability, why don't you come? With Zuka's opening, the atmosphere at the dinner table instantly became lively. Everyone began to find various excuses to toast Chen Shiping. He couldn't escape now. It can be seen that some principles cannot be broken. Once broken, they can't be stopped. So hold on to the principles of Hong Kong filmmakers and never break them. Otherwise, think about the movies made in Hong Kong. They all convey wrong values. In the movies, mainlanders are blackened, and movies are made to whitewash gangsters. Murderers, arsonists, and drug dealers are portrayed as affectionate and righteous big brothers. Undercover police can even empathize with drug dealers. Such movies are fucking damned. Even if they are shooting some costume dramas, they blacken the dynasties and are completely inconsistent with history. Chen Shiping can't control Hong Kong, but those who come to the mainland to make movies are not allowed to have such things that don't distinguish between black and white. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Shiping was drunk and was dazed. He was holding his mobile phone and calling someone to pick him up. After the call, Chen Shiping fell asleep in the private room. When he opened his eyes again, it was the next morning. Seeing the familiar ceiling, Chen Shiping breathed a sigh of relief. He was just at home. Chen Shiping looked at the honey water on the bedside, took a sip, and then walked out of the bedroom and saw Guanzilin sitting on the sofa wearing Tao Humin's clothes. Chen Shiping, what's going on? Why are you here? Why are you wearing Xiao Beike again? Before Chen Shiping finished speaking, Guanzilin took the lead and shouted, Amin, he's up. After that, Guanzilin raised his hand to his mouth to signal Chen Shiping not to speak. Tao Human also came out of the kitchen at this time, looking at Chen Shiping, who was a little confused, and said, why did you drink so much wine? If it wasn't for Miss Guan, I wouldn't have been able to carry you back yesterday. Chen Shiping looked at the two of them in a daze, not understanding what happened last night and why Guanzilin was wearing Tao Human's clothes. Could it be? No, what kind of dream is it in broad daylight? Chen Shiping smiled awkwardly, pulled Tao Human, and asked about what happened yesterday. How dare you say that? You were so drunk that you couldn't even be lifted up. If Miss Guan didn't live in the Beijing hotel, you would have been on the street, and you vomited all over her. Tao Human pointed at Chen Shiping unhappily and said, drink less in the future, go brush your teeth and wash your face, I'll go buy breakfast. Tao Human went out to buy breakfast with a thermos bucket. Chen Shiping went to the bathroom to brush her teeth in a daze. Before she squeezed the toothpaste, Guanzilin squeezed in. Chen Shiping turned around and squeezed the toothpaste on her. Guanzilin looked down at the toothpaste on his chest, raised his slender fingers, and rubbed it on it, stared at Chen Shiping with burning eyes, and licked his lips gently. This toothpaste is thicker than yours. Can you help me clean it? That's not good. Xiao Beike will be back soon. Chapter 154 Kill Chen Shiping. In the small bathroom, the sound of running water was loud, and water splashed on the sink. A little hand suddenly pressed the toothpaste on the countertop, and a lot of white toothpaste was squeezed out instantly, all on the mirror. Guanzilin looked at the toothpaste on his fingers, shook his hands in disgust, and rinsed them under the faucet. Chen Shiping stood behind and said speechlessly, just change the toothpaste. Didn't you brush your teeth? I want to brush again. Do you have any toothpaste? Guanzilin looked at Chen Shiping through the mirror, and his little hand was looking for new toothpaste behind him. Chen Shiping took a breath, held Guanzilin's hand and said, you found the wrong one. This is not toothpaste. After Guanzilin touched it a few times and felt it carefully, he said without looking back, you are lying. This shape is toothpaste. Chen Shiping said helplessly, stop it. If you want to brush your teeth, brush it well. Xiao Beike will be back soon. Guanzilin took a step back and knocked Chen Shiping against the wall, turned around and squatted down. Chen Shiping looked down at her and said, what are you doing? Aren't you brushing your teeth? I'm squeezing toothpaste. Guanzilin held her little hand and shook it gently a few times, saying, don't move, otherwise the toothpaste won't come out. Chen Shiping, okay, so this is how you squeeze toothpaste, right? Where's your toothbrush? Where do you squeeze the toothpaste? Guanzilin shook his little hand, slapped it on his face, and said, I'm a weird person. I like to squeeze the toothpaste into my mouth first. Chen Shiping leaned against the cold tile wall, couldn't help but stretched out his hand to grab the door frame, turned his head to look outside. His ears were already perked up, listening to the movement outside. Damn, such an early morning is really exciting. As time passed, Chen Shiping became more and more nervous, and could not help but urge, squeeze faster. Guanzilin opened her mouth and slowly exhaled, licked the silky saliva on her lips, stood up directly with her back to Chen Shiping, put her hands down, held the sink and said, "This is faster." Chen Shiping was now sweating all over her head, and directly reached out to grab her reservoir, and pulled it down, and then took the initiative, to help her squeeze the toothpaste. Quick. Faster. It's almost out. Chen Shiping felt that she had never been so fast before. Guanzilin's little face was pressed against the cold mirror, as if she had applied blush. Downstairs in the family building, Talhuman went upstairs with a thermos bucket in one hand and a bag of buns in the other. "Amin, buy so many buns, can you eat them all?" The neighbor greeted Talhuman with a smile. Talhuman smiled and said, "There are guests at home, so I bought a little more." "Oh, then you are busy. I have to go buy breakfast too. See you later." The neighbor smiled and went downstairs, and Talhuman also quickened his pace to go upstairs. Chen Shiping, who was squeezing toothpaste in the bathroom, suddenly heard Talhuman talking to the neighbor outside, and the sound of keys jingling. Chen Shiping had never felt that his hearing would be so good, and he immediately shuddered and squeezed out all the toothpaste. "Go out quickly, Xiao Beike is back." Chen Shiping didn't care about himself, and directly pulled Guanzilin's pants, and pushed her out. Guanzilin was pushed out with watery eyes, and her red face was still full of aftertaste. Her legs couldn't help shaking. When she heard the sound of the key opening the door, she couldn't help clenching her teeth and trembling. "I'm back, ready to eat." Talhuman pushed the door open and came in, looking at the empty room, and shouted strangely, "Shipping, Miss Guan?" Talhuman felt something was wrong, and was about to go to the room to take a look, when she heard the sound of water in the bathroom and Chen Shipping's voice. "I'm going to take a shower. I stink. You guys eat first." Guanzilin also shouted from the second bedroom at this time, "I'll be there soon." "Then hurry up." Talhuman breathed a sigh of relief, and went to the kitchen with the thermos bucket. Guanzilin in the second bedroom, lay on the bed, curled up, biting the quilt, and twitching a few times, before letting go of the pillow in his mouth and breathing heavily. This time it came so late, but it was so strong. Chen Shiping, who was taking a cold shower in the bathroom, couldn't help but slap himself. How could he be so brave? Not long after, Chen Shiping came out of the bathroom, and the bathroom with water vapor also smelled of shampoo and soap. After Chen Shiping came out, Guanzilin also came out, sitting at the dining table with a red face, and the tiptoes on the padded feet couldn't help trembling. "Miss Guan, your face is so red. Do you have a fever?" Talhuman asked with concern, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes, and then she reached out and touched her forehead. Guanzilin lowered his head and saw the mark on his pants. His face instantly turned redder. At this time, Talhuman touched his forehead again, and his heart almost jumped out. "I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable." Guanzilin quickly raised his head and forced a smile to look at Talhuman. "It's a little hot." Talhuman took back her hand. Guanzilin's forehead was indeed a little hot, as if he had a fever. Guanzilin hummed and said weakly, "It seems a little. There is no antipyretic medicine at home." Talhuman said, looking at Chen Shiping who had just come out, and said, "When you send Miss Guan back later, remember to buy some antipyretic medicine." Chen Shiping hummed. He had just helped Guanzilin reduce her fever, so there was no need to buy it. After dinner, Chen Shiping did not send Guanzilin, but went directly to work in the factory. Guanzilin's clothes were washed, but not dry yet, and she herself had no intention of leaving, so she stayed. Chen Shiping came to the office and sat in a daze for a long time, still recalling the experience in the morning. Everyone in the office was a little strange. The workaholic came to the office today and didn't work, but was in a daze? It's really hard to figure out. Chen Shiping was not just in a daze, but thinking that he couldn't do this kind of thing in the future. It was too dangerous. If Xiao Beike finds out about this, life will be over. After sitting there and thinking for a while, Chen Shiping came back to his senses and started to get busy with work. In the afternoon, Chen Shiping went to attend the opening ceremony of Party A and Party B. When taking a group photo, he sat in the middle as expected and pulled Gang to sit on his left. Zuka looked at the empty seat on the right and didn't care, so he sat over directly. There are two most feared voices in a crew. Just like when Chen Shiping was a producer, he would explain everything to the director before the start of the filming. If he could accept it, he would take over the play, and if he couldn't accept it, he would change people. Once the filming started, Chen Shiping would not interfere with the filming, but would only manage other things. But Zuka is different. He likes to interfere in the creation of movies. Many movie directors are obviously not him, but in the end they are labeled as Zuka. If this happened in Hong Kong, Chen Shiping wouldn't care, but this is a co-production, and Chen Shiping won't let Zuka interfere with the creative issues. So he had to stabilize Gang and become the director who has the final say in this crew. Everyone, look here, get ready for the group photo. The photographer shouted with a smile, and when everyone was ready, he pressed the shutter. After the group photo was over, Chen Shiping didn't leave in a hurry, but pulled Gang and said, "I drank too much yesterday, and I didn't tell you clearly. You must pay attention to the dominant position during the filming." Gang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I understand. If there is anything you can't handle, come to me, and you must establish your own authority and voice in the crew." Chen Shiping reminded him like teaching a novice. Co-production is different from your previous filming. In the past, the studio would respect the director's creation, but Zuka is different. Just like you, I understand. Gang nodded and said, "Chen Shiping, after the filming of this movie, put him in a small dark room. Unlike me, I won't interfere with your filming. I will only do it before the filming starts, but he likes it after the filming starts." Hearing Chen Shiping say this, Gang nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." While Chen Shiping and Gang were chatting, Zuka had already called the crew to prepare for filming. Photographer, go add camera positions, lighting, cooperate with lighting auditions, actors. Chen Shiping frowned and walked over, looking at the busy people, and shouted directly, "What are you all busy with? Has the director spoken? Do you know what will be filmed later?" Chen Shiping suddenly got angry and made the whole set quiet. Many people were confused, and after looking at Zuka with an ugly face, they understood in their hearts, immediately put down the things in their hands, looked at Gang, and waited for him to make arrangements. Gang looked at Chen Shiping's words to make the set quiet, and even cut off Zuka's outstretched claws with a knife. He suddenly felt a little excited. What happened to director Jiang? Isn't he lying down honestly? Gang stepped forward in excitement and shouted, "Don't just stand there. The cameraman should add the camera, the lighting should coordinate, and the actors should put on their makeup and go to their seats." Gang's series of instructions were exactly the same as what Zuka had just said. Chen Shiping looked at him with some surprise and suddenly found that he was also mean. After the crew had a tantrum, Chen Shiping found a seat and sat down. He knew exactly what Zuka wanted to do. It was definitely not because he couldn't help itching to do it, but he had a premeditated desire to lead the filming of this movie and form his own style, to make this New Year's film his own, and then he could hold high the banner of occupying the mainland's New Year's film in the media. In this way, when Hong Kong films come to the mainland for co-production in the future, they will be able to recover from the decline, and everything Chen Shiping did before will become in vain. Chen Shiping was on guard when Chi Nansheng proposed that Zuka be the producer. At first, he thought he was overthinking, but now it seems that he really didn't think much. Who is this little trick trying to fool? Chen Shiping will smash all his little calculations today. In the corner of the studio, Zuka was smoking a cigarette with an ugly face. His thin cheeks were not fleshy and looked a bit evil. Chi Nansheng stood opposite him and couldn't help sighing and said, "He found out. You shouldn't be so anxious today. It's not too late to wait for him to get busy with other things." Zuka snorted and said, "Can't you see what happened yesterday? He found out a long time ago. I did it on purpose today, to make the conflict public, so that I can continue to fight against him later. Gang can't beat me. What if Chen Shiping comes back?" Chi Nansheng said worriedly. Zuka threw down his cigarette butt and said, "Didn't you say that he was going to Venice to shoot Farewell My Concubine?" If it doesn't work, find a way to get him out. If he is still here, the co-production will not be able to hold up its head. Shi Nancheng immediately advised, I'll think of a way. This matter is not that simple. Chen Shiping has a deep relationship with China Film and the Film Bureau. The higher-ups are optimistic about him. No matter, you do yours, and I do mine. Zuke said and turned to go to the studio. Shi Nancheng felt that this matter would not be so simple, but now they could only take it one step at a time, as their peers in Hong Kong were watching them from behind. The Hong Kong Directors Association had just been established not long ago, and the directors in Hong Kong were busy raising money to purchase the association's properties while they were trying to enter the mainland. This was the result of internal discussions within the Directors Association. Chen Shiping was too strong in Hong Kong, and no one wanted to be suppressed forever, but the mainland market was indeed a hot commodity. In a few years, it would be 1997, and they could not give up the mainland market, so they could only try to find another way to change the status quo. But they did not expect Chen Shiping to be so sensitive, and he had been targeted since Zuke arrived in Beijing. Obviously, when they were discussing cooperation before, they agreed to all the conditions, and they also repeatedly told the people who came with them to be obedient and honest, but they did not paralyze Chen Shiping at all. This person simply regarded them as hostile element. Shi Nancheng has been to the mainland many times and has worked with many people, but this is the first time he has met someone like Chen Shiping. It's too difficult to deal with. You must catch his weakness. Shi Nancheng had thought about getting rid of Chen Shiping before, but after a careful analysis, he found that it was impossible. Even if Chen Shiping went into the sea, his influence was still there, and he could even let go. After all, he had already established a network of relationships within the system. If he went into the sea, he could even deliver more benefits to these networks, which would be even more difficult at that time. It was really difficult. Shi Nancheng looked at Chen Shiping sitting there and felt that he could only find a way to corrupt him. After Shi Nancheng's eyes turned around Zhang Minimum, he hesitated a little and finally sighed and planned to see the situation again. Chen Shiping sat on the set for a while, like a little boy with great deterrence. He went home only after the crew finished work. Shi Nancheng invited him to dinner but didn't go. Eat your head. After using the Golden Princess's theater chain to enter the Hong Kong market, you will be useless. Golden Princess's capital, thinking about more benefits, which is different from directors like Zuke. They want the future right to speak and a sense of superiority. As long as Chen Shiping can bring benefits to Princess Jin, they don't care whether these directors are high and mighty or humble, as long as they can make money. When Chen Shiping returned home at night, Guan Zilin hadn't left yet and was still wearing Xiao Beike's pajamas. The two of them were lying on the bed in the bedroom, reading movie magazines together. This dress is pretty. I don't know where she bought it. I'll ask for you. Lin Fangbing is from our factory, and she has a good relationship with me. Chen Shiping listened to their conversation outside the bedroom, a little confused. What's going on? This relationship is a little wrong. Chen Shiping stood at the door of the bedroom and looked at their little feet dangling from side to side on the bed and couldn't help sniffing. Who the hell can stand this? Chapter 155. Be obedient and get up to take medicine. The half-covered curtains were gently blown by the breeze, and the sun shone into the bedroom through the white curtains. The slanting sunlight shone on the bed, and the bright and dazzling light spots fell on the feet of Tao Humin and Guan Zilin, like the most perfect works of art. Chen Shiping leaned against the door and admired them quietly, watching them swing their white calves and their round and white toes curled flexibly. Sometimes Chen Shiping was very curious why girls like to curl their toes, and they are very rhythmic like playing the piano. Tao Humin and Guan Zilin lay together and pointed at the photos in the magazine and whispered, and their slender calves touched each other from time to time, like a fascinating dance. Chen Shiping couldn't help knocking on the bedroom door to remind them that he was back, otherwise he would think too much if he continued to watch. Tao Humin, who heard the movement, turned around and saw Chen Shiping standing at the door and immediately sat up and said, "You're back. What are you looking at? You're so happy chatting." Chen Shiping said with a smile. "Reading a magazine." Tao Humin said with a smile. Guan Zilin behind her secretly winked at Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping felt that it was very dangerous now. Guanzilin was going to join this family. Fortunately, Chen Han was in the Three Kingdoms crew at this time, otherwise it would be even more chaotic. What are you eating tonight? I don't think you've cooked, Chen Shiping said as he walked out of the bedroom, and didn't look at it again. Tal Human smiled and said, we are going out to eat tonight. I don't want to cook. By the way, have you bought the antipyretic medicine? I bought it, Chen Shiping said as he took out a small paper bag of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Guanzilin, who had just walked out of the bedroom. Tal Human frowned and said, why did you buy so little? Buy more and keep it at home for backup. I'll buy more later, Chen Shiping said casually. Tal Human didn't care and went to the kitchen to pour water. Guanzilin looked at the small paper bag in his hand and walked to Chen Shiping and asked in a low voice, what medicine is this? It's not antipyretic medicine, is it? Huarine pills. Chen Shiping replied speechlessly. Guanzilin was stunned for a moment, then he understood and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This name is quite appropriate, but it sounds cruel. You can still laugh. Be careful next time, Chen Shiping said in a low voice, not knowing whether he was admonishing Guanzilin or himself. Guanzilin pouted and glanced at the kitchen, then whispered in Chen Shiping's ear, you grabbed my waist and didn't let me hide. I don't want to take the medicine. Guanzilin pretended to be pitiful and begged Chen Shiping, but Chen Shiping saw through it at a glance. Be obedient and take the medicine. Chen Shiping patted her face and turned to walk towards the kitchen. His and Tal Human's voices came from the kitchen. What are you eating tonight? I'm hungry. No cooking tonight. Let's go out to eat. I heard that a Western restaurant opened in Xinjiang. Western food, I'm not used to it. Then Miss Guan and I will go to eat. You can eat noodles at home. You still have to eat, and you still have to eat with two beauties, even if the Western food is not delicious. Open 2 more bottles of wine, the kind with a high alcohol content. When they arrived at the newly opened restaurant in Xinjiang, Chen Shiping was silent. This restaurant is not as good as Maxim's. It is just a fast food restaurant. But since they are here, they have to try it. After the three of them sat down, Tal Human pulled Guanzilin to sit together, and Chen Shiping could only sit alone opposite. After ordering the food, the three of them chatted casually. Chen Shiping also talked about what happened in the crew today. After listening, Guanzilin said worriedly, will Zuke and Shi Nansheng play any tricks? No, at least they dare not in the mainland. Chen Shiping took a sip of water and said, as for Hong Kong, no matter what tricks he plays, it will not affect me. Guanzilin nodded and felt that it was true, but he was still worried that Shi Nansheng would tell about himself and Chen Shiping. If this kind of groundless thing is targeted by someone, it will be troublesome to deal with it. However, Chen Shiping was obviously not very worried. There was no evidence for this kind of thing. As long as Tal Human didn't make a fuss, others would just gossip about it. The media would not dare to report it casually, unless there was real evidence or the higher-ups wanted to deal with Chen Shiping. There was definitely no real evidence, and it was impossible for the leaders to deal with Chen Shiping. Even if they heard rumors, they would only criticize him at most. Otherwise, do you really think Chen Shiping was just hanging around for nothing? However, thinking of the nature of Hong Kong filmmakers, Chen Shiping pondered for a while and said to Guanzilin, if someone in Hong Kong asks you to make a movie, refuse it if you can. Transfer the company's money to the real estate and stock markets. I will use it to invest in movies when I need it. The stock market and the real estate market? Guanzilin asked worriedly, but the stock market and the real estate market have fluctuated a lot recently. They are all falling. Will I lose money? Chen Shiping remembered that Japan withdrew from Hong Kong completely after the economic bubble burst. The stock market and the real estate market in Hong Kong have indeed changed a lot recently. It's better if it falls. If you are worried, just speculate in real estate. It's the easiest. Seeing Chen Shiping so confident, Guanzilin wondered if he knew some news. Was there going to be any action from the mainland? But since Chen Shiping was so confident, let's speculate in real estate. How low can the house price fall? It will rise again sooner or later. It's just that there is no money. Otherwise Chen Shiping would have wanted Guanzilin to buy land in Hong Kong. Land is valuable. Since the 1990s, the real estate industry in Hong Kong has developed rapidly. A large number of new projects have been started, creating many billionaires. The real estate market has soared in the following years, almost doubling every year. Talhuman listened to what they said, but she didn't understand. She suddenly felt a little lost. She resigned to help Chen Shiping, but now she can't help at all. She is not as good as Guanzilin. Looking at Guanzilin, who was talking to Chen Shiping, Talhuman felt a little uncomfortable. Although they were talking about business, she could feel something different. Chen Shiping saw Talhuman's eyes and immediately said to her with a smile, "Wife, I need your help with something." "What is it?" Hearing Chen Shiping calling her wife in front of others, Talhuman's face flushed, and she looked at him with a reproachful look. "We are not married yet, how can we call each other wife in public? We will be laughed at." Now it was Guanzilin's turn to feel jealous. He lowered his head and cut the steak without saying a word. Chen Shiping looked at Talhuman, who was a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, "We are going to the Venice Film Festival soon. Please help me ask who has time to go to Venice, and the specific itinerary arrangements, and check which well-known media in Venice are there. You will be my public relations consultant." Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Talhuman smiled and said a little embarrassedly, "I don't understand public relations, but I will do it well. Haha, my wife can definitely do it." Chen Shiping smiled and pinched Talhuman's face. Guanzilin glanced at them and couldn't help stretching his legs under the table to rub Chen Shiping. "Ouch, you pinched me and hurt me." Talhuman wrinkled her cute nose and rolled her eyes at Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping took back his hand calmly and said, "It's so cute, I couldn't help it." Thinking of Guanzilin's teasing just now and his boldness in the morning, Chen Shiping looked at her and coughed lightly and said, "We have to prepare for the third part of Huang Fi Han. This is the final work. Act well and don't play the 13th aunt as the third aunt." Guanzilin heard Chen Shiping's deliberate pause, and a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. He also retracted his foot that was stretched to Chen Shiping. Talhuman didn't notice Guanzilin's mistake and enthusiastically discussed with Chen Shiping which members of the crew of wives and concubines would go to Venice. Chen Shiping thought that everyone who could go should go. It's a matter of spending a little more money. The film can easily earn back the money by winning awards. For many actors, this may be the only chance to go to an international film festival, such as ZH Yulin and Heisei. I don't know what ZH Yulin and Heisei are doing now. I haven't heard from them recently. Thinking of the time when he was filming in Qi County, Chen Shiping couldn't help but fall into memories, and he missed that time. The filming of Wives and Concubines was much smoother than Farewell My Concubine. It was finished in Qi County in 2 months, and Farewell My Concubine is still 4/5 away. We can only wait for him to come back from Venice to shoot. That night, Guanzilin did not continue to follow Chen Shiping and the others, but went back to the Beijing hotel by himself. After Chen Shiping returned home in the evening, he drank tea and said to Talhuman, "We will go to Venice in a while. Are you nervous?" "Nervous?" Talhuman immediately said, "This is my first time to participate in a national film festival. Do you think I can win an award?" Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "It's difficult. If there is hope in Berlin, Venice is not." Hearing Chen Shiping's ruthless words, Talhuman couldn't help pinching him and said, "Can't you lie to me? It's useless to lie to you. The greater the expectations now, the more disappointed you will be later," Chen Shiping said, while rubbing her head. Talhuman's eyes dimmed a little, leaning in Chen Shiping's arms and muttering, "How do you know that lying to me is useless? Can't you just keep lying?" "What?" Chen Shiping didn't hear clearly and asked with his head down. Talhuman raised her head and forced a smile and said, "Nothing. I can't win the award. You can definitely win the award." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I hope so." The Venice Film Festival is about to start, and Chen Shiping has also obtained the list of nominees and the list of juries and information. I'm not 100% sure about Venice this time, because there is a very strong opponent. The Mongolian Spirit, a film made by Soviet filmmakers, is a film that has nothing to do with the Mongolian Spirit. It was filmed in China before. Chen Shiping has seen this movie and is thinking about how to publicize the Venice jury. If this movie is not brought down, the chances of Wife and Concubines winning the award will be much smaller. The key to winning the award lies in the jury. There are a total of 9 judges, 4 of whom are screenwriters, 2 are actors, and the remaining 3 are directors and screenwriters. Chen Shiping studied the information of these judges, understood their preferences, and was sure to get 4 votes. The rest needed to be done with public relations. Public relations is not simply about building relationships, but about influencing the audience, film critics, media, and jury at various levels. There are many things involved, and Chen Shiping does not have a very good public relations plan at the moment. He only has a vague idea in his mind. That is to seize the pain points of the movie Mongolian spirit and attack fiercely. If this movie is killed, it will basically be stable. The situation at Big Brother is very chaotic now. It is estimated that not many people from the Mongolian spirit crew will go, let alone public relations. Chen Shiping is still very confident. This time he will go to get the golden lion, not the silver lion. Silver is too embarrassing. Chen Shiping carefully sorted out the situation in Venice that night and made a simple plan. He continued to complete his plan at work the next day. After completing it, he felt that his current team was not yet complete and there was no professional public relations talent. The young guys in the distribution department are all college graduates, still very green, and they don't understand public relations at foreign film festivals. This time, we still need to pick a few people to take with us, and take them to see the international film trading market, and slowly train them. Let them practice with wives and concubines. Chen Shiping will do it himself in Venice, but other small international film festivals can be operated by them. After the team is trained, even if they don't make films in the future, the public relations team can be used by other directors in the studio. Zhang Yimou has been recruited, and he will be one of us in the future. After his Qiu Ju's lawsuit is finished, he can be used. It costs a lot of money to buy horse bones. Zhang Yimou is Chen Shiping's horse bones. In the future, we need to absorb more talents. The 6th generation of directors will soon step onto the stage of history. We can't waste these people, otherwise they will inevitably end up being banned. These directors are relatively dangerous, so it's better to hold them in our hands. But if we really talk about daring to shoot, it's still Xian Zhuangxiang who dares to shoot. He is now working on Blue Kite with Xiang Studio. After this movie is finished, Xian Zhuangxiang will be banned from directing and return to Beijing Film Academy to teach. Chen Shiping is not a god, and he can't take care of so many things. Even if he cooperates well with Xian Zhuangxiang, he can't save him, even if he wants to. This guy's not afraid at all. On the other side, Tao Human, who was assigned a task, looked at the list in her hand, hesitated for a while, and called Zhulin. Although there were so many unpleasant things before, this time it was a serious matter, and she still had to be notified. After all, she is the 3rd role in the movie. What if she gets the best supporting role? After the call was connected, Tao Human heard Zhulin's gentle laughter before she even opened her mouth. Sister, why did you remember to call me? Zhulin seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness in the crew before, and chatted intimately with Tao Human. Hearing Zhulin's voice, Tao Human also felt that she was a little too fussy. After all, Zhulin didn't have anything going on with Chen Shiping. Recalling how Chen Shiping usually treated people, Tao Human adjusted her mentality and said with a smile, Sister Zhulin, we are going to Venice soon. I want to ask if you have time to attend the film festival. Venice? Can I go too? Zhulin's heart flashed with a trace of surprise, and then quickly said, okay, I haven't participated in an international film festival yet. Tao Human smiled and talked to Zhulin for a few more words before hanging up the phone. She felt that the task assigned by Chen Shiping was not difficult. Then she called He Saifei and Jiang Shan and others. Although she had some minor conflicts with them, Tao Human was now able to face them calmly. Tao Human wanted to understand one thing. It is inevitable that more women will pounce on people like Chen Shiping in the future. If she gets angry every time, she probably won't live to be 35. Let them be. What's the point of guarding against those women? If Chen Shiping cheats, she can't prevent it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Either Shoot or Get Out. The weather in August is so hot that it makes people panic. The summer days without a trace of wind are the most frustrating. In the filming base of the film studio, in the interior set of Party A and Party B, the crew members stood in place and looked at Zuke and Zyagang in the set. This place should have an extra scene. The jokes are too embarrassing. Zuke shouted at Zyagang. Zyagang shook the script in his hand, fanned the wind and said, "I won't shoot anything that is not in the script. I'm the director and you have no right to interfere. I'm the producer and the investor. I can replace you." Zuke shouted unceremoniously. He is the best at this kind of thing. He has been the producer or co-director of many movies in the past, but each movie was shot according to his ideas. Zuke is very familiar with how to deal with these directors. He has to go against them. The crew is like a wolf pack. If you want to become the Wolf King, you must bravely challenge. Of course, the premise is to become an important figure in the crew. Zuke is now a producer and actor. If he faces Zyagang, he will have the opportunity to replace him and become the head of the crew. However, this process is bound to be not that simple. The crew is either Ziyagang's or Chen Shiping's. If he wants to gain the support of the crew, he must show a stronger level than Zyagang. Zuke looked at the people around him who were paying attention to him, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Zyagang and said, "It's not enough to just rely on the lines. We must add some performances. This is a movie, an art that combines audio and video." Hearing Zuke's words, Ziyagang's confidence was a little weak, but thinking of Chen Shiping's explanation, he knew that, if he gave in this time, Zuke would become more aggressive and gradually lose control of the crew. "I repeat again, I'm the director." Zyagang turned his head and looked at the photographer and actors and shouted, "Why are you all standing there? Keep shooting." After seeing Zyagang get angry, the crew immediately moved. Zuke narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Zyagang to be so tough, so he immediately shouted, "How about this? Shoot 2 takes. We'll use whichever one works better." The crew stopped and looked at Zyagang again. Zuke was an investor and producer from Hong Kong. Zyagang was the director, and this was a co-production. Everyone was a little unsure about what to do. Some people thought Zyagang was right, while others thought Zuke's suggestion was more mature. Zuke's uproar had sown the seeds of division in the crew. Most people wouldn't think as far as Chen Shiping did. Even if they thought Zuke was right, it wasn't a matter of position, but simply from a creative perspective. Zyagang looked at Zuke in silence. He knew what he was thinking, but now that Zuke had taken a step back, it would be unreasonable for him not to give him face. If Zuke reported it to his superiors, he wouldn't be in a good position either. Unity and stability were also important. "Okay, then shoot 2 takes." Zyagang compromised helplessly and then asked someone to call Chen Shiping over. He really had no idea about this kind of fight and had no experience. The most important thing was that he knew he was no match for Zuke in directing. What he would shoot later would definitely not be as good as Zuke's. Now he could only ask Chen Shiping for help. The only thing to be thankful for was that Chen Shiping had not gone to Venice yet, otherwise Zyagang really didn't know what to do. Jeyu, who had been waiting for the filming in the corner of the studio, did not get involved, nor did he plan to be a good guy. This matter was not something he could decide. The heroine Zhang Minimum also sat there quietly. She had heard of Zuke's style and knew that he would definitely do this. She was not surprised at all. She even began to mourn for Zyagang. Hong Kong people are like this. Few people look up to mainlanders. What's so strange about them sidelining you? What's so strange about them not respecting you as a director? Zhang Minimum couldn't help but sigh. After all, she was a mainlander. At this time, in the distribution department office, Chen Shiping wiped the sweat from his forehead and listened to his subordinates report on the personnel going to Venice. There are 5 people in the crew and 5 people in the distribution department, namely. Before he finished speaking, a man rushed into the distribution department's office and shouted anxiously, "Director Chen." Chen Shiping saw him running and rashly frowned and asked, "What's the matter? You're so flustered." The man took a breath and explained quickly, "Director Zyagang and Director Zuke had a quarrel. Director Zyagang asked me to call you over." Chen Shiping knew that Zuke would not give up so easily, but he was not in a hurry. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said, "Tell me about the matter." 2 minutes later, Chen Shiping understood that Zuke wanted to suppress Xiaogang's authority in the crew and then control the crew little by little. When a director's work is not as good as that of the producer, he loses his authority in the crew. Chen Shiping snorted and stood up and said, "This Zuke is really persistent." As he walked towards the set, Chen Shiping became more and more angry. He didn't know whether it was because of the hot weather or because Zuke's behavior made him uncomfortable. At the beginning, Hong Kong movies were all for money laundering. They didn't care about the quality of the movies at all. The crew's favorite thing to do was to build a simple shed and burn it down, and then count the investment at the price of a normal studio. Later, the mainland reformed and opened up, and the Southeast Asian economy developed rapidly, and the demand for entertainment increased, which led to the emergence of several superstars in Hong Kong. After that, the money laundering model became to invite stars, and the plot was casually made, and the stars came. If you look back, there are very few high quality movies in Hong Kong, and 90% of them are shoddy spoofs. There are a lot of big stars, the production costs are scary, and the things shot are terrible. This model also makes Hong Kong directors arrogant. They can do whatever they want with the black backing, as long as they clean it up. Zuke has always been very strong in the crew. He is afraid of nothing with the backing of a big tree, and even his mentor can be driven out of the crew. Chen Shiping doesn't like this kind of people. If you are a producer, just do your job as a producer. As a producer, he will not interfere with the specific shooting. Either he does it himself, or he will hand it over to the director after the start. When Chen Shiping arrived at the set and saw Zuke preparing to shoot, he walked directly to Xiaogang, picked up his loudspeaker and shouted, "What are you doing? Did the director say start? Who told you to waste film?" A camera assistant who was closer to Chen Shiping whispered, "It was the producer who wanted to. Did I tell you to talk?" Chen Shiping interrupted him and said directly, "Who the hell dares to shoot unless director Xia says start? Pack up your things and get out. I have to listen to the director on the set, and you are better than me. Can you do this for me?" Everyone in the crew was stunned. Now they understood that Chen Shiping came here to help Xiaogang. Jerry was about to walk in front of the camera, but now he quietly retreated behind the crowd. Zhang Minimum stood in front of the camera and watched Chen Shiping scolding people. He didn't expect him to come over suddenly. Didn't Shi Nansheng say he didn't have time to come? But Chen Shiping looked scary when he was angry, just like her teacher when she was a child. Zhang Minimum glimpsed Jiu hiding in the corner of his eyes and slowly moved to stand behind the crowd, inexplicably afraid that he would also be scolded. After scolding others, Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at Zuke and shouted, "Producer Zhu, if you want to be an actor, just be an actor honestly. If you have nothing to do, just go to more plays. I will find someone to take over your producer." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he put down the loudspeaker in his hand, put his hands on his waist, and stared at Zuke, waiting for him to refute him. Zuke felt scared when Chen Shiping stared at him and felt that the loudspeaker in his hand would be thrown at him at any time. But today's situation is exactly what he wants. He just wants everyone in the crew to see clearly that Xiaogang can't compare to him and can only find someone to help him, even if it's a rookie. In this way, after Chen Shiping leaves, he can take the opportunity to directly destroy Xiaogang's prestige. But the premise is to withstand this round of pressure from Chen Shiping, otherwise everything will be in vain. Zuke narrowed his eyes, took a step forward and said, "I'm the producer designated by the investor. You have no right to replace me. If the movie is not well made, I have the right to request a remake." Designated by the investor? Chen Shiping put his hands on his waist, took a step forward, looked down at Zuke and said, "Believe it or not, I changed the investor too." Zuke didn't expect Chen Shiping to be so bold. He dared to talk about changing the investor when the movie had already started shooting. This was simply nonsense. "Don't want the Lunar New Year period?" Exclamation mark. "Damn, you want to beat me to death with random punches, right? Then try it." Zuke immediately said, "You are breaking the co-production agreement. I can go to Zhang to complain about you." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Do you want me to take you there? Do you really think I care about a movie? I can change the Lunar New Year period at any time, but believe it or not, the movies related to you will never be able to enter the mainland market in your lifetime." I'll make it clear today. Either finish this movie honestly, or get out. The hot weather made Chen Shiping very angry, but he felt much better after scolding. Director, producer Zhu is responsible for the film, and we will definitely discuss it in the future. Zhigang was savvy for once, and ran over to look at Zuke and said, right, producer Zhu? Zuke was now trapped. He did not expect Chen Shiping to be so tough on this matter, as tough as a conservative. He glanced at Zhigang, gritted his teeth, and decided to swallow his anger. Now he was in the mainland, the situation was stronger than he was, and he could only swallow his anger. The most important thing was that according to the data of previous years, this year's Lunar New Year period could get at least 60 million box office. If the release time was long enough, it was not impossible to break 100 million. Last year's Mom Love Me Again, which was in such a bad period, could get 100 million box office. There was no reason why the comedy films in the Lunar New Year period would be less. With so much money, if Princess Jin and Jia could not make money because of him, he would be punished when he returned. Seeing Zuke slowly lower his head and stop talking, Chen Shiping stopped embarrassing him and turned around to look at the crew and said, keep working. Zhang Minimum stood behind the crowd without moving and whispered to Jeyu, is director Chen like this usually? I thought he was very serious before, and he is even more scary today. Serious? Jeyu smiled and said, you forgot the first time we met. He was only about the matter, not the person. Okay, go to film. The crew is quiet now. Zhang Minimum raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Zuke, who looked ugly, and silently sympathized with him for a while. Why did you provoke Chen Shiping for no reason? Didn't your wife tell you not to provoke him? Now, you can't talk back when someone points at your nose and scolds you. Zhang Minimum is not stupid. He knows that there are many interests tied to this movie. Zuke can only endure being scolded like this. If it were any other movie, he would probably not have endured it a long time ago. Interests are sometimes good medicine, but also a knife. Director Zhu, who was so arrogant in Hong Kong, suffered such a loss here, and I don't know if he will retaliate. After Chen Shiping came out of the shooting base, he didn't plan to go back to the office and was going to go home to rest. It's so hot, and he was so angry, it's harmful to his health. As for what happened, after scolding Zuke, Chen Shiping was not worried. He didn't do anything to him. He just scolded him a few times. Could Princess Jin turn against him? If she turned against him, it didn't matter. The investment money would not be returned, and Zuke would go back to where he came from. Co-production was originally the entry point and opportunity for Chen Shiping to advance. Now that he has reached the position of deputy director, co-production is no longer that important. The good results of co-production films are just icing on the cake. The leaders will not blame Chen Shiping if they are not good. Maybe they will issue documents in advance to restrict co-production, not only in terms of content and form, but also in terms of quantity. Anyway, co-production has no benefits and affects the development of the mainland. Why not restrict it? It was Chen Shiping's achievements in the middle that allowed co-production to breathe for 2 more years. In the original time and space, after the film reform in 1993, co-production was directly blocked. Hong Kong films instantly lost the mainland market, and the Taiwan market was also gradually restricting Hong Kong films. Hong Kong films went downhill from that time, and finally fell to the bottom. Chen Shiping walked to the factory gate unconsciously while thinking. At the entrance of the film studio, there were several reporters showing their press cards, wanting to go in for an interview, but unexpectedly saw the interviewee come out by himself. Producer Chen. The female reporter of Beijing Evening News immediately ran to Chen Shiping and said, Producer Chen, long time no see. Chen Shiping hadn't heard anyone call him a producer for a long time. Looking at the reporter in front of him, he remembered that he had come to interview him when he won the Cannes Film Festival. Hello, reporter, long time no see. Chen Shiping asked with a smile, do you have an interview assignment? Yes, I'm interviewing you. The female reporter said with a smile, I heard that you were going to Venice, so I came to interview you. Chen Shiping looked at the female reporter and said jokingly, are you really interviewing me? You're not changing the assignment at the last minute, are you? The female reporter said with a smile, of course not. The editor-in-chief is waiting for me to take the interview manuscript back to hand it in. Okay, then let's go to my house. I just need to go home. Chen Shiping smiled and led the two reporters to the family compound. At this time, Shi Nansheng, who hurried to the Beijing film studio, saw Chen Shiping and the two women talking and laughing and leaving from a distance. Shi Nansheng had already heard Zuka talk about what happened today on the phone, and also called Zhang Minimum to ask about the situation, and she was anxious. She originally thought that Chen Shiping was just using Hong Kong to achieve results, but his attitude today clearly showed that he wanted to suppress Hong Kong movies, and he didn't even hide his thoughts. I can't go against him like this anymore. I must find a way to ease the relationship with Chen Shiping. Watching Chen Shiping's departing figure, Shi Nansheng felt that he could only use money and sex to corrupt him. Even if he couldn't corrupt him, he could still get some evidence against him. Chapter 157. Is it big? In the morning, Chen Shiping was eating breakfast and reading today's newspaper. Big red lanterns play with the golden lion. Big red lanterns hang high in Venice. Chen Shiping once again competes in the 3 major European film festivals. Several newspapers reported that he and his wives and concubines attended the Venice Film Festival. Chen Shiping couldn't help laughing when he saw the news. Yesterday, a reporter from the Beijing Evening News came to interview him and said that he wanted to take first place. Well, they were taken first, but there is nothing we can do about it. After all, they are an evening newspaper, and their main feature is not to be late. Chen Shiping was eating a bun, looking at Tao Human and asked, "Have you arranged the plane tickets and other things?" "Yes." Tao Human smiled and said, "The girl in the distribution department is pretty good. She has been helping me these days." Chen Shiping hummed and said, "She is a top student from Peking University. She has studied at Beijing Film Academy for a year. She is amazing. I will go there for further study, too." Tao Human took the bun and said, "I can help you in the future. Is Beijing Film Academy offering a certificate class for the production major this year?" "Yes, we are also recruiting undergraduate students this year. Do you want to study in the undergraduate class?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Tao Human immediately shook her head and said, "Forget about the undergraduate class. It takes 4 years. Beijing Film Academy's School of Management has only been established for a few years. In order to adapt to the current reform of the film market, it has opened many new majors and a professional certificate class. You can get a certificate in 1 year. This is because the major film studios in China film are too short of talents in production and distribution, so they can only come up with a certificate class to meet the demand. Originally, there was only a certificate class for production, and this year a certificate class for distribution was added. The development of an industry will lead to changes in many aspects, which cannot be summarized by simply cancelling the unified purchase and sale. Beijing Film Academy is also planning to open an undergraduate class in projection management this year, all to adapt to the current market development. Only when the supply of talents keeps up can the film industry flourish. The mainland lacks everything except people. As long as they are willing to cultivate, talents will emerge continuously. Talent cultivation is one aspect, and the reform of distribution channels and theaters is changing in all aspects. This year is the first year of reform, and the authorities have not relaxed the control over the number of projection units. In the first year of reform, we must make achievements. Even if the conditions of many projection units are very poor, they can cover most of the towns and villages in the country and provide a lot of box office. The reform of theaters can be done slowly, and the projection conditions can be upgraded slowly. Now we must make achievements in distribution and box office, so that theaters can have money to upgrade their equipment. Originally in 1993, many projection units across the country were cancelled, resulting in a cliff-like drop in the number of moviegoers across the country. At that time, although the unified purchase and sale was cancelled, the film market had already slumped by more than 2/3, resulting in a long-term cold winter in the film market. Of course, there is another reason. The biggest problem is that the pace of film reform cannot keep up with the development of TV dramas. Who will go to the cinema if the audience finds that movies are not as good as TV dramas? Chen Shiping's plan in 1992 is to innovate the types of films in the mainland and produce more types of films to let the audience go to the cinema and maintain the habit of watching movies. After breakfast, Chen Shiping went to work. There are still many things to do today. After Talhuman packed up her things at home, she went to Beijing Film Academy to inquire about the certificate class. In the Beijing hotel, Guanzilin was packing up to return to Hong Kong. He had to go back to deal with the money in the company's account. Whether it is buying a house or entering the stock market, you have to go back and take a look. Shi Nansheng sat on the chair and looked at her and said, "Are you really unwilling to help me?" Guanzilin stopped what he was doing and said, "What do you want to help? Betray Chen Shiping?" Shi Nansheng immediately said, "Not betraying. I hope you can persuade him. He has a big prejudice against us." "Sorry, I can't help." Guanzilin pushed his glasses, turned his head, and looked at Shi Nansheng and said, "You should know him. He is a goal-oriented and determined person." Looking at Guanzilin, who was particularly intellectual and mature with glasses, Shi Nansheng couldn't help but said, "Don't you want to be with him for real? I can help you." Guanzilin chuckled and said, "I don't want to, and you can't do it. I'm fine now." Guanzilin really thinks it's good now. Following Chen Shiping to invest in movies, she earns much more than making movies by herself. Now she has earned millions, and it's less than a year. The most important thing is that this money is earned cleanly. She likes her current life very much. As for being with Chen Shiping, she has also thought about it, but seeing Chen Shiping's attitude towards Talhuman, she knows that this is impossible. Even if Talhuman was squeezed out, he still had no chance. Chen Shiping's identity meant that he would not marry a Hong Kong star. Shi Nansheng saw Guanzilin like this, and he really couldn't understand her, so he had to get up and say goodbye and think of another way. At this time, on a wasteland outside the capital, the crew of Party A and Party B were preparing to shoot. There were many tanks and armored vehicles parked on the grass, as well as many old jeeps. Chen Shiping was standing on a tank and chatting with the driver. "Are you tired of training?" Chen Shiping admired the soldiers of this era very much, the strongest army on the surface. The driver smiled and said, "Fortunately, I'm a driver and it's not that hard." Looking at his lean figure, Chen Shiping didn't believe that the training was not hard. If you had been sitting all the time, could you have this figure? Chen Shiping had no doubt that this driver could kill him within a minute, and his fighting skills must have been maximum doubt. On the other side of the set, Zhang Minimum looked at the parked tanks and wanted to go over to take a look, but he was a little scared. Zuka looked at these things that ordinary people couldn't see with a complicated expression, and his feelings were very complicated. If they really used tanks to shoot a movie, they would at most make a fake one parked there as a background board in Hong Kong, and then modify a jeep to pretend. The people in the Beijing film studio were not surprised by this. They were all old people in the studio and had seen all kinds of things. It was just a few tanks. Chen Shiping was standing on the tank at this time, looking at Zuka not far away, showing a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and making a gesture of firing. "Don't worry, these real guys will go to Hong Kong in a few years, and the people who go there will be stronger, the elites among the elites, selected from millions of people." Chen Shiping jumped off the tank and found the soldier who was responsible for coordinating this scene and discussed with him whether he could take a few more shots and show more. "This will be released in Hong Kong. Let the Hong Kong audience see what strength is. Give them a sense of security." Well, this big guy looks safe at first glance. If it weren't for the movie, Chen Shiping would have wanted to get a few planes over. In the makeshift tent, Zhang Minimum looked at those big guys, walked over bravely, and reached out to touch them. Chen Shiping looked at her and asked with a smile, "How is it? Is it big?" "Big?" Zhang Minimum looked up at Chen Shiping on the tank and said. Chen Shiping knocked on the barrel a few times and said, "It's hard. One shot will be a big deal." Zhang Minimum walked around the tank and couldn't help but said to Chen Shiping, "Can I get on it?" "Sure, I'll help you up." Chen Shiping stretched out his hand to hold Zhang Minimum's waist and lifted her up. Then he jumped on and said, "The feeling on top is completely different. It's easy to get excited." Zhang Minimum hummed, grabbed Chen Shiping's arm for fear of falling, but felt that the conversation just now was not right. Zia Gang was ready at this time and couldn't help but take the photographer to shoot a few more shots of the tank. Even if they were not used in the movie, they could be used as material. When she came to Chen Shiping, she smiled and asked, "Director, do you want to take a group photo?" "Sure." Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Minimum and said, "Do you want to join us?" Zhang Minimum nodded and carefully moved to sit next to Chen Shiping, a little afraid of falling. Chen Shiping simply pulled her arm and said to the photographer below with a smile, "Take a handsome picture for me. Don't worry, director, I promise to take a wise and powerful picture." Zhang Minimum grabbed Chen Shiping's hand and felt his strong arm. He felt a lot more at ease, and then he couldn't help laughing. Why was he so nervous? There were tanks and soldiers here, and he felt safe. He felt much safer than when he was in Hong Kong. In the past, he always worried about various problems in Hong Kong. The background of the film company was not clean, and the background of his boyfriend was not clean. He was always worried that something would happen one day. It's better to be at home. He never has to worry about those problems. Seeing Zhang Minimum with a bright smile, the photographer smiled and adjusted the lens and clicked the shutter at them. Zuka looked at Chen Shiping and Zhang Minimum taking pictures, and a bad idea came to his mind. However, he was a little unsure, so he called Shi Nansheng. After Chen Shiping finished taking pictures, he went to rest in the tent and watched them filming, so as not to delay the filming of the crew. He had not planned to come here, but thinking of the scolding Zuka had just given yesterday, he was a little worried about the atmosphere of the crew, so he came to supervise. However, seeing Zuka's appearance today, Chen Shiping was relieved a lot, and he should not have to worry about it in the future. If he dares to mess around again, he will stuff him into the gun barrel and blast him directly into Hong Kong. Soon the filming started, and a whole row of tanks rumbled and moved, with a huge sound that was deafening. "General, we haven't had ice cream for a week. Even Coca-Cola is not original." The skinny Zuka wore a helmet that didn't fit him, and he looked very funny, and the lines he said were also full of humor. Chen Shiping felt that he had a talent for being a comedian, and was also very pleased that he didn't stop acting because of being embarrassed. Smart people are like this. They know when to step forward and when to obey, and they will keep it to themselves, even if they are not convinced. After watching for a while, Chen Shiping felt that nothing should happen to the crew, so he said goodbye to Zhang Minimum, who was sitting next to him waiting, and left. Looking at Chen Shiping's departing back, Zhang Minimum admired him very much, but he had a bad temper and liked to curse too much. But liking to curse is not a disadvantage, and there are few directors who don't curse. After Chen Shiping returned to the factory, he arranged the trip to Venice and prepared to get off work, but Shi Nansheng appeared at the door of the office. "Director Chen, do you have time to chat?" Shi Nansheng said with a smile. Chen Shiping hummed and said, "Come in and sit down." After Shi Nansheng came in, he first apologized for Zuka and then said, "It is customary in Hong Kong for the producer to interfere in the filming. There, the producer is the center. This is the mainland." Chen Shiping looked at her and said, "And I'm the producer. In my crew, the producer has no rights." Shi Nansheng immediately smiled and said, "This is his first time working with you. He is not very clear about the model here, so don't be surprised. It's just a misunderstanding. I also hope it's a misunderstanding." Chen Shiping looked at her and said seriously, "As long as you follow my rules, you won't make less money. Don't ask for help in some things. Understand? Understand?" Shi Nansheng smiled and responded, "I wonder if you have time tonight. Let's have dinner together tonight." "No time tonight. I'll treat you after the movie is finished." Chen Shiping pointed to the materials for participating in the Venice Film Festival on the table and said, "Prepare things for Venice." Shi Nansheng was a little disappointed, but still agreed with a smile. After leaving the film studio, Shi Nansheng couldn't help saying, Chen Shiping had made it clear in the past 2 days. If you want to make money, you have to listen to him. This is too overbearing. Even if you say that you want to take the leading role in the cooperation, it's okay, but what does it mean that you can only listen to your rules? There is no hiding at all, which is too disrespectful. Shi Nansheng and Zuka both felt very aggrieved, but they didn't think about whether Hong Kong filmmakers respected mainlanders when they came to the mainland. Think about how Li Lianji couldn't eat the same box lunch as the Hong Kong cruise crew, and you will know how arrogant these Hong Kong filmmakers were before. After the crews of Party A and Party B settled down, Chen Shiping was ready to go to Venice. At the Beijing airport, Chen Shiping boarded the plane with 10 people, and the people behind him were excited like Liu Leo who had never seen the world. Zhu Feng also came to Venice with Chen Shiping. She just came to join in the fun, and she also wanted to supervise Chen Shiping. She wanted to take Chen Shiping back to China to shoot Farewell My Concubine immediately after the Venice Film Festival. After arranging the seats under the guidance of the flight attendant, Chen Shiping looked at Tao Human, who was still very excited, and said with a smile, "Why are you so happy? It's not your first time to fly. That's different. One is going to Shenzhen, and the other is going abroad." Tao Human curiously pulled Chen Shiping to ask how long the flight would take, whether Europe is fun, whether Paris is beautiful, and whether Venice is built on water. Various questions came out in an endless stream, even though she had asked Chen Shiping once before. There were many people who were equally excited. Chen Shiping felt helpless when he saw them so excited. The times limited their horizons. When the domestic economy really took off in more than 10 years, going abroad would be nothing strange. Behind Chen Shiping's seat, ZH Yulin, He Seifei and Jiang Shan sat together. The three of them stared at each other, and none of them were in the mood to chat. Jiang Shan and ZH Yulin had a good relationship. The two of them chatted after a while of awkwardness. ZH Yulin was very curious whether Jiang Shan was targeted by Tao Human later. Jiang Shan's eyes dimmed, and she said helplessly, "They are going to get married. I gave up." Get married? ZH Yulin didn't expect that Chen Shiping, who was obviously a playboy, would not want to get married. I felt a little disappointed. It was all Jiang Shan's fault for infecting me. Chapter 158, Reverse Operation is the Key to Success. After nearly a day of tossing and turning, Chen Shiping and his men finally arrived in Venice. The moment he landed, Chen Shiping felt a burst of moist water vapor blowing on his face. The water city is well deserved. The air humidity is unparalleled. Even though it is summer now, it still doesn't feel that hot, and it feels very comfortable overall. So beautiful. Look at the hat that person is wearing. It's so big. There were constant discussions from the team, and Chen Shiping would not be too strict with them, let alone guard against them. He knew very well what kind of people he had chosen, and no one would take the opportunity to run away and want to stay secretly. If anyone dared to do this, Chen Shiping would catch him, even if he didn't return to China, and beat him up. Tao Human was also very excited, holding Chen Shiping's hand and not letting go. He was very interested in the strange city and looked around. In front of the team, Chen Shiping and Zhu Feng looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Now it felt like taking a group of children out for an outing. When the group arrived at the hotel that had been contacted in advance, Chen Shiping asked them to come to a meeting. "We are here for business, not for tourism. I will simply reiterate the rules. You are not allowed to go out without permission, and you are not allowed to behave in an uncivilized or impolite manner. If you really do that," Chen Shiping said with a smile, "just pretend to be Korean." Everyone couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere was not so tense. After Chen Shiping and the others finished laughing, they said, "We are here for business this time. You are here to gain knowledge and learn how to promote movies overseas. You must cherish this opportunity. Understood?" Several colleagues in the distribution department immediately said seriously. Chen Shiping nodded and looked at ZH Yulin and the others, and said, "You are not allowed to go out at will. It's not to restrict your freedom, but to prevent you from getting lost. Abroad is not like China. It's not as safe as you think." Zhu Feng also interrupted. "There are many local gangs in Italy, and there are many thieves. It's very dangerous to go out alone, especially for ladies. What is Italy most famous for? In addition to pasta and pizza, it is the notorious Black Hands." ZH Yulin and the others have also seen it in movies, and have a general understanding of it. They all nodded in agreement obediently. Chen Shiping paused and looked at them and said, "I will arrange time for everyone to go out and play together. Don't worry about being bored in the hotel all the time. This trip to Venice is different from the last trip to Cannes. Last time, there were only 3 people, and Chen Shiping was a producer at that time, without so many responsibilities. This time is completely different. He took the initiative to apply to take so many people abroad. If anything goes wrong, he, the deputy director, will have to quit his job and go directly into the industry. After explaining the specific discipline, Chen Shiping began to arrange the work. This time the public relations task was not easy. Chen Shiping first arranged for the 5 people in the distribution department to go to the organizer of the film festival to communicate about the specific work, get back the list of media provided by the film festival, and ask about the specific arrangements for the opening ceremony and the specific situation of the film screening. After getting these done, they also need to contact the media for publicity, go to the film trading market to list and find buyers, etc. After arranging the work, the 5 people in the distribution department went out together. After Chen Shiping and others went out, he also went out and followed behind. It was not because he was worried about them running away, but to see who performed better and could be the person in charge of overseas distribution in the factory in the future. After Chen Shiping and the others left, only a few women were left in the hotel. Zhu Feng looked at them and smiled. "Do you want to have a cup of afternoon tea? Can we go out?" Jiang Shan said excitedly. "Didn't Brother Shiping say that we have to report to him before we can? There's a cafe next to the hotel, so it doesn't count as going out." Zhu Feng smiled and looked at Tao Human and said, "Is the director's wife okay with this?" Tao Human blushed and said, "Don't call me that, it's embarrassing." Looking at the shy Tao Human, Zhu Feng couldn't help laughing. He knew why Chen Shiping chose Tao Human as his wife. She is soft and gentle, and she is beautiful. Who wouldn't want to marry her home as his wife? Compared to the likes of Lin Qingsha and Guan Zilin, it seems that she is not suitable to be a wife. Lin Qingsha is arrogant and Guan Zilin is coquettish, and in the eyes of men, they are not the most suitable candidates for wives. Perhaps because they are in a foreign country, the small conflicts between the girls disappeared at this moment, and they are much closer to each other. Tao Human also took out the style of a public relations consultant and took the initiative to take care of ZH Yulin and the others. Together with Zhu Feng, she took them to the open-air cafe next door. The 5 women sat under the awning, enjoying the breeze and drinking coffee with elegant manners, attracting a lot of attention. There were also tourists who took pictures of this scene with cameras. Of course, there were also people who came to chat with them, but they were all sent away by Zhu Feng. Venice has a lot of tourists in this season. Not only people from the film industry will come, but also artists from all over the world. The Venice Art Biennale is also the most valuable art festival in the world, and artists from all over the world come to participate in this grand event. It's a pity that there are no artists from China. The Venice Art Biennale invited China to participate a few years ago. It's just that the artworks sent were paper cuts and embroidery, which did not meet the requirements of modern art, and Venice no longer invited China. It will take another 2 years for domestic artists to be invited to participate again, and then domestic artists will begin to frequently appear on the international stage. It's just that many artists go abroad, and few stay in China. The domestic environment is not very friendly to modern artists. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that their art is too crazy. They have been suppressed for too long, and can't hold it back once it is released. Chen Shiping also saw many artists painting on the streets outside. He didn't understand modern art very well, and thought it was too abstract. Just like he didn't like experimental films, he also thought it was too abstract. But the Venice Film Festival likes experimental films very much, and its main purpose is to support experimental films. Venice likes films that are too surreal and abstract, which is inseparable from the local artistic atmosphere. However, if a film festival only watches experimental films, it will not be so famous. There are very few films that can win the Golden Lion in Venice that are too abstract. The film Mongolian Spirit also has a bit of the feeling of an experimental film, which is one of the reasons why it can win the award. Chen Shiping followed his colleagues from the distribution department all the way to the office of the organizer of the film festival. He appeared only after they had communicated with the organizer and took them to find a cafe to sit down. "You all performed well just now." Chen Shiping smiled and took the media list provided by the film festival from them. After flipping through a few pages, he said to them, "Tell me what you think. What is the best way to do public relations? Find film critics to promote it, report it in the media, and use your fame from winning the award in Cannes to promote having many wives and concubines. You can try to contact the jury. In addition, you need to do more publicity in the film trading market and find powerful film companies to cooperate with. The 5 people talked a lot, and Chen Shiping listened without interrupting them. After they finished speaking, he said, "These are all useless efforts." They were dumbfounded when they heard what Chen Shiping said. How could this be useless? Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "Every film festival has its own style. You have to understand Venice, find out their preferences, and then develop a public relations plan. Just like Chen Shiping's operations in Cannes are not suitable in Venice. Venice is more like a rebellious artist, while Cannes is a very prestigious professor, with completely different styles." Chen Shiping took a sip of coffee and continued, "I'll give you a task. Contact the media on the list and find a way to get them to promote the film Mongolian Spirit. You can praise or criticize it. It's best to summarize the pros and cons of the film first, and then go to the media to promote it." The young people in the distribution department were all confused. How could they promote other people's movies? Why not promote their own? This is wrong. The public relations budget this time is not much. Wives and concubines won't be promoted? Chen Shiping looked at their confused and puzzled eyes and didn't explain much. He said directly, "There are still a few days before the opening ceremony. Think about it carefully. After Mongolian Spirit is released, if you still can't figure it out, you can transfer to the co-production department in the future." After that, Chen Shiping paid the money and took them back. If you want to win by surprise, you must find the pulse of Venice. Only by operating in the opposite direction can this rebellious artist give up a big hit. A movie that tries to influence the review through public relations and is full of commercial meanings is not liked by Venice. Of course, this is not enough. The movie itself must be controversial. For example, the Mongolian Spirit is not spirited at all, but a foreigner with a narrow understanding of Mongolia, which is not objective and correct. If the above 2 points can be achieved, the Mongolian Spirit will basically lose the hope of winning. On the way back, Chen Shiping met a film critic he met at the Cannes Film Festival before. At first he didn't dare to recognize him. If Chen Shiping hadn't taken the initiative to speak, the two would have missed each other. "Chen, long time no see. After I saw your film in the main competition unit, I was waiting to have a drink with you. I want to have a drink with you too." Chen Shiping smiled and went to a bar with him. Several people in the distribution department looked at their backs with envy. They also wanted to see foreign bars. I heard that there were striptease, but they still had to go back to make a public relations plan. Although they couldn't figure out what Chen Shiping's arrangement meant, the promotion of the film trading market still used traditional methods, and they could handle this aspect. Chen Shiping drank a lot of wine that night. It was quite fun to be with this group of foreign filmmakers. Many people regarded the film festival as a party, especially the filmmakers who were not shortlisted for the main competition unit. They came to meet new friends and talk about movies. When Chen Shiping returned to the hotel, several girls were sitting in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel and chatting. "What are you talking about, Admi?" Chen Shiping said in English and sat next to Tao Human. Several women looked at Chen Shiping. Their English level was very poor, and only Zhu Feng understood. Seeing their confused faces, Chen Shiping realized that he did not speak Chinese. He was too involved in the conversation with them and forgot to switch back to Chinese mode. Zhu Feng smiled and said, "We are talking about where to go for fun. We plan to wear Chiangsan to go out and play." Tao Human said excitedly, "Today I saw many foreigners wearing traditional costumes, and we want to try it too." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Here, we are foreigners." Several girls couldn't help laughing. They had been talking about foreigners for a long time before, but in the end they were foreigners. Chen Shiping chatted with them for a while and went upstairs. The girls were all excited. I guess they won't go to bed until midnight tonight. The next day, Chen Shiping went out with his people to work. Several girls also greeted Chen Shiping in advance and went out for a boat trip together. Chen Shiping contacted the film distributors he knew and began to promote his own film. Wives and Concubines has spent a lot of money since the filming started, and it has not made a penny back. It must be sold at a good price, otherwise it will be a big loss. Chen Shiping has won the Palme d'Or and is relatively famous in the foreign film industry. The film distributors are also willing to pay a high price, but this time Chen Shiping will not be in a hurry to sell it. The price before and after winning the award is not the same thing. Now just pull it. In the past few days, after several people in the distribution department learned about the situation in Venice in detail, they also figured out why Chen Shiping made such an arrangement. Sometimes, promoting your opponent is to increase your chances of winning. If Mongolian Spirit becomes the most promoted film of this session, it will definitely arouse the disgust of many people, and the organizers and the jury will also be disgusted, because they hate business. The Venice Film Festival is the most anti-commercial of the 3 major European film festivals. The Golden Lion Award is often a surprise, and it is difficult for the hot favorites to win the award. People in the distribution department think that Chen Shiping is simply too bad, but this way of thinking is indeed worth learning. How can a distributor not be bad? At the opening ceremony, when Chen Shiping appeared on the red carpet with Tao Human, ZH Yulin and He Seifi, they instantly attracted the attention of many reporters. 4 Oriental beauties wearing cheongsam followed behind Chen Shiping. Such a lineup is hard not to attract people. The most important thing is that the styles of the 4 girls are different and each has its own beauty. Mature, gentle, playful, charming. There are all kinds of styles, especially after wearing cheongsam, they are more oriental. In the eyes of these foreigners, they look mysterious and beautiful. There are constant flashes on the red carpet, and the faces of several girls are full of smiles, showing their beauty. If Chen Shiping had not walked in the middle, perhaps these reporters would not have taken pictures of him at all. On the short red carpet, Chen Shiping took them for 4 minutes. The reporters were too enthusiastic and kept asking them to stop and take pictures. The most important part of the opening ceremony is the red carpet. Not many people are interested in the speech by the chairman of the film festival. They just wait to watch the opening film after the speech. I want to see how the film Mongolian Spirit is made and why it was selected as the opening film by the jury. The colleagues from the distribution department who came in with Chen Shiping were already very excited and prepared paper and pen to write a film review on the spot. After the opening ceremony, I will contact the film critics to promote this film to the sky. Chapter 159 The King is Drunk. At the Venice Film Festival, everyone was still looking forward to the Mongolian Spirit. Chen Shiping was also looking forward to it. Big Brother hadn't produced a good movie for a long time. Since War and Peace and Liberation, Big Brother's film development has been stagnant. War and Peace and Liberation are the 2 most invested movies in human history. War and Peace used 12,000 people to shoot, and all industries across the country fully supported it. From court porcelain to every building, everything was restored 1-to-1, and museums across the country donated 19th century artifacts. Even when shooting the Kremlin scenes, all the people inside had to move out to make room. There were also 2 generals and a lieutenant general who served as consultants, and the court nobles of that Tsarist Russia personally taught etiquette. The investment in the movie Liberation was even more exaggerated, with 150 tanks and all kinds of cannons. The firing and explosions in the war scenes were all real, and more than 10,000 actors were used. Making a movie is almost the same as launching a war. At that time, the Big Brothers created a miracle in the history of film, and it was also a miracle that could not be replicated. It was just that after the movie Liberation, it was completely lonely, and the reasons were not easy to explain. Many TV dramas and movies in the mainland have also imitated this model, but compared with the work of Big Brother, it is not worth mentioning at all. Chen Shiping was very envious, but he could only envy it. There is no such strong support in the country now. Soon the venue fell into darkness and the movie officially began to play. The colorful pictures instantly attracted everyone's attention, and Chen Shiping was no exception. The endless grassland and the simple herdsman all added a lot of natural and harmonious feelings to the movie. The plot of the movie is also very simple. It is about a foreign man who was accidentally injured, and what he saw and heard in Mongolia. The Mongolia shown is from this person's perspective. Chen Shiping was quite devoted to watching it, but Tao Human and the others suffered. They couldn't understand the lines and subtitles, so they could only watch it as a landscape documentary. If it were somewhere else, Tao Human would definitely pull Chen Shiping to translate. It's just that this was the opening ceremony of the Venice Film Festival. She was embarrassed to make a noise, and could only pretend to watch the movie seriously to show respect. ZH Yulin and the others were even more so. They sat there watching, but couldn't understand and couldn't walk. They could only try to understand the plot of the movie. However, art films are always bland, and it is difficult to see the plot through the actors' performances. Zhulin, who was particularly bored, turned his head to look at Chen Shiping, who was sitting next to him. The light of the screen in the dark was reflected on his face, and the line of his chin was clearly outlined. After not seeing each other for a few months, Zhulin felt that Chen Shiping had become more mature. It's a pity that he is going to get married. Zhulin retracted her gaze and sat there in a daze. She couldn't help but think of the time when she was filming before. At that time, she was worried all day long, afraid of Chen Shiping, and wanted to get his help. That feeling made her remember it deeply. Later, Zhulin also thought about whether her feelings at that time were due to fear or other reasons to actively approach Chen Shiping. After thinking carefully, she felt that she envied Taohuman and wanted to rely on a stronger man who could support and protect herself. Zhulin took a look at Chen Shiping's hand held by Taohuman and couldn't help but sigh slightly in her heart. It's a pity that they are going to get married. Where have all the good men in this world gone? Soon the movie was over, and applause broke out in the venue. Chen Shiping also clapped, and the smile on his face became even stronger. Mongolian spirit was really not spirited. Now the more people are optimistic about it, the more chances Chen Shiping has to take it down. After the opening ceremony, we will find someone to promote it and make Mongolian Spirit the biggest hit of the year. Soon the director of Mongolian Spirit came on stage at the invitation of the chairman of the film festival. The director first thanked, then shared his creative ideas, and people in the audience kept raising their hands to ask questions. After the film critics finished asking, the host began to interact with the audience in the audience. Chen Shiping was also selected by the host. He took the microphone and said with a smile, "The movie is good, but it is not quite the same as the Mongolia I know. The movie has too many personal biases and is not objective or accurate. This is a competitor. Chen Shiping will not hide it. His purpose is to make himself the center of the topic and let his evaluation reach the ears of the jury. If you don't promote herbal pieces, you can promote yourself. It's not a good thing for a movie to be too famous in Venice, but it doesn't matter if the director is famous. It just happened to add a little heat to the Mongolian Spirit, making it the hottest topic of the Venice Film Festival." The host was a little embarrassed when he heard Chen Shiping's answer, and other people in the venue also started to discuss it. Although some people raised some questions just now, most of them were related to the filming techniques of the film. Comments like Chen Shiping's that directly denied the position and theme of the film were a bit too sharp. This is the opening ceremony, and the gunpowder smell is so strong right from the start. Many reporters couldn't help taking pictures and writing down Chen Shiping's words in their notebooks. The host awkwardly took back Chen Shiping's microphone, made a joke, and went to find someone else. The director of Mongolian Spirit looked at Chen Shiping on the stage, and their eyes collided, as if sparks were ignited. Chen Shiping smiled at him, then sat down and chatted with Taohuman and others. The opening ceremony ended quickly, and after Chen Shiping came out of the venue, he asked the people in the distribution department to contact the media and film critics. "Spend money, publicity, praise Mongolian Spirit for me." The 5 people in the distribution department quickly began to contact the media and film critics according to the list they had contacted before. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, Chen Shiping met with the people in the distribution department in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. "Report the progress." Chen Shiping yawned and said, "I contacted 3 media and 4 film critics, and all agreed to help with the promotion. It cost a total of..." Chen Shiping stretched out his hand to interrupt and said, "Don't tell me how much it cost, as long as it doesn't exceed the standard. Just report it later." The others were slightly stunned and felt Chen Shiping's trust, and they all reported their own situations. After listening, Chen Shiping made a simple statistics. In addition to the local media in Venice, they had contacted no less than 20 media and more than a dozen film critics. However, there were no well-known film critics, but it didn't matter. What matters is quantity rather than quality. It's already 2 o'clock now. Chen Shiping looked at them and said, "Go back and rest, sleep in tomorrow, and then check the results." After they all left, Chen Shiping went to order a glass of wine while the bartender was still on duty. This kind of hotel is quite good at doing business. The first floor is a restaurant and bar, and the upstairs is the hotel. If you can't sleep at night, you can come down to have a drink. Just when Chen Shiping was planning to drink and relax, there was suddenly another person beside him. Turning his head, he saw Zhulin. He raised the cup and took a sip before asking, "You haven't slept so late, do you want a drink? But can you help me order that beautiful cocktail?" Zhulin smiled and said, "I'm curious, it looks delicious. It's very strong. Be careful not to get drunk." Chen Shiping smiled and ordered a glass for her. Zhulin leaned on the bar lazily and said, "It's just right to sleep when you're drunk. I haven't had a good sleep for several days. What's wrong? Is the room not good?" Chen Shiping asked curiously. Zhulin shook his head and said, "Maybe I'm not used to it." Soon the cocktail came up. Zhulin picked it up and smelled it gently, and her thin eyebrows wrinkled immediately. The smell of alcohol was very strong, which was very different from what she imagined. Chen Shiping couldn't help laughing when she saw her like this. Looking good doesn't mean it tastes good. Do you want me to change it for you? No. Zhulin took the cup and took a sip and said, "I think it tastes good. How can you be so rebellious at such an adult?" Chen Shiping was helpless. "If you don't mind the taste, drink it." After taking a sip of wine, Zhulin's face turned red and his earlobes turned pink. After drinking 2 more sips, Zhulin was a little drunk and his whole face was red. "Chen Shiping, are you getting married? Why would someone as romantic as you get married? You are definitely not getting married for love. Why are you getting married?" Zhulin seemed to be drunk. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at Chen Shiping's drunken talk. Seeing her like this, Chen Shiping was speechless. "If you want to drink more, just drink more. Why are you exposing my past?" Chen Shiping reached out to take the wine glass and said, "It's all over your face after just a few sips. Don't drink anymore." "Who said I can't drink?" Zhulin reached out to take it back, but stopped when her fingertips touched Chen Shiping's hand. Chen Shiping didn't care and was about to withdraw her hand when she was grabbed by Zhulin. The atmosphere changed instantly. Chen Shiping turned his head to look at Zhulin, whose face was red. He didn't know whether she did it on purpose or accidentally, or maybe it was intentional and careless. Zhulin's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she didn't let go of Chen Shiping's hand. Chen Shiping slowly withdrew his hand, looked at her and said, "You are drunk. Go upstairs and rest." Zhulin's eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness, and she forced a bitter smile and said, "Okay." After that, she stood up to leave, but her body tilted and fell into Chen Shiping's arms. Chen Shiping hurriedly supported her, feeling that this scene was quite familiar. The chandelier above the bar emitted a dim light. Zhulin fell into Chen Shiping's arms, looking up at him, her beautiful eyes full of water. "Why can't I meet someone like you? Arminamam is so lucky to meet someone who supports and believes in her." Zhulin muttered to herself, raised her hand, and stroked Chen Shiping's face, as if sighing about her life. "You are really drunk." Chen Shiping helped her up, took out a few bills from his pocket, and put them on the bar, and helped her upstairs. In the dim hotel corridor, Chen Shiping forgot which room Zhulin was in, and they didn't live on the same floor. "Hey, are you living in 206 or 207? Chen Shiping pinched Zhulin's chin and shook it. Zhulin now seemed to have no bones. Leaning softly on Chen Shiping, the earlobes under her hair were already red, and the breath from her mouth smelled of alcohol. It's strange to say that, even though they were drunk, they could hang on to Chen Shiping tightly without falling down. Chen Shiping also found something wrong. This person got drunk too quickly, and the state of drunkenness was not right. Using this to test Carter's? Exclamation mark. Which Carter can withstand such a test? Exclamation mark. Chen Shiping leaned her against the wall, holding her waist with one hand, pinching her chin with the other hand, and looking straight at her. Zhulin was panicking at this time, but she was more impulsive under the paralysis of alcohol. She knew what she was doing, but she kept telling herself in her heart that I was drunk, and I didn't know anything. She didn't know why she did this, maybe just to put an end, or for the inexplicable regret in her heart. In short, she was drunk tonight, and she didn't know what Chen Shiping would do to her when she woke up tomorrow. Chen Shiping looked at ZH Yulin's slightly pouted mouth because of his pinching, licked his lips subconsciously, and his breathing became hot. Which room do you live in? Chen Shiping's hot breath made ZH Yulin's eyelashes tremble slightly. ZH Yulin, with a red face, muttered unconsciously, 206. I thought you wanted to be in the corridor. Chen Shiping said, letting go of ZH Yulin, and then helped her walk towards 206. ZH Yulin's face leaning on Chen Shiping's shoulder became even redder, and her hanging hands couldn't help but clenched into fists and then loosened. You are the one who wants to do it in the corridor. Shameless. ZH Yulin's somewhat chaotic brain couldn't help but imagine a corridor, clothes all over the floor, a melodious and high-pitched voice, and the risk of being discovered. These things combined together, ZH Yulin's legs instantly softened, and he couldn't stand steadily. This time he was really drunk. He really wanted to go to the bathroom and change his underwear. Chen Shiping almost couldn't hold him steady. Was he really drunk? The test was upgraded again. Arriving at the door of 206, Chen Shiping looked at ZH Yulin, who was standing unsteadily and awkwardly reached into her tight pants pocket to look for the key. The hot temperature of the palm and the fingers constantly groping in the pocket were only separated by a thin layer of cloth. ZH Yulin's somewhat intoxicated brain made her body extremely sensitive, and she could clearly feel the feeling at the base of her thighs. A little lower, ZH Yulin raised his hands and hugged Chen Shiping's neck, whispering in his ear. Chen Shiping said helplessly, the pocket is too tight, and the key is too deep. You have to bear with it for a while. This line is really unpleasant to the ear. ZH Yulin's pretty face turned redder, and she leaned on Chen Shiping's shoulder. Seeing the tiny beads of sweat on his neck, she stretched out her tongue and gently touched it. Chen Shiping couldn't help but shudder, and the hand that was looking for the key also subconsciously exerted force, tightly grasping her elastic thigh. It hurts. ZH Yulin couldn't help but tiptoe and hug Chen Shiping tightly, grabbing his hair with an intoxicated look, and her thin fingers gently grasped the black hair like a kitten. Chen Shiping's body froze, but he also touched the key in his pocket and took it out directly. He put one hand around ZH Yulin's waist to prevent her from falling, and quickly opened the door with the other hand. The moment the door opened, Chen Shiping took a step forward to help ZH Yulin go in and kicked the door shut. The corridor fell into silence instantly, but various strange noises came from the room. Chapter 160. I only like to conquer. In the dark room, the bright moonlight adds a different style to the room. The white curtain swayed slowly, and the evening breeze blew in slowly, bringing a hint of cool water vapor. The rocking chair by the window swayed back and forth with a creaking sound, and a white and tender foot stepped on the old floor on tiptoe. The curtain swung up and down slowly on ZH Yulin's body, covering her smooth and white back, like the veil of a wedding dress hanging down. ZH Yulin knelt on one leg on the rocking chair, holding the back of the chair with both hands, and her body swayed back and forth. The floor under the rocking chair was full of water stains, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. Chen Shiping looked like a holy monk who went to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures under the moonlight, and his eyes were full of piety as he looked at the jade-like Kayatan in front of him. This is a work of art. But now Chen Shiping was mistaken for a white horse. Grabbing the black and beautiful hair with one hand and gently pulling it back, ZH Yulin raised her head and breathed deeply. Chen Shiping leaned down and pressed tightly against her. He stretched out his other hand to hold her slender neck and shouted in her ear, "Your Majesty, come with me to learn from the scriptures." ZH Yulin's face flushed, and she was a little breathless. Her beautiful eyes were also covered with a layer of mist. She tried to bump her body backwards, wanting to end this suffocating game quickly. In the dim room, under the bright moonlight, His Majesty seemed to be suffering, but he was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. His Majesty, who couldn't extricate himself, could only look up at Chen Shiping, hoping that he would take the initiative to extricate himself. "It's just that you started the game, and you can't end it." Chen Shiping raised his hand and patted it lightly, which immediately set off a wave. His Majesty rolled his eyes and lay weakly on the back of the rocking chair. A line of saliva slowly flowed down the wooden back of the chair and ripped onto the floor, just like the puddle of water in front of the rocking chair. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Shiping came to the bar counter on the first floor, asked for a bottle of wine and went upstairs. In the quiet corridor, Chen Shiping lowered his head and smelled the smell on his clothes. After confirming that it was only the smell of alcohol, he opened the door and went in with confidence. In the dark room, there was only the sound of Taohuman's steady breathing. Chen Shiping carefully took off his clothes for fear of waking her up. After climbing onto the bed, Chen Shiping felt a little confused. He had just drunk a lot of wine and was now drunk. When Chen Shiping got up the next day, it was already past 10 o'clock. Taohuman was no longer in the room. She probably went shopping with Zufeng and the others. Everyone is on holiday today, so they should all go out to play. When Chen Shiping went downstairs to eat, a colleague from the distribution department who had not gone out to play immediately came over with a few newspapers. "Director, look at today's newspaper. It's all praise for Mongolian spirit, praising it from various angles." Chen Shiping took the newspaper and glanced at it quickly and found that these media and film critics really know how to brag. They almost made the movie Mongolian Spirit the best in the world. These people really work for the money. But this is not surprising. I have to write articles and film reviews, and I have to praise them. Now I just exaggerated the praise. Chen Shiping put down the newspaper and said with a smile, "You did a good job. Why didn't you go out to play? It's boring and I don't want to go." Mei Juan is a top student who graduated from Peking University. She was recruited by Chen Shiping to the co-production department last year and sent to Beijing Film Academy to study for a year before coming to the distribution department. Chen Shiping is very optimistic about her and said with a smile, "If you don't go out to play today, you won't have time in the future." Mei Juan hesitated for a while and shook her head. "It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "That's not wrong." Chen Shiping smiled and took out his wallet, took out a few banknotes, and handed them to her, saying, "This is your first time here. You have to go out to play. You use this money first, and it will be deducted from your bonus later." Chen Shiping knew her situation. Her family conditions were not very good. When she came, she didn't apply for foreign exchange. Now she didn't go out to play, most likely because she had no money. Going out to play means spending your own money. Following Chen Shiping in the hotel means spending the factory's money, which is different. Mei Juan looked at the banknote in front of her hesitantly, wanting to take them, but afraid that she couldn't pay them back. "You think it's too little?" Chen Shiping said with a deliberately stern face. "Your bonus is only $1,000. I can only give you 200, no more." Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Mei Juan immediately picked up the banknotes and said to him seriously, "Thank you, director. Then I'm going out to play." After that, Mei Juan ran away, and Chen Shiping didn't even have time to say "you're welcome." Chen Shiping shook his head helplessly. Mei Juan's performance was good this time, and she could be responsible for the overseas distribution of the factory's films in the future. Everyone went out to play, and Chen Shiping had nothing to do alone. After eating, he was about to go upstairs when he saw Zhulin coming downstairs. The two looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "I just got up. The seafood pasta downstairs is good. You can try it. I've eaten." Zhulin replied in a low voice, and he couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday in his mind. Especially the words he said when he begged for mercy. Now thinking about it, he wanted to jump into the river outside the hotel and drown. Chen Shiping hummed, not knowing what to say. He was just too excited yesterday. After Chen Shiping walked around her and went upstairs, Zhulin turned around and followed him. She even quickened her pace to overtake Chen Shiping and walked towards her room with a twist of her body. Chen Shiping tilted his head and looked at her back. He was a little worried about the king's condition and followed her. Everyone went out to play. Why didn't she go? Is she not feeling well? Go and check on her. The rocking chair began to squeak and rock. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, the people who went out to play came back. Taohuman saw Chen Shiping yawning on a bench outside the hotel with a sleepy face, so she ran over and said, "You just got up. Have you eaten? Why did you drink so much yesterday? It's more fun to chat with a few old friends. Chen Shiping explained casually, and then apologized. I couldn't accompany you to play today. Let's go out alone in a few days. Okay, by the way, I bought a hat today. It's very beautiful. Talhuman took out a big hat from her handbag and put it on her head. She turned around in front of Chen Shiping and said, "Is it beautiful? Do you look like Marilyn Monroe?" Chen Shiping smiled and said, "You are much more beautiful than Marilyn Monroe." After chatting for a while at the door, several people went in. Talhuman also asked Chen Shiping if he had seen ZH Yulin, saying that she didn't go out today either. Of course, Chen Shiping answered that he had seen her. If he said he didn't see her, he would seem guilty. The hotel is so big, how could he not see her? At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Shiping called the people from the distribution department together for a meeting. The day after tomorrow, the wives and concubines will be released, and there are many things to do. Distribute movie manuals, invite people to watch the movie, contact the film distributors, etc. At the same time, the jury of the film festival also sat together to discuss the films in the competition unit. Have you read the newspaper today? There are a lot of discussions about Mongolian spirit. Indeed, there are a lot of discussions. It seems that a lot of money has been spent. Yes, some articles are obviously boastful. The 9-member jury was a little disgusted with the excessive promotion of Mongolian spirit. Although the movie is very good, excessive promotion will make people uncomfortable. What's more, this is Venice, and what matters is art, not business. I thought of Chen Shiping's comment. I went to check the information today and felt that his comment was very correct. Do you also think it is not objective enough? Yes, this confuses me. The Mongol spirit is well shot, but I don't want to vote now. Then you can vote for Wives and Concubines with me. A female director in the jury said with a smile, "I like Wives and Concubines very much. It is so beautiful. The colors of the picture are very bold, and the composition and story are also very good. The most important thing is that he does not just focus on the futile persecution of women, but emphasizes material and desire, and the limitations of the times are eliminated." The judges sat together and discussed enthusiastically, and they did not realize that they were affected by Chen Shiping's public relations methods invisibly. Who told them that they can't contact the outside world now? Otherwise, ask familiar friends and maybe they can find out who is promoting the Mongol spirit. However, it is highly likely that they can't find out. How can film critics and the media tell others that they are paid to do things? This will affect their fairness and will be worthless in the future. The director of the Mongol spirit is also worried at this time. The evaluation of the movie in the newspaper is even less objective than his own movie. No, my movie is very objective, showing the marginal Mongolia in the Soviet Union. But now it has been ruined by Chen Shiping's comment, and most people think he is not objective. He regrets it now. Maybe he really shouldn't name the movie Mongolian Spirit. Chen Shiping was looking at the current affairs newspaper at this time, looking at the analysis of Big Brother, and couldn't help but sigh. Big Brother will disintegrate in a few months. The Americans are awesome. But this also made Chen Shiping a little alert. As early as the 1960s, Hollywood used movies to influence the world. Comrade Lenin of Big Brother discovered that the role of movies was huge at that time, so he personally established the Moscow Film Studio. It's a pity that, before it had time to take effect, a series of things happened. The later ones didn't pay attention to movies at all, but paid more attention to industrial development. And there is also a very interesting theory. No matter how many movies are made, there will only be 1 or 2 classics in the end. So why not concentrate funds and manpower to make 2 classics? Moscow Film Studio was idle afterwards, until Paramount filmed War and Peace. The quality of the movie was very poor, and the filmmakers on the side of Big Brother couldn't stand it. What is Audrey Hepburn? How could she play Natasha Rostova? And Henry Fonda, that old man, actually played a handsome young man in his 20s. What made Soviet filmmakers even more unbearable was that after the film was imported, it was actually sought after by the public. Damn, the greatest work was actually made like this by Hollywood. I can't stand it. Let's do it ourselves. Teach them a lesson. This is how the most invested film in history was born, the Soviet version of War and Peace. But it was only a flash in the pan, and Soviet films were later defeated by Hollywood. Cultural invasion could not be stopped. Chen Shiping knew that China would also be impacted in the future, or to be more precise, it had already been impacted. The era of Hollywood blockbusters is not far away, and it has swept the world. Later, the mainland even specially set up a domestic protection month, which is really sad. Chen Shiping felt that he had to do something big when he came here. Now that the co-production has been changed, history must be changed in the future. Before that, the team must be brought out, and all kinds of talents are needed. From behind the scenes production to post-production distribution and screening, talents from all industries must be cultivated. Only when there are enough talents can this industry get better and better. The next morning, Chen Shiping sent out the people in the distribution department. Some were responsible for recruiting people for publicity, some were responsible for communicating with film distributors, and some were responsible for inviting media and film critics. All of them were sent out to practice. Such a good opportunity would not be missed. After returning to China, they could not let them find theater managers to practice their drinking capacity. On the day of the screening, Chen Shiping came to the screening room early in the morning. At this time, many audiences were already queuing outside the screening room with movie manuals. Yesterday's work results were not bad. So many people came to line up early in the morning, which showed that the audience was still looking forward to it. There were 4 screenings today, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Chen Shiping and his team would spend the whole day in the screening room. The chairman of the film festival also came. He would definitely give face to Chen Shiping's film screening and come out to support it. Soon the screening time came, and the audience lined up to enter. Chen Shiping also went in with some well-known film critics and the chairman of the film festival. In the dark theater, the movie screen soon appeared on the screen. Tao Hu-min looked at the screen nervously, and when she heard her own voice in the movie, she couldn't help but grab Chen Shiping's arm. "Mom, I've made up my mind. You've been telling me for days that you just want me to get married." The beautiful face of Zhao Beike slowly emerged on the screen. A glimmer of life appeared on the numb face, the eyes slowly turned red, and the last tear fell. Then the name of the movie and the cast and crew appeared. Chen Shiping's name appeared 4 more times. Screenwriter, director, producer, Chen Shiping's work. Many film critics in the screening room are very familiar with this scene, and it was the same at Cannes that time. Many people still can't figure out how Chen Shiping did it. It's really energetic for one person to do so many things. Soon the main film officially began. Several wives fought against each other in the compound for power and desire, and were slowly swallowed by the desires in their hearts. The master in the movie never showed his face, just like a symbol, representing power and rules, like a primer to evoke the desires deep in everyone's heart. He was more like a bystander, watching these women fight each other. Even if they died, or went crazy in the end, he didn't care. Because as long as he was there, the next woman would take the initiative to jump in. Just like in the 21st century, 20 years later, gold-digging women and phoenix men still exist. No matter how the times develop, as long as people have desires in their hearts, these things will never disappear. Feudalism? It's just an appearance. Isn't it feudalism if it changes its form in the new era? When the movie ended with Song Lian standing in the yard and spinning around, warm applause broke out in the theater. All the audience stood up and applauded, and the applause in the theater lasted for 4.5 minutes. Chen Shiping's works will never disappoint. He came to conquer the 3 major European film festivals, not to beg for a trophy. Chapter 161. What's so great about The Golden Lion? This movie is great. Both the story and the color composition are top-notch. Chen Shiping has made great progress. This film is much more mature than The Blood Dealer. No, The Blood Dealer is better, but Wives and Concubines is also great. The actors in it are so beautiful, full of oriental charm, especially Mei Shan. She sings so beautifully. The screening room was full of praise, and Chen Shiping smiled and bowed to thank everyone. Several girls also bowed together. Although they didn't understand what others were saying, they could see from the excitement on the faces of the audience that the movie was a success. Zhu Feng in the audience couldn't help but applaud when she saw Chen Shiping on the stage, but her applause was completely drowned out by the foreigners around her. Somehow she suddenly thought of what happened in Cannes a few months ago. Chen Cage is also a well-known director in the mainland, but he suffered a lot of bad reviews and criticism in Cannes. I'm so glad that Chen Cage refused at the beginning. Zhu Feng couldn't help thinking. At this time, the chairman of the film festival also came on stage to stand up for Chen Shiping, holding the microphone and praising the movie fiercely. The aesthetic form and story in the film are combined very well. It is a very bold experimental attempt. The allegorical aesthetic structure is simply beautiful. The film critics and the audience also echoed and praised the combination of sound and picture, light, and shadow colors of wives and concubines as all part of the plot, which continuously pushed the emotions of the film. It was a very successful application. Chen Shiping accepted all the compliments with a smile, but he was a little worried that these film critics and reporters would report on wives and concubines and then steal the limelight of Mongolian spirit. If that happened, wouldn't it be a waste of money to spend so much on public relations? After a wave of praise, before the next screening, the film critics and reporters seized this opportunity to interview Chen Shiping. Chen, in my opinion you are the best director in China. What are your expectations for this film festival? Ignoring the previous flattery, Chen Shiping smiled and said, of course I hope to win the Golden Lion Award. What do you think of the movie Mongolian Spirit? It is now seen as a favorite to win. Chen Shiping joked, if the newspaper editor were a judge, I would pack up and go home now. The several female characters in the movie have their own styles, and the performances are very vivid. How did you find such suitable actors? There are so many excellent actors in China, it's not difficult. Can I interview the heroine? I see she has been holding your hand. Are you a couple? Yes, we are going to get married soon, and I hope to give her a Best Actress as a proposal gift this time. Really? Congratulations. I think the jury will definitely fulfill your wish when they know it. What do you think of the development of Chinese films? Chinese films have become more and more active internationally in recent years. Which movie in this exhibition do you like best? The heroine is very beautiful. What movies has she acted in before? Reporters and film critics had many questions. During the half-hour interval between the two screenings, Chen Shiping was constantly answering various questions, while also acting as an interpreter. Who could blame those reporters for not letting Tao Human and the others off? Fortunately, there would be a break between the screenings, giving him 2 hours to rest. Under the gloomy sky, a light rain was falling from the sky. The door of the #1 screening room of the Venice Film Festival was pushed open, and Chen Shiping could not help yawning when he pushed the door open. Watching a movie 4 times a day, and it was a movie he made himself, really made people sleepy. However, the results of today's screenings were good. Each one was full and the audience gave warm applause after watching. At the end of the day, Chen Shiping was chased by reporters and film critics and asked many questions, and the reputation of the movie was established. However, Chen Shiping would not spend a penny to promote his own movie, and the film critics and the media could promote it however they wanted. His own public relations funds had to be used to promote the Mongolian Spirit. He is really a good person, spending money and working hard for other people's electricity. However, the PR funds will not be used to promote Mongolian Spirit. After the selection is over, they will be used to promote their own movies. It is not enough to win the award. You must be famous enough to sell at a better price. Chen Shiping never does business at a loss. The PR funds spent now will be earned back tenfold after the review is over. After the people in the distribution department packed up their things and came out of the screening room, Chen Shiping immediately arranged for them to increase their efforts to do PR for Mongolian Spirit. Wives and concubines cannot steal the popularity of Mongolian Spirit. The people in the distribution department are now familiar with doing this kind of thing, and they immediately contacted the media to continue PR for Mongolian Spirit. When Chen Shiping was about to leave, several international film producers came over and wanted to lock in the copyright of Wives and Concubines in advance, and they said that they wanted the copyright of all regions except the Chinese market. Are you planning to buy it together? Chen Shiping looked at them with a smile. These film producers are not well-known film producers, and they probably want to be middlemen. The old European film producers and the American film producers are still negotiating with Chen Shiping at this time, trying to get the copyright at the most suitable price. How much are you going to pay? Chen Shiping was very curious about this question. The joint efforts of several companies should be much more than those of the big companies. The leader said directly, $1,500,000. Chen Shiping immediately lost interest and said speechlessly, you should look at other movies. After that, Chen Shiping was about to leave. He would not sell it without $2 million. Who would he look down on with $1.5 million? Exclamation mark. We can sign a contract. If we win an award, we can add more. If we win the best film, we can add $500,000. After hearing that $500,000 could be added, Chen Shiping paused, looked back at them and said, then let's talk about it after the closing ceremony. After that, Chen Shiping left. Although it met his psychological expectations, he didn't want to sell it so early, in case someone offered a higher price. Good food is not afraid of being late, and good movies are easy to sell. In addition to Mongolian Spirit and Wives and Concubines, this film festival also has a very good reputation, the American and British co-production of Mississippi Landscape. This movie is also very popular, and many film critics believe that the probability of this movie winning an award is not small. In a professional media review, the Mongolian Spirit, which has the greatest chance of winning, received 56% support, followed by the Mongol Spirit with 32%. The third was Mississippi Landscape. However, this conjecture soon changed. In the days after the film festival began, the media promoted and supported the Mongolian Spirit more and more. It was almost 100% support. This review data statistics is not professional data, but just a prediction made by a group of reporters and film critics. There may be operations such as opening the market behind it. As long as it is a competition, there will be interests. Chen Shiping did not care about the support rate of the Mongol Spirit, and did not do public relations. On the contrary, Mississippi Landscape spent a lot of effort to promote it in the past few days, and it seemed that it would fight with the Mongolian Spirit. It is better to sit and watch the dragon and tiger fight than to promote it. Everyone is willing to watch this kind of excitement. The Cold War in comparison in the movie will not kill people, so it is better to fight. In the past few days, Chen Shiping took time to row a boat with Zhao Beike to go around Venice, and bought a lot of things. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the closing ceremony. The closing ceremony is also the award ceremony. The film festival will officially unveil the final winner here. At the opening ceremony, many people thought that Mongolian Spirit would win the Golden Lion Award, but after the fermentation of public opinion in the past few days, the reputation of Mongolian Spirit has reversed. Even if you make a good movie, you can't promote it so shamelessly. Every day when you open the newspaper, you can see rainbow fart reviews about Mongolian Spirit. The key is that this movie is not without problems. There are certain problems in itself. You are still so embarrassed. I can't stand it. At the award ceremony, the director of Mongolian Spirit was numb. He had already seen that this was the enemy's means to deliberately ruin the reputation of Mongolian Spirit. It's just that there is no evidence, and I can't think of who did this. I originally suspected Chen Shiping, but when I thought that Chen Shiping was a Chinese filmmaker, I excluded him. How poor are Chinese filmmakers? How can they have so much money for public relations? It must be the producer of Mississippi Landscape. These Americans will do bad things behind the scenes. It has become a consensus that Mongolian Spirit can still not win an award. It is absolutely impossible to win an award. The quality of Mongolian Spirit is not different from other movies. Everyone is at a similar level. Whether it wins an award depends purely on the preferences of the jury. Now that Mongolian Spirit has been overpromoted, the jury is extremely disappointed with the movie. It is good enough to win a Silver Lion Award, and there is no need to think about the Golden Lion Award. The result of the discussion within the jury is indeed like this. The Venice Film Festival must not be hijacked. You can't give awards just by spending money on publicity. If that happens, how can the artistry of Venice be guaranteed? These filmmakers must be taught a lesson. The Venice Film Festival must ensure its fairness, purity and high artistic head. After shining on the red carpet, Chen Shiping brought a few girls who were reluctant to leave the red carpet and loved to show off into the venue. Chen Shiping was full of confidence at this time. He was sure to win the Golden Lion with a group of wives and concubines, and he was not nervous at all. Tao Human was quite nervous, and she was still thinking that she could win the Best Actress award. Soon the award ceremony began. The award ceremony started with small awards as usual, such as the Best Film in the Parallel Unit, the Academic Award, the Elvira Notary Award, the Little Golden Lion Award, etc. Venice has many awards, all kinds of awards, and different units will also have awards. There are many awards in the main competition unit, and there are even several Silver Lion Awards, such as the Silver Lion Best Film, the Silver Lion Jury Award, the Silver Lion Best Director Award, etc. The Silver Lion Award is generally referred to as the Jury Award. The award Zhang Yimou won when he came to Venice was the Silver Lion Jury Award, which is one step away from the Golden Lion Award. Now this step has been continued by Chen Shiping. The Silver Lion Award has nothing to do with wife and concubines. Even though small awards have nothing to do with wife and concubines. However, Mongolian Spirit won the Elvira Notary Award and Mississippi Landscape won the Little Golden Lion Award. Soon the award ceremony was held for the Best Actor and Best Actress. Tao Human nervously grabbed Chen Shiping's hand and asked, "Can I win the award? There is hope. Don't be nervous. We are all young." Chen Shiping said with a smile. Tao Human whispered, "You can leave out the last sentence." Chen Shiping laughed dumbly. He didn't want to add it either, but Tao Human's hope of winning the award was indeed too small. The Best Actress this time is Master Guyi, who can do magic. The host on the stage has begun to read out the final list. The Best Actress at this Venice Film Festival is Tilda Swinton from Edward II. Tao Human didn't hear her name, and she was relieved instantly. It didn't seem like disappointment, but a stone fell from her heart. From the beginning, she was just fantasizing, and now it's just that the fantasy time is over. Chen Shiping gently held her hand and said, "I promise to take you to Cannes next time." "Then don't lie to me. I've written it down." Tao Human said with a smile. "I promise. Then you will be like me." The first award is Cannes. A family should be neat and tidy. ZH Yulin, who was sitting on the other side of Chen Shiping, heard their conversation. He originally wanted to comfort Tao Human, but now he was only full of envy. Why is there no one supporting her? She also wants to be a talented actress, but unfortunately there are not many opportunities left for her in the future. After the Best Actor and Best Actress awards were over, the Silver Lion Awards were presented. Mongolian Spirit and Mississippi Landscape won awards again, both of which won the Silver Lion Awards. However, Mongolian Spirit won the Jury Award, while Mississippi Landscape was a little weaker. Chen Shiping watched the director of Mongolian Spirit standing on the stage and picking up the Silver Lion, and couldn't help applauding him. He was even more excited than the Soviet director on the stage. This Silver Lion Award was given to him personally. He has a large part of the military medal. People around Chen Shiping can all wonder why he is happier than the winners. But it's not surprising to think about it. After the Silver Lion Jury Award, it's the Golden Lion Award, and Wives and Concubines has not won the award yet. So is this for yourself? Think the Golden Lion has been won? Aren't you afraid that the jury will give you an upset? Not a single award. Chen Shiping was not worried. Among the films in the main competition unit, apart from the two films, Mongolian Spirit and Mississippi Landscape, there was no rival. The Silver Lion was over, and it was the turn of the Golden Lion Award. Chen Shiping was ready to go on stage. Instead, several women began to get nervous. Wives and Concubines had not won any awards just now. Now there was only one left. If they didn't win an award, wouldn't they be runners-up? The eyes of several women fell on Chen Shiping. Tao Human held his hand tightly and said, "We are still young." Chen Shiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to make a joke, his other hand was also gently held. Without looking, he knew it was ZH Yulin. "Director, I believe you will definitely win the award." ZH Yulin whispered a blessing and let go of his hand. The winner of the Golden Lion Award for Best Film at this Venice Film Festival is Wives and Concubines. The audience instantly broke out into warm applause. Chen Shiping stood up calmly and walked through the audience to the stage. There was no excitement or nervousness, just like going out to buy groceries. What's so great about the Golden Lion? There is only one chapter today, because I worked overtime too late. This week I have 2 days off. and I will update 3 chapters tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chapter 162, returning to China with my wife and money. At the dazzling award ceremony, Chen Shiping stood on the stage with a calm expression, and the spotlight on him was particularly dazzling. He is the most eye-catching man in Venice tonight, and the biggest winner of this Venice Film Festival. Several girls looked at Chen Shiping on the stage with admiration, and they all felt a sense of pride in their hearts. Chinese films can also stand on the highest award-winning stage and conquer the Western world. And they and the man on the stage have created such a miracle together. The reporters in the studio were also taking pictures to record this historic moment. This is the second Chinese director to win the Golden Lion Award. The first was Hachiko from Taiwan, and the second was Chen Shiping. It's also good to be the second in China. Chen Shiping doesn't want to be the first in the mainland, but the second in China. I'm very happy to win the Golden Lion Award. Chen Shiping smiled and said to the microphone, "This is my second movie and my second time in Europe. To be honest, I like it here very much." Chen Shiping raised the trophy in his hand and then said, "Because everyone is very enthusiastic, I never go home empty-handed." Everyone in the audience was speechless. They didn't want to be enthusiastic. It's you who forced us to be enthusiastic. You are awesome, right? You always win awards every time you come here, and they are all big awards. You have the ability to go to Berlin again. You have the ability to win all 3 major European awards, and you have the ability to go to the Oscars. As usual, I have to say some words of thanks. Thank you to my actors. Without their efforts, there would be no whole movie. Thank you to my photographers, artists and all the behind the scenes staff. They are the cornerstone of this movie. Thank you to the original novel author Su Tong for allowing me to make random changes. He is the parent of this movie, and I'm just a thief who stole the fruits of their labor and then stood here to accept all the honors. I hope they don't get angry. I will definitely treat them to a meal when I return home. Chen Shiping's witty words made everyone laugh. It is always true that film is the art of the director, but as Chen Shiping said, the director is a thief who steals everyone's labor and honor. Okay, everyone, see you next time. Chen Shiping said as he took the Golden Lion Award and went down the stage. He was not too excited about winning the award. Perhaps he had spent so much time on public relations before, which had worn away his excitement. He was not excited, but someone else was. Chen Shiping had not returned to his seat yet. As soon as he walked to Jiangshan, she stood up and hugged him. "Brother Shiping, you are so great. So amazing." After saying that, he wanted to kiss Chen Shiping, but he was blocked by him. "Pay attention to the impact, don't get too excited," Chen Shiping said helplessly. Jiangshan shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue playfully before letting go of Chen Shiping and letting him pass. Hisei was also very excited. This was her first time to participate in a movie. She didn't expect to witness the movie she participated in win the award with her own eyes. Even if it was just a female second role, it was enough to make her excited. This is one of the 3 most powerful international film festivals. This time, not only did he go abroad, but he also won a big award. What a boost. Looking at Chen Shiping standing in front of her, Hisei also forgot the previous unhappiness and hugged him, and even began to understand the methods he used in the crew. How could you get a big award without such investment? The thinking of a great director is really different. I was too superficial before. If someone like Chen Shiping wanted to cheat, how could he spend so much effort? It's all for us to get into the play. Chen Shiping didn't know what Hisei was thinking, but he could feel that she was no longer hostile to him. After hugging the to let go, Hisei is excited, face was a little red. She looked at Chen Shiping and said, "Congratulations on winning the Golden Lion Award. You should congratulate yourself. This is the honor of the entire crew." Chen Shiping smiled and said that he saw ZH Yulin next to him looking a little impatient. After talking to Hisei for a few more words, Chen Shiping took a step forward and hugged her. Chen Shiping could even feel ZH Yulin's hot breath and rapid heartbeat. The spotlights in the award ceremony were still focused on them, and they were the focus of the entire venue. ZH Yulin felt like she was standing on the world stage at this moment, becoming the focus of everyone, and all this was brought to her by Chen Shiping. For a moment, Zhulin couldn't help but imagine that if she could work with Chen Shiping again, would she be able to stand on the podium next time and truly become the focus of everyone. It was only after Chen Shiping gently patted her back and let her go that she realized that she was just a bystander and the hug and honor just now had nothing to do with her. Talhuman felt a little bitter when she saw them, but it was washed away by this happy moment. Congratulations, you have worked hard during this period. Thank you. Nothing is more touching than a hug and a simple concern. After the award ceremony, Chen Shiping did not return to the hotel, nor did he celebrate with everyone, but took Talhuman's hand and disappeared into the night. The round moon was reflected on the Canal of Venice, and the boat gently cut through the water, creating ripples that turned the moon into stars. Chen Shiping stood at the bow and turned to look at Talhui, slowly kneeling on one knee. Seeing Chen Shiping kneeling, Talhuman covered her mouth in surprise and looked at him in disbelief. Her eyes instantly filled with tears, and the touch in her heart and the happiness at the moment made her forget all the unpleasantness. Chen Shiping took out the ring box from his pocket, slowly opened it to reveal the ring inside, and said seriously, "Will you marry me?" Even when Chen Shiping was not nervous during the award ceremony, he was a little nervous at this moment, afraid that Talhuman would not agree. Talhuman looked at him with emotion, wiped the tears from her face, tremblingly stretched out her hand and said, "I do." Chen Shiping immediately smiled, held Talhuman's little hand, and put the ring on her hand. Bang! Suddenly, gorgeous fireworks exploded over the river in Venice, lights were lit on the boat, and rose petals slowly fell in the cabin. Chen Shiping and Talhuman hugged each other, both immersed in the happiness of the moment. "Today is my happiest day." Talhuman hugged him tightly with both hands. At this moment, she finally felt that Chen Shiping belonged to her. Chen Shiping kissed her forehead gently and said, "Me too, this is my happiest day." On the bridge not far away, Zhu Feng wiped the sweat from her forehead and felt relieved. She was happy for them, but she couldn't help but blame Chen Shiping for leaving this kind of thing to her. Isn't this unfair to Lin Qingsha? But it's good for Chen Shiping to get married, so as not to harm others. Zhu Feng watched the boat drift away gently, and then walked back with a sense of loss, wondering if he was lamenting Lin Qingsha. At this time, the country had received the news that Chen Shiping won the award in Venice, and the entire literary and art world exploded instantly. There was a feeling of no surprise, but also a little surprise. It is a consensus of many people that Chen Shiping can win the award. After all, he has not failed for so long, but after all, it is the Venice Film Festival. How can he get the award so easily? You are so awesome that it makes us look like a loser. In the Beijing film studio, many people have just started work and are discussing Chen Shiping's award. In the director's office, Song Yu happily held the phone and said something. "Hang up the banners. Yes, make more of them and contact the media to spread the news." "How many banners?" "The more the better. Hang them up at the Children's Factory, Youth Film Studio next door, and Beijing Film Academy. By the way, don't forget to ask clearly what day you will return to China and hold a lively welcome ceremony." Song Yu said a lot before hanging up the phone. He looked at Zhang Yimao who was sitting opposite him and said with a smile, "There is good news so early in the morning. Do you have any good news to share? If it is not good news, don't talk. Turn right when you go out." Zhang Yimao's face was not very good. He felt very uncomfortable when he heard the news that Chen Shiping won the award. If he had acted faster, he might have won the award. No, it must be me. Zhang Yimao is at the peak of his creation, and it is also the moment when his self-confidence is at its highest. It can be said that no one will admit defeat. He felt that if he got the copyright of Wives and Concubines, the movie he made would definitely not be worse than Chen Shiping's, and it would even be better. He felt bad when he thought of Zhang Yimao, but he felt better when he thought of another lawsuit against the one family, given to him by Chen Shiping. "Venice, right? I'll take you down next year." Zhang Yimao swore in his heart, then looked at Song Zion and said, "Director, my crew is ready. Come and apply for funds. I plan to take the team out to scout locations." "Good news," Song Zion said with a smile. "Shiping told me before he left that you can do it boldly without worrying about funding and manpower." Bring back an award next year. Zhang Yimou smiled, nodded vigorously and said, I will definitely win glory for the factory. I have to fight for myself. Originally, the media said that I was the most outstanding among the 5th generation, but now I guess I have been beaten down by Chen Shiping. I have to fight for my position. As for Chen Cage, Zhang Yimou has long forgotten him and has gone abroad. It's not that easy to get along abroad. I don't know if he has found a way out now. In the theater troupe of the factory, Zhang Guoran also received the news. While he was happy for Chen Shiping, he was also a little nervous. When Chen Shiping came back, Farewell My Concubine would start filming. He didn't know how well he was prepared, and he was very uncertain. In the Three Kingdoms crew, Chen Hong, who had been busy with training and filming, also knew the news, but she was not happy at all. When Chen Shiping won the award that year, the first thing he did was to return to China to share it with her, but this time he hasn't even called her until now. Sure enough, what you don't get is the most valuable. Men are all the same. Chen Hong couldn't help feeling disappointed, but soon she ignited her fighting spirit. When Chen Shiping came back, she had to perform well, otherwise she would be left behind sooner or later. The Venice Film Festival was over, but the film trading market began to get lively. Now all the awards that should be won have been won, and the producers of the participating films have also started to sell their films. The prices agreed before have either increased or decreased, and the whole market is very lively. The Venice film trading market not only trades participating films, but you can trade any film at the film festival. The film distributors and producers are in a state of oversupply, and the film distributors often bargain hard at this time. However, they cannot bargain hard for some award-winning films, and can only negotiate the price in a friendly manner. 3 million. I can give you a price of 3 million. In a cafe, Chen Shiping took a sip of coffee and heard the other side offer 3 million. He immediately stretched out his hand and said, deal. This price has far exceeded Chen Shiping's expectations. Even if he haggled further, it would not be much more. It is better to agree to it directly. After the film is sold, he will also return to China. 3 million foreign exchange must be paid, which is nearly 17 million RMB. Chen Shiping can't keep a penny of so much foreign exchange, who made the current foreign exchange shortage in China. This year, the country's foreign exchange reserves are only over 20 billion, and Chen Shiping's 3 million is not a small amount. He is also a little foreign exchange earner. I must give him a price flag later. When Chen Shiping and the film distributor negotiated the price and returned to the hotel, Tao Human and others were already packing up. I don't know what happened. Everyone's mood was not very high, as if they hadn't had enough fun. Only Zhu Feng was very active and kept contacting the car and the airport, eager to return to China to shoot Farewell My Concubine. This time, Chen Shiping won the Golden Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival and had previously won the Golden Palm at Cannes. He was already an internationally renowned director. Moreover, Farewell My Concubine would definitely be of better quality than Chen Shiping's previous 2 films. At that time, the overseas copyright could sell for at least $5 million. Now the exchange rate is still rising, and maybe the overseas copyright income alone would be profitable. Even if the overseas copyright cannot make a profit, a large part of it can be earned back. With the domestic box office, profit is a foregone conclusion. The most important thing is that Zhu Feng can finally boldly imagine the Oscars. I boasted about the Oscars before, but now I really feel that I have the hope of participating in the Oscars. If the public relations are good, maybe I can even win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. At that time, the copyright will be even more valuable. Happy, excited. Zhu Feng really can't wait to return to China to finish the movie. However, there are also people in the group who don't want to return to China, and they are in a bad mood now because she saw the ring on Tao Human's hand. ZH Yulin really wanted to knock open Chen Shiping's head to see if it was filled with ice. How could he be so ruthless? How could he turn around and propose to Tao Human? Men are the coldest animals. A few hours later, Chen Shiping had already boarded a plane back to China, bringing his wife, honor, and money. ZH Yulin couldn't help but glance at Chen Shiping on the other side of the aisle and sighed slightly in his heart. That night might have been a dream of the king, and now he was about to wake up. The capital was also very busy. The Beijing Film Studio was busy hanging banners. The same was true for the Beijing Film Academy next door. They even hung a banner to welcome director Chen Shiping, the winner of the Golden Palm Award at the Cannes Film Festival and the Golden Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival, to give a speech at the school. Is Chen Shiping really going to give a speech at our school? Isn't he not back yet? I don't know. The school should have discussed it before hanging it up. Yufi Hong, who had just returned from outside the school, heard the conversation between her juniors and couldn't help but look up at the banner above, thinking of the self-recommendation letter she had written to Chen Shiping before. Winter is coming soon, and it's time to take love letter photos. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. The next wave of the era is coming. Is the director coming back? At the gate of Beijing Film Studio, Xia Gang, who had just returned from the set, looked at the banner in the compound and felt inexplicably relieved. In the half-month that Chen Shiping was away, Zuke still couldn't help but give orders to the crew. Fortunately, Xia Gang was stubborn and pushed back. Now that he knew Chen Shiping was coming back today, Xia Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help turning his head to look at Zuke, who was returning to the studio with him. It was as if he was saying, "The person who can cure you is back. Let's see if you can still jump." Zuke pretended not to see Xia Gang's provocative eyes. His eyes fell on the banner, and he felt very uncomfortable. Chen Shiping, this kid, really won an award. Now his position in the mainland is more stable, and it will even go to a higher level. Fortunately, Hong Kong film has performed very well in the film market in recent times, otherwise he really would have to bow his head and admit defeat. Half of the top 10 box office hits in Shanghai are co-productions with Hong Kong, which is good news. The box office of local movies in Hong Kong is also rising steadily, but everyone knows that the local film market can't last for a few years. It's just a matter of time. The pay of stars is getting higher and higher, and the cost of film production is getting higher and higher. Although the box office is high, the profit is also declining. The pay of a few actors can be 10 million, or even 20 million. How much can a movie with a box office of tens of millions earn? Even in the most ideal situation, the box office in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia exceeds 100 million, and the profit is not much. Hong Kong filmmakers are thinking about how to save costs. The pay of stars will only get higher and higher, and labor wages are also rising. The only thing that can be saved is the production costs in other aspects. The scenery is a little worse, the scene is a little smaller, and the shots are shot once as much as possible. But this will only make the quality of the movie worse and worse, a vicious cycle. If it weren't for this, why would so many film companies come to the mainland to co-produce? Isn't it to save money and make some money in the mainland? Now the mainland's film market is getting bigger and bigger, and movie ticket prices are also rising. It's a good time to make money, but Chen Shiping appears. This is simply disgusting. Why don't we all make money together? Why do you have to suppress us? The mainland really doesn't know how to make commercial films. You make your art, and I make my commercial films. One seeks fame, and the other seeks profit. It's so infuriating. Zuke thought so, but he also knew in his heart that Chen Shiping was using people from Hong Kong to teach mainland directors how to make commercial films. When mainland filmmakers learn, Hong Kong will be embarrassed. They can't support themselves locally, and they can't act like masters when they come to the mainland. Who can stand this? If Chen Shiping knew Zuke's thoughts, he would definitely laugh to death. If he just wanted to steal the skills or suppress Hong Kong filmmakers, there was no need to support co-production. Just let the authorities block the quotas for co-production and imported films. Just teach yourself how to make movies. Make a few successful commercial films, and other film studios will naturally learn from you if they can't survive. Just like now, Xiang Studio is also learning from Chen Shiping to make martial arts movies, and they are also Western style martial arts movies. What Chen Shiping wants to do is to industrialize the film industry. He wants to use big productions like The Three Farewell My Concubine to promote the development of film industrialization. At this time, the Beijing film studio was very busy, and everyone was waiting for Chen Shiping to come back from the airport. On the way from Beijing airport to Beijing film studio, in a minibus with a banner hanging on it, Chen Shiping was looking at Song Zion speechlessly. No, when did I say I was going to Beijing film studio to give a speech? Chen Shiping was doubting his life. It turned out that Song Zion had made the decision behind his back. Song Zion said with a bitter face, I can't help it. Beijing Film Studio has just started school, and this year it has recruited so many talents in management. If we don't grab them first, other studios will grab them. Now someone has reserved them. The problem is that they are only freshmen. If they want to go, they have to go in their senior year. It's easier to fool freshmen. By the time they are in their senior year, they are as smart as monkeys. Chen Shiping was speechless, but what Song Zion said made sense. Freshmen are the easiest to fool. When they are still ignorant, give them a little shock, so that they will have a goal in mind. The key is that they can choose their own jobs now. Although the school also assigns them, students can choose their own jobs if they don't want to be assigned. It's better to be close to the water first, because the studio is really short of people. Chen Shiping didn't reject giving a speech. After all, it was just a matter of a few steps and a few words. The car soon arrived at the gate of the Beijing film studio, and the people waiting at the gate immediately threw colored paper flowers into the sky and rushed up happily. The people running in front were all from the crew of Wives and Concubines. They couldn't go to Venice with them, but now they can come to share their honor. As soon as the car door opened, a golden lion with golden light appeared in front of everyone. Chen Shiping came out holding the golden lion, looked at everyone and shouted, I got the golden lion back for you. Director, let me see it. It's so bright. Is it really gold? How much does this much gold cost? My goodness, foreigners are willing to spend money. Looking at the noisy crowd, Chen Shiping smiled and handed the golden lion to the lighting technician closest to him and said, look at it one by one, don't lose it. The lighting technician took the golden lion trophy, and his temperament changed instantly. He held the trophy and shouted, I also have a share of this trophy. There's also mine. Let me see it. Then he went to grab the trophy. Song Yu also came out of the car at this time, looked at them and shouted, be careful, I'll settle the score with you if you break it. Don't grab it. It's not made of gold, and you can't sell it if you take it home. Chen Shiping shouted jokingly. The crowd suddenly burst into noisy laughter and then hugged Chen Shiping and the trophy into the yard. After entering the yard, Chen Shiping was taken to the auditorium. The factory made a big fuss this time and even held a commendation meeting. When they were done, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He still had to give a speech at the Beijing Film Academy tomorrow. Chen Shiping felt his scalp numb. Why didn't he give him a break? After Zhu Feng arrived in Beijing, he went to find Zhang Guorong and the others. He wanted to get the crew's work done before Chen Shiping was done so that they could start filming directly. No rest, just get to work. Before going to bed at night, Tao Human looked at Chen Shiping who had already gone to bed and asked, are you going to prepare a manuscript for your speech at the Beijing Film Academy tomorrow? What's there to prepare? Just say it. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Tao Human. Okay, you're such a liar. By the way, ZH Yulin and the others are leaving soon. Do you want to treat them to a meal before they leave? Chen Shiping thought for a moment and said, sure, call all the crew members and treat it as a celebration banquet. Then I will arrange it. You arrange it. Tao Human was willing to take the initiative to share the burden, and Chen Shiping was happy for it. He just wanted to be lazy now. The next morning, Chen Shiping went to Beijing Film Academy. He hadn't given a speech yet, so he was still a little excited. Maybe he could become a visiting professor in the future. The professor of Beijing Film Academy said, interesting. When Chen Shiping drove to the school gate, he saw people waiting for him, and the first one was Shan Zhuang's. Did this guy come back to class after filming the movie? Chen Shiping parked the car and walked towards them. The school leaders of Beijing Film Academy immediately came up to greet him with a smile. Welcome. You're welcome. Chen Shiping replied with a smile, then looked at Shan Zhuang's, an old acquaintance, and said, come back to class after filming the movie? Xian Zhuangshang hummed, as if he was still worried about the fact that the factory didn't invest in him before. Chen Shiping was innocent. It wasn't that he disagreed. Everyone disagreed at the factory committee meeting. What could he do? After a few pleasantries at the school gate, the group walked into the school. This was Chen Shiping's second visit to the school. The last time he came to find Chen Cage, who was flirting with girls, and he also fooled his heroine away. Now I think about it, and feel a little regretful. Zuking, this little girl, later made a joke. As soon as Chen Shiping and his friends entered the school gate, a group of students rushed over, all looking at Chen Shiping excitedly. This made Chen Shiping quite depressed. He often came here to eat breakfast, and many students had seen him. What was there to be excited about? It was like going to the zoo to see monkeys. This was really Chen Shiping's mistake. Most of the people who came in front were freshmen this year, and they had never seen a big director. No, it's not quite accurate to say that Chen Shiping is a director. He is also a producer, one of the promoters of film reform, and the deputy director of the Beijing Film Studio. Such a person, no matter which major of the Beijing Film Academy students, can't escape, and maybe they will have to eat under Chen Shiping in the future. However, Beijing Film Academy did not recruit students from the acting department this year, but it made a breakthrough in the number of admissions to the management department. The mainland does not lack actors, but lacks behind the scenes distribution talents. It does not matter if one less acting class is recruited. Which major film studio does not have dozens of actors? In recent years, major film studios have also recruited many actors from local theater troupes. The demand for professional actors is not that great. People who come out of film academies are not necessarily better than those who come out of local theater troupes. In the eyes of many students who admire and are curious, Chen Shiping and the school leaders came all the way to the small auditorium. At this time, the small auditorium was still locked. If the door was open to let those students in, they would probably have no place to step. Among these students, a few people just watched from a distance and gathered together to discuss whether they could find a way to sneak into the auditorium to listen to the speech. Why doesn't our school invite Chen Shiping to give a speech? A handsome guy squatted by the flower bed, lifted his long hair, and said subconsciously, while looking at the girls of Beijing Film Academy. His classmate couldn't help but ask, "Yapping, are you here to see the girl or director Chen? Find a way to get into the auditorium." Li Yapeng smiled and said, "Why should I look at him? He can still invite me to act. It's better to look at beautiful women. Look at that one. She's pretty good, much prettier than the one in our school." The girl from Beijing Film Academy who heard it vaguely not far away turned around and glared at him before walking towards the auditorium. "Which school is she from? She has no manners at all," Yu Fihang said unhappily and quickened her pace towards the auditorium. Although someone had reserved a seat for her, she felt embarrassed to be late. Li Yapeng looked at her leaving back and retracted his gaze. It wasn't that he thought she was pretty, but he could see that she had a good temperament and the clothes she wore were all rare big brands. Chen Jianbing was convinced by his classmate and simply ignored him and walked towards the auditorium. He was quite curious about a big director like Chen Shiping. He was even more curious about what he would say. Chen Jianbing was just a sophomore this year and was quite confused about his future development. In the future, should I continue to perform dramas in the old way of the Central Academy of Drama, or should I act in film and television dramas? I'm confused. At this time in the auditorium, a freshman from the Department of Literature was helping to place cups on the rostrum. Looking at the nameplate in the middle of the rostrum, he curled his lips in disdain. Isn't it just a big director? Whose father is not a big director? What's so great about the Venice Film Festival? His father was also shortlisted for the Venice Film Festival. Although he didn't win the award, he was shortlisted, right? Teng Huateo put the cups and left. He had no interest in this kind of speech. Growing up in the circle, since he was a child, he had seen too many big directors and was not interested in Chen Shiping at all. But when Chen Shiping went in, he saw him coming down from the rostrum and asked curiously. Xian Zhuangshang next to him knew him and said, "Teng Huateo, the son of director Teng, has just been admitted to the Department of Literature." Hearing the familiar name, Chen Shiping paid a little attention. He didn't have any good feelings for the father and son. He hated the man who filmed Shanghai Canon even more. He really blew down the door of Chinese science fiction with his own strength. This kind of second generation is the most annoying. They can't do anything except pick up girls by relying on their father's fame. His father is not a good guy either. Both father and son are not good. Chen Shiping looked at Teng Huateo, who walked out of the auditorium with a wave of his hand, and couldn't help saying, "This classmate has a strong personality." The school leaders followed Chen Shiping's line of sight and couldn't help but curl their lips. The students outside were all squeezing in, but he was running out, like a fish swimming upstream. He is really unique. Not active at all. Shan Chuangchan couldn't help saying at this time, "I heard that director Teng is going to be transferred to the factory." The couple, one is in the children's film factory and the other is in the West Film Studio, and the education of the children is a little lacking. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I think he teaches very well, very much like his father." Shan Chuangchan. There is nothing wrong with what he said, neither of them is a good thing. But if Liu Teng is transferred to the factory, it will be in my hands. It's good to be transferred here, so that I can call him the factory director when I meet him in the future. This episode passed quickly. Chen Shiping sat on the rostrum, looking at the students below, and felt that the future power of Chinese films was still strong. There would be room for them to show their talents in the future film market. Yu Fihong, who was in the first row, looked at Chen Shiping on the rostrum, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She was already thinking about what to ask when she asked questions later. At the door of the auditorium, the still thin Chen Jianbing also squeezed in secretly. Looking at Chen Shiping on the stage, a trace of envy flashed in his heart. When can I become such an industry master? I knew I would learn directing earlier, while learn acting. At the back door of the auditorium, Guan Hu was guarding the small door. When he saw several seniors coming over, he couldn't help waving his hand. "Senior, come quickly, it hasn't started yet." Wang Xiaoshui, Lao Yi, Zhang Yuan, and Senior Lu hurried over, each holding a script in their hands. Their goal today is to hand over their scripts to Chen Shiping, the senior independent producer. "Senior, please save the children. The movie can't be made without money." The sixth generation is about to officially enter the stage of history. The tide of the times is about to bring about new waves. Chapter 164. You want to start a film movement? The crowded auditorium was filled with noise and students were talking everywhere. They were either fighting for seats or stepping on each other's feet, complaining and accusing each other. Chen Shiping sat on the stage, waiting for the school to maintain order, but he didn't feel the order was chaotic. Everyone wanted to see what the famous director, producer, and writer looked like. They also wanted to hear what advice this leader of the mainland film and television industry would give to these students. But most of them just came to join in the fun. The school had just started, and they didn't want to go to class. After a few minutes, it became quiet. The aisles of the auditorium were full of people. I think Beijing Film Academy couldn't get so many people. I guess people from the Central Academy of Drama and several other schools came to join in the fun. There were also many students from the literature departments of major universities who came here because of Chen Shiping's identity as a writer. They also wanted to see with their own eyes what the writer who wrote Zusangu and Selling Blood and Red Wall was like. They were even more curious about how Chen Shiping wrote healing stories and words like love letters, and how he could write chivalrous stories like Huang Fihong and Dragon Gaten. Chen Shiping is a genius in the eyes of many people. They are curious whether he really knows everything. Wang Xiaoshui and others also squeezed in the corner of the auditorium, looking at Chen Shiping on the stage with longing and curiosity in their eyes. They don't like Chen Shiping's movies very much, thinking they are too commercial. Even the movie Zusangu and Selling Blood is too popular among them because it is a scar from the past era, not what the current society needs. The sixth generation has a very common symbol, which is to pay more attention to some problems in the current society. They always suddenly reveal some scars in the dark corners of the society when the singing and dancing are prosperous. Of course, they also have another common feature, which is that they all like modern art. The movies they make are often the same as modern art. After watching them, people will fall into confusion and have questions about what the hell they watched. The sixth generation directors are actually the opposite of Hong Kong filmmakers. Hong Kong likes to promote and beautify itself, while the sixth generation likes the real, fragmented and confused real society. The industrialization process is coming fast, and many people are shocked before they are ready, and then they are swept away by the wave and survive in unknown corners. This is what the sixth generation likes. They think they are very real, very rebellious, and dare to speak the truth. So they came here today, not for Chen Shiping's identity as a director, but for Chen Shiping's identity as a producer. Wang Xiaoshui touched Lao Yi beside him with his arm and whispered, "If it doesn't work this time, I will report to the factory. If you ask me, don't go. I won't go to the TV station if you haven't seen me." Lao Yi replied in a low voice. Wang Xiaoshui said helplessly, "I have no money. If I don't work, I will starve to death." The thin senior Lu couldn't help, but Cyan couldn't help but interrupt. "In fact, it's better for you to give the script directly to me, and I will give it to Director Chen from the factory. Come on, go and treat your illness. It will definitely not work if you don't talk to him face to face." After Wang Xiaoshui finished speaking, he made room for Senior Lu so that he could sit more comfortably. Chen Shiping on the stage didn't notice them. Instead, after the school leader finished speaking, he knocked on the microphone and smiled and began his speech. "I think everyone must have a certain understanding of me. I have been reported in many newspapers and magazines. There are those who affirm me and those who support me. But generally speaking, there are more people who criticize me. I still have several boxes of critical letters that I haven't finished reading at home. Whether it is my novels or movies, there are many controversial voices. Some people say that I deliberately use the pain of history to achieve my own fame. Some people say that I deliberately try to please foreigners and use movies that expose China's scars to satisfy foreigners' curiosity." Before Chen Shiping finished speaking, there was a murmur of discussion from the audience. Most people were discussing with each other. These issues are indeed some of the most controversial issues about Chen Shiping. Anyone who knows him a little bit knows them. Yu Fihong, who was in the first row, looked up at Chen Shiping. She didn't see any discouragement or resentment on his face or in his eyes. Instead, he seemed to be unperturbed by praise or criticism. Chen Shiping ignored their comments and continued, "Art is a microcosm of an era. Whether it is literature, film, and television, or fine arts, it is the embodiment of the era. There are good and bad times. We should praise the good ones and point out the bad ones. Many times, I feel that literary and artistic workers are the same as journalists. They should be collectively called media people. Because the works of literary and artistic work are the medium of communication, and the authors are media people." "Hey, did you hear that?" Wang Xiaoshui patted Lao Yi's shoulder with some excitement, and couldn't help but say, "His statement is interesting, and it is quite close to our idea." Lao Yi was thinking about Chen Shiping's words, and was interrupted by Wang Xiaoshui, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Many people from the Department of Literature and the Department of Directing in the audience were very interested in Chen Shiping's words. After careful consideration, it seemed to be true. Speaking of which, the influence of film and television works is much greater than that of a news article, and the audience is wider and the threshold is low. Just like a movie, no matter how many words you know, or whether you have been to school, you can understand it. So as a media person, what issues should you consider when creating your own works? Chen Shiping paused, looked at the young faces and said seriously, "Only consider your own creative desire? Or should you consider the audience's feelings? Or awkwardly combine the two? In this world, any compromise means failure. Everyone will enter this industry in the future. Perhaps in the next 10 or 20 years, you will become the mainstay of China's film and television industry. You should think clearly about what kind of person you want to be now. When you become a director and a producer, your work will affect thousands of viewers. Don't let the audience pay for your mistakes or selfish desires." Chen Shiping ignored the reactions of the people below and talked about the project establishment and screening of a movie from the perspective of a producer. "As a producer, you must know from the beginning what kind of film I want to make, who I want to show it to, and what I want them to see." From the perspective of a director, is a director expressing his own artistic concept, or is he being an objective tool to convey the story to the audience? In a word, you must stand firm, be realistic, Because movies are not just for you, but for millions of viewers. Many people were a little confused after listening to this, especially those who had just graduated from high school. They felt that they had heard a lot of truths, but they also felt that they didn't understand anything. However, many students who were about to graduate or in their third year of college were thoughtful after listening to this. Some well-informed people knew some of Chen Shiping's remarks on the film studio and film reform, and they understood his ideas even more. For example, Senior Liu, who is now a newcomer in the director's room of the Art Creation Center of the Beijing Film Studio, knows a lot about Chen Shiping. He also understood what he just said, that is, the stance of filming should be correct, and you should shoot what the audience likes. If you pursue art, then you should play by yourself and never complain about the audience. Never say that the audience is not good. If the audience is good, why do you need a director? You can just shoot it yourself. In Chen Shiping's concept, movies have actually never had anything to do with art. In this society, the things that are most closely related to movies are always business and politics, and art is at the back. Before the 1990s, directors in the mainland rarely used movies as a tool to express their personal will, but after the 1990s, this situation has become common. Many directors and screenwriters regard movies and TV dramas as something to carry private goods, and as something to express individual consciousness. But movies are collective things, and they ultimately face the collective. Chen Shiping is not here to give a speech today, but to hope that these future directors and producers can face the movie thing, and not use it as a tool to make money or vent their personal emotions. So stand firm, seek truth and be pragmatic. Even if you shoot some dark things and criticize some unfair phenomena, it's okay as long as it is related to millions of viewers. The most feared thing is that you mix some personal things in these things and regard movies as your own private things. This is wrong and very stupid. Can there be a long section of enemy reflection in anti-Japanese movies? Is the bright lights and nights of Shanghai's foreign concessions the real side of society? Why don't you shoot the poor people who starve to death on the roadside? Why don't you shoot the prostitutes and the green gang on the streets? Why don't you film when foreigners kill Chinese people at will without taking any responsibility? So what exactly are the directors who film the bright lights and feasting in the foreign lands expressing? Are they missing the Republic of China or the Campradas? Chen Shiping feels that what he said today may be considered as empty talk, and he did not share any real practical experience, but this is very important. Such directors will flood the Chinese film market in the future, and the source is all from the group of people who came out in the 1990s. In Chen Shiping's eyes, directors should be tools that are only responsible for making movies artistic, rather than creators and expressors. Don't call yourself an artist. Such artists are better off not having them. As a literary and artistic worker, Chen Shiping despises art the most in his bones, and no one believes him, even if he says it. At this time, many teachers and graduates at the scene are thinking about a question. What exactly does Chen Shiping mean by what he said today? A new film movement? Is it a film movement similar to the New Wave? According to his point of view, it can indeed extend to many things, which makes many teachers interested. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, it was time for questions, and many students and teachers couldn't help raising their hands to ask questions. If the director is just a tool, then the movie will lose its soul. The director has never been the soul. The soul of a movie is formed the moment the script is written. Does the role of the screenwriter have a greater impact than that of the director? Collective creation. But now everyone likes to give credit to the director, just like the development of society cannot be successful under the leadership of a certain person. How can the so-called position and truth-seeking be guaranteed? Social responsibility and national consciousness are the position, and the real life of the people is the truth-seeking. There were many people asking questions on the spot, and the questions were almost one after another, but Chen Shiping answered them without thinking every time, as if he was arguing with a group of scholars. Wang Xiaoshui and Lao Yi also took the opportunity to ask Chen Shiping several questions, but they were all answered quickly by Chen Shiping. For example, shouldn't people have individual consciousness? Everyone is an independent individual, but as a director, you cannot be an independent individual. The movie itself is the embodiment of collective consciousness. Wang Xiaoshui and Lao Yi were silent at this time. They felt that Chen Shiping was wrong because it was different from their own cognition, but they also felt that he was right. Because the movie itself is the embodiment of collective consciousness. If it is just the embodiment of the director's individual consciousness, what is the difference between it and writing a diary? Why do you need to find a bunch of people to help you write your diary and then show it to others for approval? The sixth generation, who were just about to break out, felt blocked by Chen Shiping, or more accurately, confused. How should a movie be made? Exclamation mark. If Chen Shiping had not been on stage today, he would have said, just mess around, what else can you do? Theory is always just theory, it can be used as a reference, but not as a standard. Chen Shiping on the stage debated with the scholars, and Yu Fihong's eyes lit up. Not only Yu Fihong, but many students also looked at Chen Shiping with admiration. He is indeed a great writer and director. He really has his own things. It's amazing. Many young girls and boys now regard Chen Shiping as an idol. After Chen Shiping answered more than a dozen questions, no one in the auditorium raised their hands. Most people lowered their heads to think or discuss something with the people around them. Chen Shiping was relieved, picked up the cup on the table, and drank a sip of water. These students were too strong. They were totally incomparable to the college students 20 years later. They were not at the same level. Just when Chen Shiping was about to finish, Yu Fihong stood up from the first row and ran to the edge of the stage, looking at Chen Shiping and shouting, "Director Chen, do you know me?" All the teachers on the stage were stunned. What kind of question are you asking? What do you mean by do people know you? Are you famous? It's just 2 plays. Chen Shiping put down the cup and looked at her, nodded and said, "I remember that photo of yours was taken well." Yu Fihong's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked excitedly, "Do you have any plans to adapt Love Letter?" "Yes." "Do you think I'm suitable?" "I've read Love Letter many times. Thank you for your love, but I don't plan to shoot it yet. If there is a plan to adapt it, I will notify you." Yu Fihong's heart flashed with disappointment, but she was very satisfied with Chen Shiping's answer, so she immediately said, "Be sure to notify me. Be sure to give me this opportunity." Chen Shiping nodded gently and didn't say anything else to her. He saw someone waving at him from the audience. It was Senior Lu, who had just come from the director's office of the factory. He looked like he wanted to come over and chat for a few words, so Chen Shiping nodded to him. Senior Lu immediately took Wang Xiaoshui, Lao Li and Zhang Yuan to the stage. Chen Shiping felt it was quite interesting at this time. The 6th generation and the 5th generation were finally going to meet. I wonder if they can break out from under their own iron wall. Guanhu, who has not yet graduated, watched them run up to the stage with envy, wondering when he would have the opportunity to step onto his own stage. Chapter 165. Scapegoat number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are here to report. The scripts are all well written, but there are many problems. As an experimental film, it is good. In an office of Beijing Film Academy, Chen Shiping put down several scripts in his hand and looked at Wang Xiaoshui and others. Wang Xiaoshui asked impatiently, "Can you tell me where the problem is?" "No." Chen Shiping crossed his legs and looked at him and said, "You have to learn to find the problem yourself." Wang Xiaoshui, "Guess if I can find it." Lao Yi and the others were also helpless. They all came to ask you for advice. Why are you still putting on airs? Chen Shiping looked at them seriously and said, "You all want to make independent films?" Wang Xiaoshui and others nodded at the same time, otherwise they would not have come to Chen Shiping. It would be better to go directly to the unit assigned by the school. There is a salary, and it is not impossible to make a film after a few years. Seeing their attitude, Chen Shiping was not surprised. Young people who are independent always hate the system and rules, and always feel that art is free. Then do you know what abilities you need to master as an independent filmmaker? Do you know what to do from the preparation to the release of a film? Do you know how to find a way out for independent films? Wang Xiaoshui and others were silent. How could they understand these things when they just graduated? Only Lao Li had learned a lot since he was a child, and he had also participated in the production of animated films, so he was still a half-baked person in the industry. Chen Shiping sighed and couldn't help asking, "You came to me to get investment. How do you plan to convince me? How much money do you plan to ask? How are you going to spend this money?" What are the plans for cost budgeting and cost control? How to guarantee the return of investors? How do you plan to make a profit from the film? Participate in film festivals or theaters? Are there familiar film selectors at foreign film festivals? Do you plan to rely on bonuses to win awards or participate in the film trading market? Do you understand the rules of the film market? Do you know how many ways to cooperate with overseas copyrights? Silence is the Beijing Film Academy office today. Wang Xiaoshui and others were stunned by the questions. We just want to make movies, not think so much. I don't understand what you said. I'm just a director. Why do I have to know so much? Shouldn't the producer worry about these? Exclamation mark. Oh, I don't have a producer. I don't even have money. Looking at the people who were confused by his question, Chen Shiping sighed, looked at Shan Zhuangxiang who was sitting on the other side of the table and said, the teaching quality of Beijing Film Academy is not very good, and you still want to make independent films? Shan Zhuangxiang was silent. Who can compare with you? They are studying directing. Where have they learned these things? They haven't learned it. Shan Zhuangxiang thought about it and defended Wang Xiaoshui and others. Chen Shiping smiled and said, this is the problem. Domestic directors don't understand these, but they insist on the director-centered system, which can make the film market develop healthily. The director-centered system is fine, but Wang Xiaoshui and other independent filmmakers don't know anything. It took many years of stupidity to slowly learn to be an independent filmmaker. In the first few years, at most he was a movie enthusiast. He collected some money and made 1 or 2 movies with great difficulty. Shan Zhuangxiang always felt that Chen Shiping was hinting that he was only a director, so he couldn't help but say, it's useless for you to tell me these things. Go and tell the higher-ups. I've already submitted the report. Otherwise, why do you think I'm saying these things today? Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Shan Zhuangxiang was a little surprised. He didn't expect him to be serious. Chen Shiping's speech today and the attitude he expressed clearly showed that he wanted to cut off the director-centered system. The most important thing is not only to cut off the director-centered system, but also to carry out a film movement. Isn't this going against all domestic directors? Exclamation mark. Who will participate in your film movement if it's not good for everyone? Who will revolutionize themselves? Chen Shiping took a sip of the sweet wahaha, looked at Wang Xiaoshui and the others and said, I have 2 movies to shoot later. Come to my crew and learn how to be an independent producer. Wang Xiaoshui and the others were a little confused. When they saw Chen Shiping stand up and leave, they came to their senses and said quickly, thank you, Director Chen. Chen Shiping smiled and paused for a moment and said, by the way, only food and accommodation are provided, but no salary. No problem. You can spend money. Lao Yi, who was impatient and quick-mouthed, immediately replied, and then he was glared at by Wang Xiaoshui and Zhang Yuan. You have money, but we don't. Especially Wang Xiaoshui, who is almost out of place to live now. Forget about spending money. I'm not selling classes. Chen Shiping waved his hand and walked out of the office. These 6th-generation directors are a timely help to Chen Shiping. He plans to create a new wave of movies in the mainland film and television industry, and he is worried that no one will charge forward. These 6th-generation directors came at the right time, so let them rush to the front. If they succeed, they will have a share of the honor. If they fail, let a document be issued to ban them from directing for 5 years. In the office, Shan Zhuangxiang looked at the excited Wang Xiaoshui and others, and after a while he said, do you know that Chen Shiping is using you? Lao Yi smiled and said, I know, it's nothing. Chinese films have been controlled by certain people for too long. I'm willing to be the vanguard. Wang Xiaoshui and others also nodded, which made Shan Zhuangxiang happy and surprised. Finally, he sighed and said, then do it well. Don't be like me. Don't worry, Teacher Shan. In the early development of Wang Xiaoshui and other 6th-generation directors, they were summarized by the word breakthrough. Why breakthrough, and breakthrough whose siege? It's an interesting development process, isn't it? Until 10 years later, there were only a few of these people who really broke through, and some people were recruited halfway through the breakthrough. For example, Wang Xiaoshui and Zhang Yuan who did not keep quiet after being recruited. However, these people are too rebellious, and it is also dangerous for Chen Shiping to use them as the first. If they are not used well, they may hurt themselves. But without them, other people probably wouldn't dare to charge forward. Who doesn't want to hold an iron rice bowl and wait for food? The most important thing is that Chen Shiping has more important things to do. The reform of the film market, commercial films, genre films and film industrialization are the top priorities. In comparison, things like the new wave of movies and the elimination of the director-centered system are not so important. I push the general direction, and they charge forward and make achievements. They complement each other. Chen Shiping came out of Beijing Film Academy humming a song, got in the car and went home. Today's speech has gained a lot. Originally, Chen Shiping didn't plan to start from Beijing Film Academy, but he happened to catch up, so he gave it a try. After all, they are all college students, and they are still at an age with ideals and drive. If they really enter the system, they will be tamed in half a year at most, not to mention 2 years. When Chen Shiping returned to the factory, he ran into Zhu Feng, and was immediately pulled by her to prepare for the work of Farewell My Concubine in a hurry. Wait until the day after tomorrow. I have a meeting to attend tomorrow. I really don't have time. Chen Shiping said helplessly. Zhu Feng had no choice but to say, okay, I'll go prepare first, and you can start working the day after tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Chen Shiping laughed and ran away. He was not allowed to breathe. After shooting the next 2 movies, Chen Shiping will definitely take a break for 10 or 8 years. The next day, Chen Shiping was called to a meeting. Song Yu was also with him. He didn't quite understand why Chen Shiping wanted to go to the director-centered system. However, Chen Shiping's journey also proved that the producer system has a surviving soil in the mainland, and it can be done very well. Perhaps it is really a good way out. With the development of film commercialization, film creation is more and more like a company entrepreneurship. The director-centered system is indeed not suitable for the development of commercial films. In the director-centered system, the director only considers himself. He either cheats money or has an excessive sense of self-awareness. It is difficult to make a good movie. After Chen Shiping came to the general administration, he was called to a small meeting by the leader to ask what the report he submitted meant. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It's very simple. Film reform cannot only change the market. The creative model must also follow the changes in the market. The director-centered system has its own drawbacks. The producers say that there is no benefit. Now that the market is open, will they definitely benefit?" Chen Shiping handed over some movie box office data after May and said, "Leaders can take a look. This is the box office data of several major cities in the country in recent months. The performance of domestic films is not good, or it should be said that it is very bad." The leaders knew these data files without looking at them. They looked at Chen Shiping and said, "But this matter is not that simple. There are so many directors and producers in the country. The current producers are all production directors who do miscellaneous and coordinating work, and they can't do it. So I applied for a pilot project to let the factory try it out first. If it does well, it will be promoted to brother units. If it doesn't do well, the losses can be minimized." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, the leader looked at Song Yu and asked, "Old Song, what do you think?" Song Heng immediately smiled and said, "I support it. I have had this idea since Shiping produced his first independent film, but there were too few producers at that time, so I kept it to myself." "Did your factory hold a meeting to discuss it? What do you think?" "No meeting, no discussion. If we had held a meeting to discuss it, this thing wouldn't have been done." The leaders pondered for a while and said, "How about this? Let's keep Shiping's report and study it for a while, and then we'll give you news later." After Chen Shiping and Song Heng came out of the general administration, they looked at each other and laughed. This thing is considered a done deal. If the leaders were not interested, why would they call them over? They could just pretend they didn't see it and deal with it coldly. Song Zion patted Chen Shiping on the shoulder and said, "You are going to offend people in the factory now. It's okay for the old comrades to retire soon, but those directors in their prime don't want to find a father for themselves in the crew." Chen Shiping said nonchalantly, "Whoever is not happy, I will deal with him. This must be done. This is related to the issue of film industrialization. The industrialization of film must get rid of the director-centered system and prevent future film and television companies from developing into all-rounders. Distribution, production, screening, artist management, everything means that nothing can be done well. If your own company wants to make a film, will it use its own people? If it is not suitable, you can only grit your teeth and use it, and then make a bad film. If you have to produce and distribute, you can't concentrate on developing one of the businesses, which will lead to both businesses being not good, and finally making bad films, and the distribution effect is not good, and the box office can't be high. The most important thing is that such a generalist is destined to be impossible to complete industrialization. Chen Shiping must start planning from now on to cut off this trend. Kill all the bad things in the future. When you live again, you have to do something different. Become a leader of the times, not a repeater. Although the essence of human beings is a repeater, be quick. You have forgotten how to work after not working for a few days, right? Zio Wang. Hold it steady for me. Do you know how much a 70mm film costs? Laoyi, what are you daydreaming about? Go and hold the lantern for me. Free labor is not wasted. Chen Shiping put his hands on his waist and ordered people around the crew. After creating a lazy atmosphere in the crew, he went to talk to the actors about the play. As a director, the most important thing is to make the movie well. Chen Shiping came to Zhang Guorong and Zhang Fengyi with a bottle of ice cold soda and asked with a smile, "Are you ready? I have been preparing for half a year. I'm definitely ready." Zhang Guorong said confidently at this time. Chen Shiping nodded and said, "That's fine. Let's shoot it directly later. This scene is very simple. Don't worry, you still talk about it, otherwise I will always be unsure." Zhang Guorong said immediately. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly and was quite satisfied with Zhang Guorong's accent. One is a brother, and the other is a secret crush. That's not difficult. Chen Shiping patted Zhang Guorong on the shoulder and said, "Just think of yourself as the girl you have a crush on, and think of Duan Xiaolao as your fiancé. The emotions are here, the characters are here, and how to act is up to the actors. Chen Shiping won't care about how to design the movements and expressions, otherwise what's the point of having actors? The director's task is to make the pictures look good, the pictures and shots meet the needs of the plot, and sublimate the characters' emotions. Everyone has their own responsibilities. The art of film is a collective art. Farewell My Concubine has been refilmed, and there are many people watching." As soon as Chen Shiping came out after talking about the play, he ran into several acquaintances who came to visit the set. "Why are you here today? There is no play for you?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Gong Li smiled and said, "I'm worried that I won't be able to act well, so I came here to learn from you." "Are you worried that you won't be able to act well?" "That's what I meant. So I came here to learn from you and see how you train actors." "You're late. I've already said everything." Chen Shiping and Gong Li chatted for a few words when they saw Shi Nansheng and others coming over. Zuko was looking at the buildings on the location at this time and was also looking at the surrounding extras. Originally, he thought that the crews of Party A and Party B were quite particular, but now that he saw the scenery of Farewell My Concubine, he realized that this was really particular. Zhang Minimum also came with them. She came mainly for Zhang Guorong. They all lived in Hong Kong, and it was not easy to meet an acquaintance, so she had to come and see him. Besides, who doesn't like Zhang Guorong these days? Chapter 166, Crazy or Possessed? Bang! The flash of the old-fashioned camera flashed, and a puff of white smoke burst out, and the two people in front of the camera were frozen. Two bosses, young men are dressed in furs and horses. No matter what clothes you wear or what style, as long as you put them on, I guarantee you will look decent and iconic. The owner of the photo studio said flatteringly, and the apprentice next to him immediately came over with a new style of short coat and long robe. It was noisy outside the photo studio, and the students' march slogans were loud. Cheng Dai and Duan Xiaolao in the photo studio were not affected at all. They took off their suits and changed into long robes and short coats. Cheng Dai stood in front of Duan Xiaolao, with his legs slightly bent, his lower body leaning forward, and his upper body slightly backward, helping Duan Xiaolao to tidy up his clothes. When his palm brushed over the corner of his clothes, he could see his little finger slightly raised, just like a virtuous woman tidying up clothes for her beloved. The legs covered by the robe were turned inwards, showing his weak strength. The small action of rolling up his sleeves after sitting down also made people ignore his real gender. Duanzai sat down carelessly, shook his robe and sat still. Chen Shiping sat behind the monitor with his chin propped up and watched Zhang Guorong's performance. He was very satisfied. Although he didn't say anything, he played Cheng Dai alive with just this one action. There were several people crowded behind the monitor. Wang Zai, Shui and others stretched their heads to look at this new thing. The monitor was so convenient. There were also several girls sticking their heads out to look at the gaps left by the windows outside the studio. Gongli looked at Zhang Guorong's performance just now and immediately felt the pressure. This acting put too much pressure on her. In Gongli's opinion, Zhang Fenggai's acting was not bad, but compared with Zhang Guorong, it was more than one level worse. His acting was flat and not outstanding at all. But this is also related to the role of Duan Xiaolao, and Zhang Fenggai cannot be blamed entirely. Behind the window, there was a small head squeezed under Gongli's head. Zhang Minimum also saw Zhang Guorong's performance. He felt that he was so feminine just now, but he himself didn't have such femininity. That's great. I really envy such acting skills. No wonder he was directly selected by a strict person like Chen Shiping. Zhang Minimum felt that he would never have such acting skills in his life. If he had half the acting skills, he could have made a good living with this face. It's a pity that he only has this face. His acting skills can only be said to be barely passing. Everyone has different ideas when watching this scene. Some people see the machine, some people see the pressure, and some people see envy. Of course, some people see the feeling of powerlessness. Zuke and Shi Nansheng don't care about Zhang Guorong's acting skills, nor do they care about Chen Shiping's new equipment. They just think that such a movie will never be made in Hong Kong in their lifetime. The attitude of mainland directors towards movies is much more serious than that of Hong Kong. The current Hong Kong movies look brilliant, but the foundation is too shallow. There are only 3 tricks in filming, and no one cares about quality, but only about making quick money. If this continues, it will be a disaster. Chen Shiping had already called cut at this time and did not comment too much on the previous scene. Zhang Guorong is in good condition now, so don't say that he acted well. Immersing in the role is more important than anything else. As an experienced actor, Chen Shiping does not need to say too much about how to act. As a director, it is enough to help the actors find the right state. Those who teach actors how to act step by step are forced to do so. However, when the scene was cut, people who wanted to watch the show came over. Gongli and Zhang Minimum ran to Zhang Guorong to talk and laugh, while Chen Shiping was surrounded by Wang Zai, Shui and others. Master Chen, we are here to learn, and this work cannot be done in vain. Director, this thing is really easy to use. Is it expensive? Wang Zai, Shui asked curiously. Chen Shiping looked at him and said, wait a few years before you consider this issue. Lao Yi didn't care about this issue and asked curiously, Director, you can't just ask us to do odd jobs on the crew, right? Of course not. This is to give you the opportunity to understand how the crew works. Chen Shiping looked at him and explained, I'm not going to teach you how to make a movie. You have to know how to manage a crew as an independent film and how each department cooperates and works. Lao Yi nodded. He understood Chen Shiping's intention. Zhang Yuan next to him came over and asked, are they going to have other scenes later? That kind? Chen Shiping looked up at him and asked, are you interested in this kind of scene? Zhang Yuan nodded and shook his head and said, I'm not interested in this kind of scene, but I'm more interested in this kind of emotional relationship. Chen Shiping was not surprised. Zhang Yuan later shot a movie specifically about same-sex relationships, and the scale was not small, but a lot of the content that was filmed was uncomfortable. Okay, stop gathering around me. Go figure out what's going on with the crew, and go see what the producer is doing on the crew right now. After Chen Shiping waved his hand to send them away, the crew was ready for the next scene. It was very hot outside. While Chen Shiping was directing the extras to take their positions, he walked up to Zuke and Shi Nansheng. I figured out a truth when I went to Venice this time. Zuke and Shi Nansheng turned their heads to look at Chen Shiping, not knowing what he meant by suddenly saying this. Chen Shiping ignored them and continued, it's really meaningless to play with you. It's a waste of time. Follow my rules in the future, and you won't lose anything. Zuke and Shi Nancheng didn't know what Chen Shiping was thinking, and they frowned and remained silent. Chen Shiping stood on the second floor holding the railing, pointing at the extras and busy crew members below and said, "You are very experienced in commercial films, but you will never be able to make a movie like this. I was in Venice this time, and saw a Hollywood company promoting a new movie called Terminator: Judgment Day. It has superstars, big directors, and a special effects company. You can't make a movie like this. So you are destined to be eliminated." Zuke and Shi Nancheng were silent, and their faces were a little red. "We can still be friends if we don't tell the truth. Okay, think about it yourself. Do you want to live or continue to dream?" Chen Shiping waved his hand and left. It was so hot that he started sweating after being out for a while. Zuke looked at Shi Nancheng and asked, "He is bluffing." Shi Nancheng sighed and did not answer. Instead, he said, "I just saw Chen Shiping teaching a few young people. They seem to be directing graduates. I also heard about his speech at Beijing Film Academy. He really feels that he is wasting his time now." Zuke chuckled and said, "So his goal is Hollywood? Hong Kong can't stop it. Can the mainland catch up?" When we praised the Yalu River decades ago, many people also thought that the mainland could not do it. Shi Nancheng said seriously, "We must seriously consider the future situation. Once Taiwan relaxes the restrictions on Hollywood movies and restricts the entry of Hong Kong movies, once mainland movies also exclude us, do you know how many people will starve to death in the Hong Kong film industry? Many people will starve to death. Otherwise Fatty Wang would not have made so many bad movies." Shi Nancheng was not interested in watching it anymore. No matter how bad the mainland film market is, even if it falls to the bottom, mainland filmmakers will not lack food to eat. This is a place that Hong Kong can never compare to. The mainland is so big that mainland directors can make a lot of money, even if they make bad movies. What's the point of arguing with others at this time? They can drag you to death. Chen Shiping walked downstairs and stood in the shade to watch the noisy extras. On the street outside, the extras in school uniforms were in high spirits, waiting for Zhang Guoran to come out. In this hot weather, why did they come here? Just for a box lunch? Exclamation mark. Although the box lunch was indeed very good, it was not important at all. Seeing the stars was important. Most of the extras below were college students, who were at the age when they were interested in idols. There would be a face-to-face scene with Zhang Guoran later, and the selected extras were very happy at this time. What's wrong with just taking a picture of the back of the head? It's enough to see the idol. On the stairs of the photo studio, the theater owner escorted Cheng Dai and Duan Xiaolao down. The slogans outside were loud and the students held flags to vent their anger. Defend North China. Overthrow RB imperialism. Hey, aren't these the two actors in the photo? A student recognized Cheng Dai and Duan Xiaolao and immediately turned his spearhead towards them. "You are about to become slaves of a conquered nation. Do you know that? What kind of drama are you singing with your demonic spirit? You have no home or country. Do you have any conscience as a Chinese?" Cheng Dai stood behind Duan Xiaolao in fear. The theater owner wanted to stand up, but Duan Xiaolao behind him spoke first. "Hey, look carefully, these are Chinese people in a tight situation." Duan Xiaolao raised his thumb, pointed at himself and cursed. "You all look carefully." The students immediately became noisy, and Nayi hurriedly smiled and appeased these students. "That's right, they are all Chinese." Nayi raised his hand and shouted, "Chinese people don't fight Chinese people." The students were stunned for a moment and followed suit. Young people are the most easily led by emotions, let alone such slogans. "We all have the same ancestor." Nayi shouted again, looking at the students and said, "The ancestor is wrong. It can't be wrong." A conflict was resolved in this way, and Nayi quickly protected Cheng Dai and Duan Xiaolao, and got on the rickshaw and drove away. The streets were full of students, shouting slogans, smashing Japanese goods. Duan Xiaolao, who was sitting on a rickshaw, was still angry, scolding those students for being useless, and saying that they should go out of town and do it if they had the guts. Nayi also echoed him, but Cheng Dai hadn't said anything until he entered the alley and the glaring light disappeared. He smiled and said, "It's good to lead the way and call a martial artist." Hey, where did we sing the first farewell my concubine? It happened so many years ago, I'll let you remember it all. Duan Xiaolao replied indifferently. Now Yi next to him said that he led them to Zhang's house and made them famous. This scene was badly filmed, but Chen Shiping passed it because he saw nothing wrong with it. The extras all performed well and were very excited. Zhang Guorong's gentle voice was also very good when he opened his mouth. It was not in vain that they had trained for so long. After Chen Shiping stopped this scene, he let the crew rest. It was not easy to deal with so many extras. It was noisy outside, and the interior scenes were not easy to shoot. Synchronous sound can record all the sounds outside, so it would be useless to shoot. During the break, Zhang Guorong was sitting backstage in the theater, painting his face. After a while, he finished the maquette of UG. Zhang Minimum came over and asked Zhang Guorong to help him with the maquette. This maquette looks so good. Zhang Minimum looked at Zhang Guorong's maquette and felt that he really looked like a Huadan. Very beautiful. His eyebrows and eyes were as gentle as water, and he really put himself into the role. Chen Shiping was sitting on a chair next to him, chatting with Zhu Feng about the shooting later. They were chatting excitedly when they heard Zhang Guorong's ouch. I painted too hard, didn't I get it in my eyes? Zhang Guorong put down his pen, carefully reached out, and pressed Zhang Minimum's eyelids, and the way he bent over and buckled his feet inwards really looked like Cheng Die. Chen Shiping and Zhu Feng were attracted by this scene, and both of them couldn't help staring at him. You made the right choice. He is exactly like Cheng Die himself. Zhu Feng couldn't help but say. Chen Shiping also nodded. Zhang Guorong is not crazy now, but possessed. He can't distinguish between the person and the play. Zhang Minimum opened his eyes and dared not close them. He could only look at Zhang Guorong like this. He felt his heart pounding as he watched Zhang Guorong carefully wipe the paint off his face. How can a man be so beautiful? If he were a woman, Zhang Minimum would probably be turned gay. After Zhang Guorong finished wiping, he coaxed her. Although they were not very familiar, he had such a personality and seemed to be a good friend to everyone. Zhang Minimum wiped the maquette on his face and realized that he almost fell in love with her just now. He was still a little scared. How did this person get so deeply into the play? How good would the role be in this state? Zhang Minimum couldn't help but run to Chen Shiping and Zhu Feng and squatted down, curiously asking how they made Zhang Guorong act so well. Zhu Feng said it was talent, and Chen Shiping said it was being yourself, which made Zhang Minimum a little confused. Talent is understandable, but what does being yourself mean? Chen Shiping explained. As for actors, you have to believe that you are the role, and being yourself is being the role. I understand what you said, but how can I believe it? Zhang Minimum was really moved by Zhang Guorong's performance. It was a completely different feeling to see it live, and in the movie, she, who originally had no pursuit, was completely touched at this time. It's like a man uninstalling software and deleting URLs on a whim one day and vowing to study hard. Most of them are just 3 minutes of enthusiasm. There are very few people who can really stick to it, but those who stick to it succeed. Seeing that she suddenly had such a passion for learning, Chen Shiping said, if you really want to improve, I will recommend you a few books to read later, and I will talk to you when I have time. I don't have many roles these days. Can I come every day? Zhang Minimum asked immediately. Sure, it's a good thing to want to improve. Then how about tonight? Is it not appropriate tonight? Nothing is inappropriate, just treat it as a gift, to pay homage to the teacher. Chapter 167. Using meat buns to hit a dog. As the sun sets, the orange-red sky is particularly gorgeous, so beautiful that people can't bear to take their eyes away. In the location of the Beijing film studio, several Mingnan streets are also sprinkled with a layer of red light. The streets are full of busy staff, giving a feeling of worldly fireworks. The entire crew is finishing work, with smiles on their faces. For workers, there is nothing happier in the world than getting off work. If there is, it must be a holiday. Chen Shiping is also considered a senior worker, but he is not happy at all now. Because he can't get off work yet, he doesn't even have time to attend Zhang Minimum's invitation to him for dinner. The materials shot today will be checked again in the evening. There is no producer above Chen Shiping, but he himself is the producer. So he, as a director, is also responsible for himself as a producer, and at the same time he is responsible for Zufeng, the investor. When Chen Shiping was packing up the materials shot today, Wang Xiaoshui and others came over. "Director, are you asking us to learn this to teach us how to be directors or producers?" Chen Shiping, who was checking today's materials behind the monitor, was almost startled by Wang Xiaoshui's question. He turned his head and looked at him and said, "Shouldn't you ask yourself this question?" Wang Xiaoshui and his friend squatted around Chen Shiping, smoking, and said with some melancholy, "I don't know, so I'm asking you. Aren't you going to make an independent film?" Chen Shiping leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Independent filmmakers have to know everything and be able to do everything." Wang Xiaoshui and his friends are now very melancholy. After spending a day on the crew, they found that they couldn't handle a crew like Farewell My Concubine at all. It was difficult to simply be in charge of a department, not to mention coordinating various departments, being busy shooting, and being responsible for management at the same time. The difficulty is extremely great. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "You have only seen my work as a director, but not my work as a producer. Come over time with me tonight and learn how to be a producer." Wang Xiaoshui and the others had no objection. They came here to learn, and it would be best if they could learn more. Although they were directors who graduated from professional schools, they had absolutely no experience, so they had to learn. After the crew packed up in the evening, Chen Shiping took today's materials back to the factory. He was not in a hurry to watch the film, but took a pile of documents to the office. The production director of Farewell My Concubine also followed him. Although Wang Xiaoshui and the others were hungry, they had no complaints at this time. They all wanted to see what the work of a producer was. After arriving at the office, the production director handed a pile of documents to Chen Shiping and began to report the various expenses of the crew today. Actor wages, food and accommodation, equipment loss, props and costume loss, number of film trials, venue costs, etc. The last item can be crossed out. The cost of the venue has been spent in the early stage, and the factory did not charge a venue usage fee. After calculating all the expenses, Chen Shiping couldn't help but frown. Today he spent a total of 150,000, far exceeding his budget. In addition, the current shooting progress has not kept up with the original plan, which means that the budget will be overspent again. Chen Shiping took the detailed expenditure details of today and compared them with the original budget plan, but he did not forget to teach Wang Xiaoshui and the others. "Look, this is one of the contents of the producer's work." Chen Shiping pointed to the details of various expenditures and said, "Auditing progress and controlling budgets are part of the work. For example, today's group performance wages, logistics support, and the number of films used all exceed the budget. As a producer, you have to find the problem, supervise the director to control the budget, and can't let the director do whatever he wants. The producer must be responsible to the investors. Now that the budget has been exceeded, the producer must think about how to get the excess back, otherwise he can only ask the investment for money. At the same time, you have to find out the problem, communicate with the director, control his shooting costs, and urge him to catch up with the original shooting plan." After Chen Shiping said a lot in one breath, he put down the documents and looked at Wang Xiaoshui and others and said, "This is just one of the tasks of the producer during the shooting process. Early project development, project evaluation, script determination, actor selection, director selection, finding startup funds, formulating early and late shooting plans, and after the film is completed, market promotion and distribution must be done." Wang Xiaoshui and Lao Yi were confused again. They knew what many words meant, but they were confused when they were put together, let alone how to do it. "You see, I only talked about the work, but I didn't say what kind of abilities are needed to complete it." Chen Shiping spread his hands, looked at them and asked, "Now you know how difficult it is to be an independent filmmaker?" Wang Xiaoshui and others nodded, looked at Chen Shiping, and couldn't help saying, "But the domestic model has no producer, only a production director. The production director is like a logistics manager and doesn't understand these things, but the movies are still successful, aren't they?" Chen Shiping crossed his legs and said with a smile, "That's because the production studio undertakes the early work, and China Films Unified Purchasing and Marketing undertakes the later work. In other words, our directors do not actually have these abilities. The director-centered system is not suitable for an open film market." Lao Yi couldn't help but say. Chen Shiping nodded and said, "The era when the state took on everything is over. Most of our directors are not capable of fully managing the production of a film. More importantly, there will inevitably be larger film productions in the future. If the director is the center, can they do a good job? Is it the same to control a small crew with a cost of 1 million and a large crew with a cost of tens of millions? So the director-centered system is not suitable for the development of commercial films. They need to hand over some of their rights so that they will have more energy to create films. The most important thing is that when the director knows nothing, do you know how much corruption will occur in each link? Even if the director knows everything, but the power is too concentrated, if he is corrupt, who can stop it?" Chen Shiping smiled and said, "In fact, corruption is not a big deal. The main problem is that most directors do not have a sense of the market, their personal qualities are not high, and they do not understand budget control. The films they make will lose money and will also destroy the development of the industry. In the development of the mainland's films over the years, the director-centered system has indeed produced many excellent films, but it was the special national conditions that helped them. The unified purchase and sale, the filming costs are all paid by the state, and the director does not have to worry about market issues or cost issues. Whatever movie is made, it is up to the director to make it according to his own preferences. The screenwriter has no status. The director can dismiss the screenwriter at any time and change the script beyond recognition. If the director is an excellent director, this model is very good and will make excellent movies. But the problem is that 90% of the current directors are not good enough. The director-centered system will only make these directors who are not good enough make a bunch of bad movies and even develop a series of unspoken rules in the process. I don't choose the right actors, I only choose the good-looking ones. Anyway, the right actors don't give room cards. I don't care about the cost or the quality. I just fool around. Anyway, I want to embezzle a little. I don't care about the position and market demand. I only shoot what I like. Anyway, it's not my money that I lose. This will be the true portrayal of most directors. Too much concentration of power will only breed problems. How terrible it is to have power without supervision. Wang Xiaoshui and others were confused, feeling that Chen Shiping was exaggerating. This kind of problem won't happen now. The film studio will supervise the director, and the budget is very tight. Lu Zuchang couldn't help but say, "Then why does the film studio keep losing money?" Chen Shiping asked back, then looked at Lu Zuchang and said, "You came to the studio last year, didn't you? Have you seen any newcomers making films? Who supervised the directors in the director's office when they were making films?" Lu Zuchang was silent. How could he make a film? The seniors had already divided up the budget of the studio, and they really didn't make any money. What Chen Shiping wanted was to take away some of the director's rights, not to completely bypass the director. How to shoot the camera, how to act, how to edit the film, these are still the director's business. This is where the director can display his talent. Chen Shiping will not interfere. Looking at Wang Xiaoshui and others who had not yet digested it, Chen Shiping did not explain so much. They were still young and inexperienced, and they would understand slowly. Taking the current situation of major film studios as an example, most of the film creations are what the director wants to shoot, then find a screenwriter to write the script, and then ask the studio for money. Without any investigation, any plan, and without considering the return on investment. Under this model, most movies lose money. This is also the reason why the mainland film market lasted for 10 years in the original time and space. Directors were shooting what they wanted to shoot, spending irresponsible money, and not considering the market's preferences. They drove the audience out of the cinema, and then went to cry that the film market was not good, and we needed more support. After the money was allocated from above, they started to shoot what they liked, and then lost money again, and this repeated for many years. It was not until the economic development in the 2000s, the living standards rose, the audience had more money in their hands, and the film market naturally recovered that mainland films began to make profits. But was the film market saved by these directors? It was just a bonus. Chen Shiping did not want to learn the producer model of Hollywood, nor did he think about copying it completely. Hollywood also has its own drawbacks. But if you want to expand the film market, you must restrict these directors. Expanding the market and allowing investors to get returns will support more directors. While the 6 generations were thinking, Chen Shiping had already completed a new shooting plan and pulled back the excess budget. Chen Shiping put down his pen and looked at them and said, "Let's go eat. We'll go watch the movie later and teach you how to prevent the director from filming blindly. The producer must know more about movies than the director." After that, Chen Shiping took them to eat and then went to the projection room to watch today's materials. He had to teach them a lesson. But this kind of thing is also quite fulfilling. These 6 generations are very talented. If they are trained well, they can do a lot for him in the future, whether they are independent filmmakers or directors under him. Chen Shiping still hopes that the 6 generations can become directors under him, so that he can use them to charge forward. But talented people are always conceited. It's not so easy to conquer them. Take your time. When Chen Shiping returned home in the evening, it was already past 10 o'clock. Tao Human had gone to bed. There was a glass of milk and a boiled egg on the dining table. After drinking the milk, Chen Shiping took a bath and went to bed. The next day, he got up early to go to the set. Now he was very busy. While shooting, he had to teach Wang Xiaoshui and others. Not only does she teach the 6 generations, but she also has Zhang Minimum, a girl who comes to play soy sauce from time to time. Have you read all the textbooks of the Central Academy of Drama? Chen Shiping looked at Zhang Minimum and said with a smile, "You should observe Gong Li now to see how she prepares for a role and then reflect on the problems of the roles you played before." Zhang Minimum said helplessly, "I haven't finished reading the book yet. I don't understand the good parts, and I was just looking for you to ask. What don't you understand?" Chen Shiping was taking a break now and didn't want to teach Wang Xiaoshui's group of ugly men all the time, so he came to Zhang Minimum to teach her. Zhang Minimum's perfume smelled pretty good, and it was quite easy to teach her. Time passed by while talking and laughing. However, Chen Shiping felt that Zhang Minimum was not very attentive, and some of the questions she asked were relatively simple. I always felt that she looked a little guilty when facing him. Chen Shiping felt that there seemed to be something wrong here. If I remember correctly, Zhang Minimum has a boyfriend now. When it was time to finish work in the evening, Zhang Minimum invited Chen Shiping to dinner again, and also brought Zhang Guorong along. Chen Shiping, who was confused, rejected Zhang Minimum directly, feeling that she had other purposes, and was definitely not convinced by her charm, and wanted to throw herself into his arms. Chen Shiping didn't think that her charm could make women throw themselves into his arms. After seeing him a few times, there must be something fishy going on. Zhang Minimum was a little disappointed after being rejected, but also relieved. After returning to the hotel at night, she went to find Shi Nansheng. "Sheng, I tried it. It didn't work." Zhang Minimum looked at her and said, "Party A and Party B are about to wrap up, and I have to go back to Hong Kong too." Shi Nansheng was quite disappointed, looked at Zhang Minimum and said, "You have to keep this to yourself and go back after the filming is finished." Zhang Minimum was relieved. She deliberately approached Chen Shiping and then created some accidents to control Chen Shiping. She had a good impression of Chen Shiping. If Shi Nansheng had not contacted Hong Kong and forced her to go, she would not have done such a thing. Fortunately, Chen Shiping is busy now and does not seem to have any intention towards her, otherwise she would feel bad. Shi Nansheng did not have much hope for this matter. Chen Shiping's identity is sensitive, and Hong Kong cannot influence him, and some means cannot be used. She can only try this way. She is really helpless. Guan Zilin is unwilling to cooperate with her, and Zhang Minimum fails again. The last struggle failed. It seems that there is only one way to bow down and accept fate. Chen Shiping is sitting in the office at this time, looking at the number in the phone book, thinking for a while and dialing it. Soon Zhang Minimum's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Chen Shiping, do you have time? I'll treat you to supper." Zhang Minimum hesitated. Did he take the bait? But the time and place are not set by himself. It is easy to throw meat buns at dogs. Why did he suddenly ask him to have supper? Chen Shiping is such a smart person. Didn't he find out? Should I go or not? Zhang Minimum was a little confused. Chapter 168. Thank you for the hospitality. In the hotel room, Zhang Minimum sat on a chair in his nightgown. Under the warm yellow light, his legs were covered with a layer of light. Zhang Minimum listened to Chen Shiping's steady breathing on the other end of the phone, and couldn't help but nervously curl his toes. His toes painted with red nail polish exuded a charming aura. Chen Shiping wanted to treat her to a midnight snack, but it didn't seem right no matter how he thought about it. It was already past 9 o'clock. Was it a midnight snack or a treat for herself? Zhang Minimum suspected that Chen Shiping had seen something. Such a smart person must have felt something was wrong. So should he agree or not? If he didn't agree, he would be seen. If he agreed, he was worried that he would be eaten up. Just when Zhang Minimum was struggling, Chen Shiping's voice came from the other end of the phone again. I'll go down and pick you up. You can come downstairs in 15 minutes. In the office of the Beijing film studio, Chen Shiping laughed a few times after watching the hung up phone, then took the car keys and went out. He was busy until midnight today, so it was best to have a midnight snack before going home. Of course, eating supper is not the most important thing, but to find out what is wrong with Zhang Minimum. If he is here to fish, then he should just take the bait. He can't let him down. If he wants to corrupt me, he should find something on me. It's just something, so put it in front of her for her to find. She has to find something. Although she said so, Chen Shiping is still very careful and won't be so arrogant as to give something to others. Chen Shiping can guess who is behind this without having to guess. It must be that little bitch Nan Shengshi. But it's better to find out. Chen Shiping quickly drove to the Shangri-La Hotel, which is the most luxurious hotel in Beijing. At the entrance of the hotel, there was no sign of Zhang Minimum. Chen Shiping took out his mobile phone and called her. The call was quickly connected. Where is the person? Come out. In the hotel room, Zhang Minimum, who had already put on his clothes, said nervously, Director Chen, come up. The food in the hotel restaurant is also very good. I will treat you. Hearing Zhang Minimum's words, Chen Shiping chuckled and said, I will take you to eat authentic Beijing snacks. Come downstairs. I'm already here. Zhang Minimum in the upstairs room looked at the hung up phone, threw it on the bed helplessly, looked at Shi Nansheng and said, I will reject him directly. Shi Nansheng immediately said, don't, then he will find out. He is already suspicious now. Am I really going? Zhang Minimum couldn't help but said, you go with me. Shi Nansheng wanted to, but if he went by himself, it would be self-incriminating. Chen Shiping didn't know what was going on. After returning from Venice, he became more and more domineering. If he angered him again this time, he would probably be in trouble. Maybe it's really a midnight snack. Shi Nansheng couldn't help but persuade. You asked him out several times before. Maybe you feel bad. Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think he's stupid? Zhang Minimum said unhappily. Shi Nansheng looked at Zhang Minimum steadily and comforted him. Even if his purpose is not pure, he won't do anything to you directly. I'll follow you. If he really makes a move, I'll take a picture and then show up directly. Chen Shiping's attitude is very important. Don't think he is just a deputy director of a film studio, but he has a great influence. Shi Nansheng persuaded again, and then promised, I won't let you do it in vain. I can add to the previous conditions. Hearing Shi Nansheng's words, Zhang Minimum hesitated for a while and said, okay, you must follow closely. Don't worry, I will. Chen Shiping downstairs looked at the watch on his wrist. 10 minutes had passed, and the person hadn't come downstairs yet. His guess was probably true. Shi Nansheng, this little girl, really dared to do such a thing. Just when Chen Shiping was about to turn around and go home, the car window was suddenly knocked. Zhang Minimum stood outside with a smile on his face, bending over and looking at Chen Shiping in the car. Chen Shiping was a little surprised and directly pressed the car lock to let Zhang Minimum sit in. After Zhang Minimum sat down, Chen Shiping drove away directly, and Shi Nansheng, who followed him out of the hotel, immediately drove to catch up. Chen Shiping was driving the car, and he glanced at Zhang Minimum sideways. He found that she was a little nervous. so he smiled and said, "Why do you feel so nervous? Don't worry, I won't sell you out." Hearing his words, Zhang Minimum immediately smiled and said, "How could that be? I'm just curious where we are going to eat. Why is it getting more and more remote? It's a small restaurant, it's hard to find." Chen Shiping laughed and said, "There is a restaurant opened by a Wenzhou person that is not bad, but it's a little dangerous over there. There are all kinds of people from other places, dealing in foreign exchange, smuggling, lending money, etc." Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Zhang Minimum was completely silent. She felt that the introductions just now were a hint. "Don't worry, it's just a meal. I still know a few friends," Chen Shiping said as he turned the car into an alley. The narrow alley can only accommodate one car. People who don't often go to alleys can only move slowly in the alley. But Chen Shiping is an old gun, and he drives very fast. Zhang Minimum also found that the alley was not easy to drive, and subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror, worried that Shi Nansheng had lost him, and even more worried that he might be in trouble tonight. Chen Shiping also noticed Zhang Minimum's little action, looked at the rearview mirror, and saw a car entering the alley. He couldn't help but snorted and increased the speed. "Don't worry, I'm a good driver." Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at Zhang Minimum and smiled. Zhang Minimum swallowed his saliva and smiled and said, "That's good. This alley is so narrow." "Narrow is good," Chen Shiping said, and increased the speed a little. At this time, Shi Nansheng also turned in, but he didn't dare to drive fast, let alone make a noise, for fear of being discovered by Chen Shiping. Compared with Zhang Minimum's safety, she was more concerned about whether she could catch Chen Shiping's little braid. There are a few chaste women in the Hong Kong entertainment circle. What if someone took advantage of her? Even if her boyfriend was from Yangsheng, Zhang Minimum would not be so stupid as to tell her boyfriend on her own initiative. Shi Nansheng did not bring Zhang Minimum's assistant this time because he was worried about trouble, and the fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better. The road in the alley was difficult to walk, and the alley was very long. Chen Shiping drove very steadily, and the distance between him and Shi Nansheng's car was getting bigger and bigger. At an intersection in the alley, Chen Shiping turned the direction directly and turned out of the alley. Shi Nansheng watched Chen Shiping's taillights disappear in the alley and anxiously stepped on the accelerator to catch up quickly. Chen Shiping turned into another alley and drove forward for dozens of meters and turned into another alley. Zhang Minimum looked at the dark rearview mirror and couldn't hold it anymore. She couldn't help but look back, hoping to see Shi Nansheng's car, but the dark alley was just like her current mood. "Damn. I'm going to die," Chen Shiping said with a smile while driving. "Why are you so nervous? There are many alleys in this area, but I'm very familiar with them." "What?" Zhang Minimum nervously pulled her hair and said with a smile, "It's just too dark, a little scared." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. But the problem is that I did it." Zhang Minimum wanted to admit it, but he was more afraid that Chen Shiping would get angry and get himself in this dark corner. "It's pitch black outside now, and it looks like a good place to kill and rob. Stay calm. You must stay calm. You can't let anyone find out that you've done something wrong." Chen Shiping couldn't help laughing at Zhang Minimum's nervous look, and he turned the steering wheel in his hand, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. The car finally came out of the alley, but the front was still very desolate. Seeing that there were still a few shops with lights on and people eating in front, the nervous Zhang Minimum immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shiping couldn't do anything to him in front of so many people. Chen Shiping found a tripe restaurant and parked the car. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Minimum and said, "Before eating, I want to ask a question." The light in the car was very dim. Half of Chen Shiping's face was hidden in the darkness, and his expression could not be seen. Zhang Minimum became inexplicably nervous and asked in a low voice, "What's the question?" Chen Shiping looked at Zhang Minimum's pretty face and said without any change in his voice, "The car behind just now was Nanshengshi, right? She asked you to go to the crew these days, right?" Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Zhang Minimum's heart immediately skipped a beat. Sure enough, he was seen through. Was his performance really that obvious? It seems that poor acting is a fact. Will I be retaliated if I admit it now? This is Beijing. Can I still go back to Hong Kong? Zhang Minimum's mind was full of random thoughts, and then he suppressed his emotions and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I don't recognize that car just now. I went to the crew just to learn." Chen Shiping smiled, pressed the unlock button directly, looked at Zhang Minimum and said, "Get out of the car." Zhang Minimum said oh, and pushed open the door and got out. Chen Shiping sat in the car, took out his mobile phone, and called Shi Nansheng to tell her where he was before getting out of the car. Shi Nansheng, who was still unable to find her way in the alley, sighed helplessly at this time, but she didn't know where Chen Shiping had just said. There were not many people in the fried tripe restaurant at this time, and Chen Shiping and Zhang Minimum found a small table to sit down. "Is anyone else coming?" Zhang Minimum saw that Chen Shiping had just called, and he was a little panicked, worried that he was asking someone to come and deal with him. A friend. Chen Shiping didn't explain much, and said directly, "The fried tripe here is good. Eat more later, so that you can go on the road after you are full." Zhang Minimum's hands trembled, and he looked at Chen Shiping with a sad face and said, "Director Chen, what do you mean?" "Nothing." Chen Shiping glanced at her calmly and said, "Haven't you always wanted to have dinner with me? Why are you still not happy?" Zhang Minimum was a little overwhelmed at this time, but she didn't dare to admit what happened before, and said nervously, "I really admire Director Chen. There is no other meaning." I. Why are you hesitating? Do you still like me?" Chen Shiping looked at her with a smile. Zhang Minimum nodded immediately and said, "Yes. That's it. Director Chen, I really have no other purpose." "Is that so?" Chen Shiping put down his chopsticks and said, "I'll give you a chance. Follow me after eating." Zhang Minimum. "Can I refuse?" Chen Shiping looked down at the time and said, "There's still time. It's good to eat faster. If you eat slower, people will probably arrive." Zhang Minimum swallowed his saliva and immediately turned his head to shout to the boss, "Boss, please hurry up. We're in a hurry." Hearing Zhang Minimum's words, Chen Shiping couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's as if I'm forcing you." No, I'm just hungry," Zhang Minimum said immediately, worried about the friend Chen Shiping had just called over. Soon the fried tripe came up, and Zhang Minimum couldn't wait to eat it in big mouthfuls. After pouring sesame sauce on it, Chen Shiping watched the fried tripe slowly, watching Zhang Minimum wolf it down. A frightened beauty also has a different charm. Soon Zhang Minimum finished the fried tripe in front of him, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and burp. Seeing that the fried tripe in front of Chen Shiping hadn't moved, he was very anxious. "Can you hurry up?" Zhang Minimum asked in a low voice. Chen Shiping ignored her, took another bite, wiped his mouth and said, "You are so impatient, I'll go pay." Chen Shiping went to pay and said a few words to the boss, leaving an extra 50 yuan before leaving. The two came out of the restaurant. Zhang Minimum wanted to leave quickly, but didn't dare to get in the car, and his walking posture became awkward. Chen Shiping didn't care about her. He got in the car and took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one, looking at Zhang Minimum outside the car quietly. "Don't say it, don't say it." Zhang Minimum at this time can really arouse people's desire to protect him. Zhang Minimum looked at Chen Shiping smoking in the car, gritted her teeth, and got in the car. As soon as she got in the car, Chen Shiping threw away the cigarette, started the car, and left the fried tripe shop. Less than 10 minutes after the two walked, Shi Nansheng hurriedly arrived. He ran into the fried tripe shop, but found that only the boss was inside, without the shadow of Chen Shiping and Zhang Minimum. Shi Nansheng thought he had found the wrong place, and was stopped by the boss, just as he was about to leave. "Miss, are you Chen Shiping's friend?" Shi Nansheng was stunned, and immediately nodded and said, "Yes, where is he?" "After eating, he left," the boss said with a simple smile. "He also ordered a portion of fried tripe for you, saying thank you for your hospitality, and asked me to give you something." "Thank you for the hospitality?" Shi Nansheng was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked, "What did he leave for me?" The boss took out a plastic basket from the table next to him and said, "This is it. He said he gave it to you to go home and wash the vegetables." Shi Nansheng looked at the basket in his hand, and immediately understood what Chen Shiping meant. It was a waste of effort. Where did Zhang Minimum go? Exclamation mark. Isn't it a waste? Why did you take Zhang Minimum away? Shi Nancheng immediately ran out of the restaurant, went to the car to take out the big mobile phone and called Chen Shiping, but the call was no longer connected. Zhang Minimum could not be found, and he must have been taken away by Chen Shiping, but Shi Nancheng didn't dare to tell anyone now, let alone the people in Hong Kong. Otherwise, he would be the first to be unlucky. Shi Nancheng now understood what Chen Shiping meant by thank you for the hospitality. He was really polite. Thank you so much. Shi Nancheng slapped the steering wheel angrily. Now she could only pray that Chen Shiping would not mess with Zhang Minimum, otherwise she would have no way to explain herself. Chapter 169. Please accept me. In the alley at night, there were only street lights hanging on the electric poles, and the whole alley was pitch black. A black car was moving slowly in the alley. Zhang Minimum, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was nervously grasping her fingers and turning her head to look at Chen Shiping from time to time. It was very dark in the car, and she couldn't see Chen Shiping's face clearly. She just felt that he was like a volcano about to erupt, which was very dangerous. Thinking of the current situation, Zhang Minimum was somewhat resigned to his fate and couldn't help asking, "Where are we going? Can we go to a better place?" "Yeah." Chen Shiping hummed and was silent again. Zhang Minimum pursed his lips and didn't know what to say. Looking at his profile, he couldn't help but prepare himself mentally. He looks pretty, it's no big deal. Maybe he's very powerful. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. After a while of psychological preparation, Zhang Minimum found that he was not so nervous. Isn't that the case between men and women? As long as Chen Shiping doesn't play too abnormally, it will be fine. However, he still has to shoot a movie tomorrow. He attaches so much importance to the Lunar New Year movie, he shouldn't play too much. Just grit your teeth and get through it. It's only a matter of 10 minutes anyway. Soon the car drove out of the alley and onto the main road. There were more streetlights, which looked a lot more reassuring. As time went by, Zhang Minimum found that the scenery outside was becoming more and more familiar. It seemed to be heading towards the Shangri-La Hotel. Shangri-La Hotel? Isn't he worried that I will run away? After arriving at the hotel, Zhang Minimum couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chen Shiping, a little confused about what Chen Shiping wanted to do. It was not easy to prepare myself mentally and start looking forward to it. What's going on? Zhang Minimum felt that Chen Shiping was regulating his nerves, scaring himself for a while, and giving himself hope for a while. Soon the car arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel. Chen Shiping stopped the car at the intersection. He didn't say anything and didn't get out of the car. He sat there for more than 10 minutes before looking at Zhang Minimum and saying, "Get off and go back." Zhang Minimum looked at him in surprise and couldn't help saying, "Really, let me go back?" Chen Shiping looked at her, suddenly leaned in and looked into her eyes and asked, "Do you want to sleep with me so much?" "I don't." Zhang Minimum leaned back in a panic, looking at Chen Shiping's deep eyes, clearly feeling his breathing and feeling that her heart was beating a little faster. She didn't know if she was scared or what was going on, but she just felt that her heart was beating a little faster. She looked at Chen Shiping's slightly raised chin and the blue stubble on his chin, and she felt a little sexy. Looking at Zhang Minimum's beautiful face and smelling the perfume on her body, Chen Shiping felt a little restless. But she still suppressed the restlessness in her heart and sat back. Chen Shiping unlocked the car door and said calmly, "Get out of the car before I change my mind." Zhang Minimum was a little unsure of Chen Shiping's thoughts. He didn't know if he was testing him or really wanted to let him go. So he tentatively put his hand on the door armrest and asked, "Are you really going to let me go? Hurry up." Chen Shiping said with a frown. Zhang Minimum was indeed very beautiful, but Chen Shiping didn't want to have anything to do with her, even with the KO's achievement bonus. This woman approached him with bad intentions after all, and who knew if there would be any danger after having sex. You can't do anything big if you just go after a woman you see. Today's incident was purely for Shi Nancheng to see, to warn that little bitch. Seeing that Chen Shiping really wanted him to leave, Zhang Minimum immediately opened the car door and prepared to get out of the car, but before he could stretch out one foot, he was stopped by Chen Shiping. "Wait a minute, do you know what to say to Shi Nancheng tomorrow?" Zhang Minimum was stunned for a moment, then he retracted his raised foot, looked back at Chen Shiping and said, "What do you want me to say?" It's better to be well behaved now, so as not to be stuck. Don't say anything, but you can talk to your boyfriend about what happened tonight. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he waved his hand to let Zhang Minimum get out of the car. Zhang Minimum hurriedly pushed the door and got out of the car so fast that he couldn't. When closing the door, he wanted to use more force, but he held back and gently closed the door. He smiled at Chen Shiping through the car window and then hurriedly ran towards the hotel. After running back to the hotel lobby, Zhang Minimum breathed a sigh of relief, looked back at the hotel gate, and when he didn't see Chen Shiping, he hurried upstairs. After sitting in the car for a while, Chen Shiping also drove home. I hope Zhang Minimum will tell her boyfriend to let Yang Sheng go to find trouble with Shi Nansheng. Of course, I also want to find trouble with Shi Nansheng. Playing these tricks again and again, clay people have 3 points of temper. Zhang Minimum returned to his room and called Zhang Jiang in shock to tell him about his experience tonight. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before asking, "Are you really okay? Didn't Chen Shiping touch you?" "It's okay." Zhang Minimum suddenly reacted after speaking, paused and couldn't help saying, "You don't believe me?" "No." The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I will find Shi Nansheng. You have a good rest." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhang Minimum was stunned for a while, looking at the phone in his hand with a busy tone, and couldn't help but throw it out in anger. "Although I thought about obeying Chen Shiping, didn't I not do it in the end? You still don't believe me?" Exclamation mark. Zhang Minimum knows her boyfriend too well. He must doubt herself. No, he absolutely doesn't believe that she is okay. She was really stupid. She actually listened to Chen Shiping and told her boyfriend about this. Zhang Jiang also called Shi Nansheng immediately. Zhang Minimum is back at the hotel? Great. Shi Nansheng breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became nervous again. If she didn't handle this matter well, she might be in trouble. She couldn't understand why Zhang Minimum said it, and she wondered if Zhang Minimum was holding a grudge against her and wanted to vent his anger. The person on the other end of the phone didn't make trouble for Shi Nansheng. After asking about the situation tonight, he also asked in detail about the specific time. In the end, he found that there was nearly an hour of gap in the middle, and the veins on his hand holding the phone were bulging. "Shi Nansheng, you must give me an explanation for this matter." Shi Nansheng listened to the furious voice on the other end of the phone and was about to explain a few words, but found that the phone had been hung up. The phone was hung up, and he had to take the blame, but Shi Nansheng was not angry. Instead, he calmed down and sat in the car thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. Zhang Minimum's problem was not worth her anxiety. After all, he was just a plaything for others. If he really wanted to talk about marriage, he would not be released to act and kiss and hug other male actors. Yang Sheng's side is easy to deal with, but Chen Shiping's side is not easy. As for Zhang Minimum, there is no need to worry. Anyway, he has been taken advantage of by Chen Shiping. What is there to say? Maybe it will be safer to get close to Chen Shiping in the future. Shi Nansheng sat in the car and thought for a while, then started the car and left. The next morning, at Chen Shiping's house, Tao Human brought him a glass of milk and asked, "Why did you come back so late last night?" Chen Shiping yawned and said, "Shi Nansheng and Zuke are making trouble again, so we dealt with it later." "What's wrong?" Tao Human asked curiously. Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "It's okay. Just have less contact with her in the future. This matter is really not a conflict between Chen Shiping and Shi Nansheng, and it can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. What are you going to do today?" Chen Shiping asked, while eating a bun. Tao Human said helplessly, "I'm going to the new house to watch the decoration. Those small workers are too slow to work, just dawdling. They charge by the day." Chen Shiping didn't take this matter to heart and went out after breakfast. However, he did not go to the Farewell My Concubine set. There was no scene to shoot this morning, but there were scenes in the afternoon and evening. Today he had to go to the Party A and Party B crew to play his part, and also to trouble Shi Nansheng. Chen Shiping called Xia Gang to find out the location, and then set off. Today's scene was in the hospital. A writer who couldn't find a partner wanted to starve to death. It was really fucking interesting. The key is that Chen Shiping played this role. The contrast was huge. I guess the audience would laugh to death. Chen Shiping drove to the hospital, parked the car in the yard and went upstairs. The hospital had specially vacated a ward for the crew. When Chen Shiping arrived, it was already crowded. Jeyu and the others were all there. Zhang Minimum was also standing in the corner. When he saw Chen Shiping coming, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He blamed him for scaring her yesterday and thanked him for letting her go yesterday, but he was also angry that he fooled her before leaving. Otherwise, she would not tell her boyfriend about what happened last night. If things went wrong, they might break up. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will only take root and sprout quickly. Chen Shiping also saw the resentment in Zhang Minimum's eyes, but he didn't care at all. The people Chen Shiping wanted to see were Zuke and Shi Nansheng, but he didn't see the couple after looking around. It's not that they ran away, because they were afraid of retaliation. Zia Gang ran over and said, "Director, you don't have much time, let's go directly." Chen Shiping nodded and said that he would finish the filming first. There was no rush to settle the score later, but he still had to change his clothes. The white shirt, trousers, and leather shoes made him look too energetic and aura, which was inconsistent with the character. The costume designer had already prepared clothes for Chen Shiping, a red striped shirt, a pair of navy blue trousers, nylon socks and sandals. With this change of clothes, Chen Shiping's temperament was immediately concealed, but the costume designer felt that it was not good enough and even messed up Chen Shiping's hair with some hairspray. Now he has completely become an unkempt and introverted young writer. Soon, the extras came over with the emergency bed. Chen Shiping went up to it, turned his head, and looked at Zia Gang and asked, "Do you have any requests?" "No, just sit up and make some noise when you pass by the ward and show your face." Zia Gang didn't dare to explain the play to Chen Shiping. Not to mention that he was a big director. He wrote the script of this movie. It would be like showing off one's skills in front of an expert to explain the play to Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping didn't think much about it and just lay on the bed to recall the lines. The ward was ready for filming at this time. Jeyu was lying on the bed with a bandage on his forehead, and Zhang Minimum was sitting beside the bed and talking to him. Soon, there was a commotion outside the ward. Several nurses came over with a cart, and a young man was lying on the bed, threatening to commit suicide. "I don't want to live anymore. Don't save me. I can't even find a partner. What's the point of living? Don't give me food. I want to starve myself to death." Chen Shiping acted very hard, and Zia Gang watched in silence. Zhang Minimum in the room looked at Chen Shiping's desperate look, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing Zhang Minimum's laughter, Zia Gang was delighted. He was just thinking about how to ask Chen Shiping to do another take. Zhang Minimum's laughter saved him. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Director, I'm sorry." The actor laughed. "Do another take." Chen Shiping didn't care. He wanted to laugh just now. He lay on the bed and asked with a smile, "Was the performance just now too exaggerated? Please bear with me." Zia Gang's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "Very funny, but it would be better if you hold back a little." He was quite good at talking. Chen Shiping felt that Zia Gang had made great progress during this period. So he said, "I understand, director, hold back a little this time." Zhang Minimum also restrained his smile at this time and turned to look at Jeyu, who was wrapped in gauze. Jeyu couldn't help but tease her and winked at her, which made Zhang Minimum laugh again. But no one laughed. Zhang Minimum smiled and then quickly covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Chen Shiping was lying on the emergency bed and looking at Zhang Minimum through the window. He thought this girl was quite interesting. He was scared to death yesterday, but today he could laugh heartlessly. Zia Gang also shouted with a loudspeaker at this time, "All reset. Prepare for a shoot. Hurry up. The director has no time to waste with us." As soon as the voice fell, the two extras pushed Chen Shiping back again. After the second time, Chen Shiping put his strength back. This time he performed well, and Zia Gang's brows relaxed. The role of this character is very simple, with only a few scenes in total. After he clamored to starve himself to death in the hospital, the Dream Company took the initiative to do good things. Let Zhao Bian dress up as a princess of a small country and fall in love with a writer. When Zhang Minimum came out wearing Middle Eastern style clothes, Chen Shiping couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was very charming. I should have been braver last night. After making fun of myself in my heart, I put away my expression and went to film. Isn't it just playing the role of a dog-licking pervert? Although I have no experience, I have seen a lot. When the filming started, Chen Shiping looked at Zhang Minimum with shining eyes and a smile on his face, and his movements were a little shy. Zhang Minimum looked at Chen Shiping like this, and it was hard to associate him with the person last night. But psychologically, he felt very happy. Didn't you scare me last night? You are so domineering. If you have the ability, don't smile shamelessly. I can't charm you to death. And you drove me out of the car. And you set a trap for me. Obviously I didn't do anything, but I was misunderstood. I'm so disappointed. Chen Shiping looked at Zhang Minimum's proud and arrogant look, wondering if she was acting or really happy. After the filming was finished, he walked to her side and whispered, "Follow me after the filming." Zhang Minimum looked down at his dress and couldn't help but lift his veil. Did this arouse his desire again? At this time, Shi Nansheng and Zuke also came. The first thing they did when they arrived at the crew was to find Chen Shiping. The three of them came to a corner, and Shi Nansheng immediately said, "Yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding. Whether you believe it or not, I admit it. I will bring a few Hong Kong directors to the mainland. You are going to go to the director center, so I will cooperate with you." Chen Shiping looked at Shi Nansheng in surprise. He really needed more people to participate in order to form a cluster effect. Shi Nansheng almost said that he came to surrender, which meant that Hong Kong had completely given up resistance and surrendered to the mainland. Then agree to it first, and then slowly deal with politics in the future. I'm sorry to all the godfathers. I have to work overtime every day at the end of the year. I can't stand it. I will try to write as much as possible tomorrow to make up for it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 All in the Bowl. In the garden downstairs of the hospital, many patients were walking in the yard, and their behaviors were very strange. This is a psychiatric hospital, and the patients inside are not quite normal. Under the shade of the trees in the garden, Chen Shiping was thinking about a problem, and Shi Nansheng and Zuka beside him were silent. After a long time, Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at them and said, "You don't have to bring the director to the mainland, but you two can help me do something." "What is it?" Shi Nansheng asked curiously, worried that Chen Shiping would make excessive demands. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It's a very simple thing. After a while, I plan to apply for the establishment of a cross-strait and three-place director exchange meeting, and also establish the China Film Directors Association. You just need to take the lead and join." Shi Nansheng, "Are you going to catch them all in one fell swoop?" Chen Shiping stretched and said, "What a simple thing. If you join, I can help you get a position as vice president, so that you won't be restricted when you come to the mainland to make films in the future." Shi Nansheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons of this matter in his mind. However, he would definitely be restricted after joining. At least the Taiwan market would have nothing to do with him in the future. If he just came to the mainland to make a film, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem. But joining the Directors Association that Chen Shiping mentioned would be equivalent to publicly standing in all aspects. Chen Shiping didn't rush her. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it to refresh himself. He didn't set up this Directors Association on a whim. Since he wanted to centralize directors, he must give these directors some benefits. He has been thinking about how to do it in the past few days. But giving benefits is one aspect, and someone still needs to charge forward. Originally, Chen Shiping planned to plan slowly, and wanted to support the sixth generation. Now that Shi Nansheng has done this, he can take advantage of it. After the results are achieved, Chen Shiping will have trained a group of producers, and then the Producers Association can be established. Originally, this Directors Association was not proposed until next year, and was officially approved in 1994, but Chen Shiping planned to set it up in advance. How could it be the same as his, if someone else did it? However, the level is definitely not as good as that of the China Film Festival Association. Chen Shiping's original plan was to bring these directors together under the theme of promoting exchanges between film directors from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong. After smoking half of the cigarette, Chen Shiping put it out, looked at Shi Nancheng and said, "Go back and think about it. Give me the answer before the 11th. I will give you the words I gave to the students of Beijing Film Academy before. You must have a correct position. If you have a correct position, I can guarantee that you will make money. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, it will be useless to me." After saying that, Chen Shiping left. Zhang Minimum, who had been staring at this place not far away, saw him leave and was a little entangled for a moment, not knowing whether to follow him. Shi Nancheng noticed this scene, waved to her, and called her over. He was not angry about her bad brain yesterday, but told her that she could try to contact Chen Shiping to leave a way out for himself. After all, she was already hooking up with a big boss, and now she doesn't know if she can continue to hook up with him after returning to Hong Kong. Zhang Minimum knew last night that her good days in the future might be over, so she hesitated and chased after him. But when she ran over, she only saw the taillights of Chen Shiping's car. "Zhang Minimum, didn't you ask me to go with you? Why did you leave first?" Chen Shiping really didn't have the time to waste time on a woman now, and he just scared her just now. After returning to the film studio, Chen Shiping went to the Farewell My Concubine studio to prepare for filming. Finish the movie as soon as possible, and then concentrate on doing big things. Chen Shiping was busy on the set until after 8 o'clock in the evening, and then he went back to the studio to watch the movie and review the expenses of the crew. It was already past 10 o'clock when he finished. After going home to eat something, he didn't go to rest immediately, and he still had to write an application. Now if I submit it for approval, it will probably take a month before I get a reply. I mentioned before that I applied for the pilot project at the Beijing Film Studio, and the higher-ups are still discussing it in a meeting, and it will probably take less than half a month before I get a reply. Applying for something like this is very troublesome, but this time Chen Shiping plans to find a tall person to help him. I haven't seen director Z.T. Lee for a while. I will visit him tomorrow night. At this time in the Shangri-La Hotel, Shi Nancheng and Zuka were sitting together to discuss what Chen Shiping said today. "Do you want to join?" Zuka couldn't help asking. Shi Nancheng hasn't made up his mind yet, and sighed. "It would be great if we could wait until the exchange meeting to give a reply," but Chen Shiping didn't give that much time. Zuka couldn't help but say, "Go back to Hong Kong and discuss it with the people in the Directors Association. It's no use discussing it with them." Shi Nancheng couldn't help but say, "They probably don't want to join. Being the boss in Hong Kong is the same as being controlled by the mainland." After thinking for a while, Zuka couldn't help but say, "If Chen Shiping can really give a vice president, it's not impossible. We can also recruit more Hong Kong directors to join. Maybe there will be a chance to become president in the future. Maybe there will be an opportunity around 1997. At this point, Zuka couldn't help but say, "And now Chen Shiping is going to promote the producer model, so we can also use it to lay eggs. It's difficult for various film companies in Hong Kong to develop now. With the help of Chen Shiping, we can also support many directors who have no movies to shoot. If I become the vice president, I can just bring them together to compete with mainland directors. In the future, Hong Kong films will definitely fall into a trough. If we develop in the mainland at that time, we can also suppress the Hong Kong Directors Association. Chen Shiping hates those film companies with dirty backgrounds. Yindu has developed very fast in the past 2 years. In the future, perhaps we can influence the market of Hong Kong films." Shi Nancheng looked at her husband with some surprise. She didn't expect him to have such a good idea. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that this plan was feasible. So the couple discussed it in detail and finally decided to find Chen Shiping to learn more about the specific situation of this directors association. The morning sun shone in from the window. Chen Shiping opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing Tao Human was about to get up, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead a few times. "I haven't eaten cabbage for several nights. I'm so greedy." Tao Human put her hand on Chen Shiping's chin and said disdainfully, "Your beard is so prickly. Now you think my beard bricks people, but you used to say that I'm manly. Chen Shiping snorted, pulled the quilt to cover Tao Human, and then pounced on her. Soon a foot stretched out from under the quilt, with black panties hanging on the white and slender ankle, shaking back and forth. After an unknown amount of time, Tao Human opened the quilt and sat up, with her hands on Chen Shiping's chest and her hair in disarray. Chen Shiping put his hands on her waist to support her, and couldn't help saying, "If you don't hurry up, the breakfast shop will be closed." Tao Human blushed, pulled her hair back, and after holding it firmly with both hands, she looked into Chen Shiping's eyes and shook hard. "Do you really think our plump Middleston is a decoration?" Exclamation mark. "You can't go out today." More than an hour later, Chen Shiping went out. Tao Human lay on the bed at home, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She rested for a long time before getting up and pulling off the sheets to wash. The filming of Farewell My Concubine went very smoothly. Zhang Guorong, who was possessed by the devil, acted so smoothly that he finished work at around 5 in the afternoon. After the crew of Chen Shiping finished work, they went directly to find Zitili and brought 2 cans of fine tea. After arriving at Zi's home, Chen Shiping told Zitili about his plan to organize a cross-strait and Hong Kong film exchange meeting. In the study, after listening to Chen Shiping's words, Zitili couldn't help but nodded and said, "This exchange meeting is good. We still need to learn more about the development of mainland films, and it can also strengthen cultural exchanges." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "There is another thing I want to trouble you with." "What is it?" Zitili asked curiously. "Come and be the president." Chen Shiping said as he pushed the Director Association's plan over and said, "I want to use this exchange meeting to establish a Chinese Film Directors Association, mainly to communicate cultural exchanges between the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong, and promote the development of film. The association will support directors from the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong, including but not limited to raising funds, etc." Zitili frowned slightly, took Chen Shiping's plan and read it, and then he couldn't help but say, "This is the backup you prepared for yourself. You are using money to shut up." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "There are considerations in this regard, but it is also for the better development of the film. Now many directors have no funds, and are unable to solve the funding problem, but I can provide them with help. After the establishment of the association, there must be something that can control these directors. Money is the most important thing, and it is also the right to speak. Even if Zitili is the president, as long as Chen Shiping can have money, the dominant power is still in his hands." Looking at Chen Shiping like this, Zitili really looks at him with a new eye. He has grown to this point in just a few years. In the past, he only dared to pull his own tiger skin, but now he has begun to use his reputation and qualifications. In 1988, he only thought that Chen Shiping was talented and a good person, but now it is completely different. It is more than just a good person, it is a person who wants to do things, and he wants to do big things. Zitili looked at the plan in his hand, and couldn't help but turn the page and said, "Are you going to register with the Ministry of Civil Affairs and let the Film Bureau be in charge?" "Yes, I would like to find a supervisor directly from the ministry, but the key is that I'm not qualified." Chen Shiping said helplessly, "There is already a film association, and I don't want to be a subordinate unit of the film association." Zitili nodded and said, "That's good. It's simpler and there are fewer restrictions." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "All these issues have been considered. I wonder if you are interested in being the first president?" Zitili shook the tea in his hand and said, "I have drunk the tea. How can I not agree? But if others know, they will definitely come to share a piece of the pie." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It's okay. There are 5 vice presidents, enough to share. 4 in the mainland, 1 in Hong Kong, and forget about Taiwan, where no director dares to join." After dealing with Zitili, the matter became much simpler. With Chen Shiping and Zitili taking the lead, there is no need to worry about approval from above. The next thing to worry about is how to share among the 4 vice presidents. There are many directors in the mainland, and even more experienced ones, so it's really hard to deal with them. Chen Shiping had a few candidates in mind, and he would discuss them at the meeting above, to see how they went. When Chen Shiping returned home in the evening, he saw Shi Nansheng sitting in the living room chatting with Tao Human, and there were many gifts on the coffee table. Seeing Chen Shiping coming back, Shi Nansheng took the initiative to stand up and said, "Director Chen is back. I'm sorry to bother you so suddenly. Why are you so polite? I had to thank you for helping me in Hong Kong before." Tao Human said politely. Shi Nansheng smiled and looked at Chen Shiping and said, "Director Chen, I came here this time because I want to talk to you about something. I wonder if it's convenient. Come to the study." In the study, Shi Nansheng stated her purpose, first expressing her interest in joining, and then asked about the specifics of the association. After Chen Shiping briefly explained to her, she asked, "Do you have any ideas? Can we add one more place?" Shi Nansheng couldn't help asking. Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "No, one is the limit." Hearing Chen Shiping say this, Shi Nansheng was not disappointed, but felt relieved. It would be better to have only one. In that case, we decided to join. I hope that we can make more excellent movies under the leadership of President Chen in the future. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "I'm not the president. There is someone else who is the president. Maybe it will be my turn in the next term, but that will have to wait until 1997. Shi Nansheng. It's over." The abacus beads collapsed. I was still thinking about whether I could be the chairman for one term, after joining when 1997 was sensitive. But now it has been agreed, and I can only go on like this. It seems that I have to find a way to increase the number of Hong Kong directors in the association. Even if the vice president cannot be increased, the number of directors must be increased. After the two chatted in the study for a while, Shi Nansheng left. Chen Shiping sat in the study and thought for a while, before getting up and going out. The road ahead is long and arduous. Take it step by step. Lay a solid foundation, so that you can go higher in the future. The next day, Chen Shiping went to the office of the studio early in the morning, and selected one person from each of the distribution department and the co-production department, to help him run errands, and submit the application, before going to the crew. The people in the distribution department are eloquent, and the people in the co-production department are very familiar with each department, so it is best to cooperate. A few days later, Chen Shiping was filming on the crew when he was notified to go to a meeting the next day. The leaders of the film bureau were also in a headache. At first, Chen Shiping wanted to do a pilot project in the Beijing film studio, and they hadn't figured out how to do it. Now they have set up an association. When they combined the two things, they knew that this was Chen Shiping's combination punch. And comprehensively speaking, this combination punch is indeed a good way, and maybe it can really come out of a different way. The most important thing is that the purpose of the association is to unite directors from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong, and promote the development of film, so that directors from Hong Kong can be used to do pilot projects for Chen Shiping. In this way, there will not be so much resistance to decentralization of directors. If the association can really produce a few good films, it can also suppress the opposition of those directors with results. Of course, the most important thing is that Chen Shiping said that he could provide filming funds and attract investment for directors who joined the association. This is the key to breaking through the resistance. The leaders of the film bureau felt that it was a pity for Chen Shiping to be the deputy director of the Beijing film studio. Even if he went to China Film, it would be a pity. He should come to the bureau. Chapter 171. You don't even know how to visit a brothel? Walking on two legs, developing in a diversified way, uniting fellow Hong Kong people. Commercialization of film genres. Commercialization and other aspects is also necessary. Introducing private capital is also an attempt. Movie revenue cannot only be judged by box office. Television stations can advertise, and movies can also be embedded with advertisements to help the development of enterprises. Beijing Film Studio is willing to sacrifice and set an example. Of course, the most important thing is to unite directors so that everyone can have better communication, support more young directors, and help them get on the right path. In the meeting room of the film bureau, Chen Shiping said a lot in one breath, and the leaders wrote and drew on their notebooks while listening. I don't know if he was taking notes or drawing a picture of a chicken pecking at rice. Anyway, Chen Shiping would draw a picture of a chicken pecking at rice every time he held a meeting. Now they have practiced to perfection and are faintly progressing towards a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. At this time, the leader sitting in the first seat put down the pen in his hand, looked at Chen Shiping and said, "In principle, we support it, but the specific implementation still needs to be carefully discussed." Chen Shiping was not surprised. It would not be so easy to pass without holding 8 or 10 meetings. However, the leader smiled and said, "The cross-strait and Hong Kong film exchange can be done first, and you will take the lead in this matter." Chen Shiping immediately said seriously, "Yes, I guarantee that it will be done beautifully. Confidence is a good thing." The leader smiled, looked at Chen Shiping and said, "The review of Wives and Concubines has now been completed. It can be released. You decide the specific release time." "Thank you, leader," Chen Shiping shouted with a smile. Half an hour later, Chen Shiping came out of the film bureau and smiled in the sunshine. The leader meant to hold an exchange meeting first and then decide whether to establish a directors association based on the situation of the exchange meeting. Although it is a bit troublesome, Chen Shiping is very confident that it will be done well. He has not been working for nothing in the past few years. It's just a film exchange meeting. Hong Kong can just contact Mr. Liao of Yindu and let Yindu solve the venue problem, and then invite Taiwanese and Hong Kong filmmakers. The mainland can select some films and directors to participate in the exchange. The specific time of the exchange meeting will have to wait until after the Lunar New Year period, when the box office of Party A and Party B comes out, so that we can give a big shock to the Taiwanese and Hong Kong filmmakers. If the mainland Lunar New Year period can get hundreds of millions of box office, it means catching up with or even surpassing the Taiwanese film market. I don't believe that those people in Hong Kong who are crazy about making money can resist not joining me. Chen Shiping handed the specific matters to the people in the co-production department and the distribution department to plan. People in the distribution department and the co-production department have been to Hong Kong to study and have planning experience. With the help of Shi Nancheng and Mr. Liao, an exchange meeting is still simple. In the office of the distribution department, Chen Shiping crossed his legs and looked at them and said, "The review of Wives and Concubines has been passed, and the release is handed over to you. It has been released abroad for several days, so hurry up. I promise there will be no problem. The theaters are scrambling for your movie." Mei Juan said with a smile. "After we came back from Venice, we started preparing the publicity and distribution plan." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "That's good, but don't delay the exchange meeting. Send a notice to the major film studios and ask them to select 2 or 3 films. The directors of each studio cannot exceed 3, so there are so few people." Mei Juan couldn't help but say, "Some film studios don't have enough to share, and some film studios haven't had good films in recent years. Should we consider it comprehensively?" Chen Shiping said without much concern. "You can decide the details, but you must control the number. The money allocated by the higher-ups is not much." After explaining, Chen Shiping left. He still had to go to film. Damn, I really don't want to be a director. It's so tiring. On the set of Farewell My Concubine, Jeyu, who had just finished filming Party A and Party B, sat in a corner holding the script and didn't communicate with anyone. He just sat there reading the script by himself. Zhang Minimum, who came with him, looked at Jeyu as if he saw a stranger. In the crew of Party A and Party B, Jeyu was very talkative. Why did he become so taciturn here? Zhang Minimum was going back to Hong Kong, and this time he came here specifically to see Chen Shiping. She kept Shi Nancheng's words in mind to leave a way out for herself. If she was dumped after returning to Hong Kong and had no movies to shoot, she would still have a way out. At this time, Chen Shiping was sitting on a chair reading the storyboards, and Zhang Minimum came over and sat next to him carefully. Chen Shiping looked up at her and asked, "When are you going back to Hong Kong? Why are you here today?" "I'll take the flight tomorrow and see you today." Zhang Minimum hesitated and said, "I heard you and your boyfriend talk. Now he wants to break up with me. You have to take responsibility." Chen Shiping paused while turning the page, looked at her with amusement and said, "I'm responsible for you? Are you sure? You approached me with bad intentions. I'm generous of you by not causing trouble for you." Zhang Minimum pursed her lips and said nothing. She stared at Chen Shiping weakly, like a bullied young wife. Chen Shiping was too lazy to pay attention to her. She lowered her head and continued to look at the storyboard, thinking about how to shoot the scene of visiting the brothel at night. Zhang Minimum was a little discouraged. Chen Shiping was as hard as a stone and didn't know how to be gentle with women. Thinking of the day when he kicked her out of the car, she began to doubt her charm. Maybe Zhang Minimum didn't notice it herself. She now used being kicked out of the car to define what happened that day instead of escaping from death. After a long time, Chen Shiping didn't talk to him. Zhang Minimum said aggrievedly, "It's no big deal if I don't have any movies to shoot when I go back. What if I get retaliated? You know the background of Yang Sheng." Chen Shiping looked up at her and said, "Go find Shi Nansheng. She caused this. You should ask her to take responsibility. She asked me to find you." Zhang Minimum said aggrievedly, "You are all big shots. You fought each other and finally cooperated happily. I'm the only one who is unlucky." Chen Shiping, "You said it as if I was using you. Why are you crying?" Zhang Guorong suddenly came over and looked at Zhang Minimum and couldn't help but show concern. He also looked at Chen Shiping meaningfully. Chen Shiping was so angry. What kind of look was that? It made me feel like I was a heartless man. Don't look for me for this matter. I just asked you to come to the filming. You can look for whoever caused the trouble. Chen Shiping frowned and said to Zhang Minimum, "I'm the one you have calculated. If I were not smart, I would be the one crying now." After that, Chen Shiping stood up and left. Zhang Minimum looked at his back and couldn't help crying. Who did I offend? They used me one by one and left me alone. Small people deserve to die. Although Zhang Guorong didn't know what was going on, he probably figured out the meaning after listening to Chen Shiping's words and looked at Zhang Minimum with sympathy. Hong Kong is like this, with intrigues and scheming. These stars look glamorous, but they are just tools. Many movies are just to pull stars over to launder money. Don't look at the hundreds of millions of actors' salaries. In fact, there is no such money. They just quote high prices to launder money. There are still many people who don't follow the rules and force you to film at gunpoint. Almost all the famous actors in Hong Kong have encountered this kind of thing. Zhang Guorong didn't know what happened to Zhang Minimum, but wanted to help her, so she squatted down and said, "Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you." Zhang Minimum looked up at Zhang Guorong and shook his head and said, "You can't help me, thank you brother. Can Chen Shiping help you?" Zhang Guorong paused and said, "I'll talk to him for you." "No, he's a heartless person." Zhang Minimum wiped his tears, smiled at Zhang Guorong and said, "Thank you for caring about me. I'm fine. I'll go back to Hong Kong tomorrow and I'll treat you to a meal when you finish filming and come back to Hong Kong." Zhang Guorong was in a complicated mood and silently watched Zhang Minimum get up and leave. After a while, Chen Shiping came back. Seeing that Zhang Minimum had left, he didn't ask and sat down to continue reading the storyboard. Zhang Guorong next to him couldn't help but say, "Director Chen, can't you help her?" "No," Chen Shiping said without raising his head. "Why should I help her? If I lose my job because of her, who will help me?" Not causing trouble for Zhang Minimum is already the greatest kindness, but helping her? What a crazy idea. Unless Zhang Minimum can prove his worth, just like Shi Nansheng. In that case, Chen Shiping can put aside his displeasure of being offended and help her, but unfortunately, Zhang Minimum does not have the same worth as Shi Nansheng. What's so pitiful about Zhang Minimum? Wouldn't it be better if he didn't agree to Shi Nansheng at the beginning? You have to finish the road you choose even if you cry. Zhang Guorong was silent for a long time. He didn't know how to persuade Chen Shiping. It sounded like Zhang Minimum and his friends were the ones who plotted against Chen Shiping first. But Zhang Minimum was just the one who was forced to do so. When Zhang Guorong saw Zhang Minimum like that, he felt a sense of grief. I couldn't help but say to Chen Shiping, "Director Chen, if you help her, I owe you a favor, and my pay can be discounted." Chen Shiping looked up in surprise, and seeing that Zhang Guorong didn't seem to be joking, he asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" At this time, the sky had already darkened. Zhang Guorong was silent for a long time and smiled bitterly and said, "It's for peace of mind, just like Xiao Daozi adopted Xiao Si. What you said makes me seem unkind." Chen Shiping couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Okay, for your sake, I will help her once, without asking for your favor." Chen Shiping is not a good person, but he admires good people like Zhang Guorong, and he can't bear to see the suffering of the world. Really? Zhang Guorong asked happily. Chen Shiping nodded and said, I always keep my word. I'll go find her tonight. Thank you so much. Don't thank me, thank yourself. Chen Shiping sighed in his heart, closed the split lens and shouted, get ready, start shooting. The brothels in the 8 great hutongs are famous, but most people now don't know what a brothel girl looks like. But there is one thing that is true, that is, she must be beautiful. The actors Chen Shiping found are all very beautiful, no worse than Gongli, and some are even prettier than Gongli. Zhang Fenggai is lucky, as he can pinch the buttocks of the brothel girls. In the brothel full of red light, Duan Xiaolao, dressed in black, walked in. Kaifeng, Janayan, Lijian, Shuilan, Qiuxiang, welcome. Duan Xiaolao walked in, and took off his hat. The turtle man next to him immediately trotted over with a kettle and shouted respectfully, Boss Duan, you are here. As he said that, he took off the towel on his shoulders and patted the chair a few times. The prostitutes filed out, smiling and saying, Boss Duan, I haven't been here for a while, and I miss you. Duan Xiaolao glanced at them, smiled, pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve, waved it and said, meet Miss Jukson. The madam came over and coaxed him, what are you saying? Why didn't you say it earlier? Duan Xiaolao saw the pimp wipe the chair clean and sat down. The madam walked behind him and leaned over and said, Miss Jukson is not here for a while. She wrote a note to attend a dinner party. What should I do? How about this? I'll find you a good one. The madam said with a smile. Duan Xiaolao sat there with his legs crossed and didn't say a word. The madam had no choice but to arrange for a girl to stay for him. A girl in a cheongsam twisted her waist and walked in front of Duan Xiaolao. Before she could say anything, Duan Xiaolao put his hand on her and pinched her butt. Chen Shiping couldn't help but stand up and shouted, Zhang Fenggai, what's wrong with you? Is there a client as shy as you? You're just touching the water? As soon as these words came out, the whole set laughed, and the girl who played the brothel girl blushed, but the brothel was decorated with red lanterns, so it was not obvious that she was blushing. Zhang Fenggai stood up and said to the girl apologetically, I'm so sorry. You're not sorry for me. I have to be touched by you. Chen Shiping rolled his eyes and said, you act well. Relax a little and try to pass it in one go. The girl who played the brothel girl couldn't help but say, it's okay, you act freely, otherwise I will suspect that you are deliberately taking advantage of me. Zhang Fenggai begged for mercy again and again, promising to act well in the next one. The key is that he really has no experience in this kind of thing. Even if he had experience, he would not dare to show that he had experience, otherwise what kind of person would he be? Seeing him like this, Chen Shiping couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was still playing an old brothel customer. If I had known, I would have arranged for him to see it first. He doesn't look like a prostitute. Hurry up and adjust your state, and do another one. Chen Shiping shouted and sat down. After Zhang Fenggai adjusted his state, he first said to the girl who played the prostitute, don't be surprised later. It's okay, it's just acting. Oh, please bear with me. Soon the camera was restarted. The prostitute twisted her waist and came to Duan Xiaolao. Before she said anything, his hand touched her waist, went down to her buttocks, and pinched it hard. The picture in the camera was very good. The slender waist and buttocks wrapped in the cheongsam were very beautiful. Duan Xiaolao grabbed it, and the cheongsam sank in. Chen Shiping nodded with satisfaction. This is like an old prostitute. At the beginning, he was just like a novice. If it's not good again, Chen Shiping would like to demonstrate it himself. But this cheongsam is really good. Take a few sets tonight. I also want to play Duan Xiaolao. Chapter 172 Y Peak. You can enjoy it slowly. In the brightly lit studio, all departments of the crew were busy packing up. After Chen Shiping sat in front of the monitor and briefly checked all the materials, he reached out and called the production director. Xiaoli, help me get a few cheongsams. Xiaoli was a little confused, but still ran to find someone from the art team. Brother Wang, where are today's costumes? The costume designer who was packing up the costumes turned his head and looked at Xiaoli and asked, they are all put away. What's wrong? The factory director asked for it. Is there something wrong with the clothes? Xiaoli walked to the costume designer brother Wang and whispered, the factory director just checked the materials and asked me to get the clothes. Did you get the style of the Cheongsam wrong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Wang immediately said with certainty, these are all made by old masters. There will definitely be no problem. Xiaoli also felt that it was unlikely and said, touching his chin, then why does the director want clothes? Forget it, give me the clothes and I'll ask. Although brother Wang was very sure that there was no problem with the clothes, he was also a little worried. Why did he ask for clothes for no reason? After a while, Xiaoli came back with the clothes. After handing them to Chen Shiping, he squatted down and asked in a low voice, Director, is there something wrong with the clothes? Brother Wang is quite nervous. Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, no, a friend wants to borrow the clothes for filming, so I brought them over to use. Oh, so, then I'll go talk to brother Wang. Xiaoli smiled and left. As long as the crew didn't make any mistakes, his workload as the production director would increase again. After Chen Shiping put the clothes away, he left early and Xiaoli would do the rest of the finishing work. After leaving the factory, Chen Shiping didn't forget what he promised Zhang Guorong and went directly to the Shangri-La hotel to find Zhang Minimum. Ding-ling-ling. Zhang Minimum, who had just finished taking a shower and was frowning, was startled by the ringing of the phone. Looking at the landline that kept ringing, she was a little afraid to answer it, fearing that it was from Hong Kong. Chen Shiping frowned in the car downstairs. The phone rang for so long and no one answered. Could it be that he was not in the room? Just as she was about to hang up the phone, Zhang Minimum's timid voice came from the receiver. Hello, who is this? It's me, come down, I have something to tell you. Chen Shiping hung up the phone and sat in the car waiting for Zhang Minimum to come down. It was not difficult to solve her problem, but she had to make it clear. This matter was to give Zhang Guorong face, and she had to let her know. We can't let a good person do good things without leaving a name. In Zhang Minimum's room, she hung up the phone and didn't want to go downstairs. She still remembered what happened a few days ago. Who knows if Chen Shiping will take her to some remote corner to mess with her again tonight. Now that Party A and Party B have finished filming, maybe he will teach her a lesson before she returns to Hong Kong. If it's just messing with her, it's okay, but I'm afraid Chen Shiping will be cruel. After sitting in the room and struggling for a while, Zhang Minimum decided to go downstairs. If Chen Shiping really wants to retaliate against her, she can't hide. But we can't just go downstairs like this, we need to prepare. Zhang Minimum quickly found a skirt to change into and put on some lipstick before hurried downstairs. If she wasn't worried that Chen Shiping would take too long, she would want to put on makeup before going downstairs. Chen Shiping sat in the car, glanced at the clothes on the passenger seat, thinking about changing Xiao Beike into it in the evening. This Cheongsam is different from the one Xiao Beike wore in Venice before, and maybe it will have a different style. Click, the car door was opened. Zhang Minimum bent over and smiled at Chen Shiping, and when he saw the bag on the passenger seat, he reached out and picked it up and held it in his arms before sitting in. After the car door was closed, Chen Shiping spoke up. Someone is begging for you. Let me help you. Zhang Minimum, who had just sat down, was stunned for a moment and asked, who? Could it be your brother? Chen Shiping nodded and said, yes, so tell me, what are you worried about? Hearing Chen Shiping's affirmation, Zhang Minimum was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect that the person who helped him in the end would be Zhang Guorong, even though they didn't have any friendship. Zhang Minimum was suddenly moved. There are still good people in the entertainment industry, much better than cold-blooded people like Shi Nansheng. Seeing Zhang Minimum about to wipe his tears, Chen Shiping said impatiently, if I don't help you, you cry, and if I help you, you still cry. Zhang Minimum's emotions were interrupted, and he put down his raised hand again, and the tears in his eyes were held back. After calming down a little, he said, what I told you during the day is that my boyfriend doesn't believe me now. He hasn't answered my calls for several days. I'm afraid he will retaliate against me, let alone continue filming. I'm worried whether I can get out of this unscathed. Chen Shiping couldn't help but sneered and said, he hinted at you to come, right? Would you agree to Sheng without his consent? What a good boyfriend you are. Young and dangerous, young and dangerous. They only play these things that are not presentable. Zhang Minimum was in a complicated mood. He was obviously doing things under their hints, but in the end, he was the only one who suffered. They all got rewards, but he was the only one who did nothing. Chen Shiping didn't bother to care about those trivial matters, and said directly, how do you want to solve this matter? Do you want me to explain to your boyfriend, or help you get out of Yangsheng? Explain? Can you explain it clearly? Zhang Minimum smiled bitterly and said, it's hard to explain. It's good to leave safely. I've saved a lot of money in the past 2 years. I can do something else in the future. If that's all, I'll find someone to talk for you. Just wait for news when you go back. That's it? What else? It's not a big deal. You think too much of him and take yourself too seriously. Chen Shiping's indifferent voice made Zhang Minimum feel even more uncomfortable. Is he so unimportant? Is he really just a toy that can be thrown away at will? Looking at Zhang Minimum like this, Chen Shiping also sighed helplessly in his heart. He is also a pitiful person. Don't think too much. If he really cares about you, he would have married you a long time ago. He would also let you come out to film and let you do such a thing. You just keep your mouth shut about this matter. Zhang Minimum couldn't help it anymore. Tears couldn't be controlled and slid down from the corners of his eyes. He sobbed while holding the bag of Chiangsum in his arms. Chen Shiping, cried Chicken Feathers, don't dirty my Chiangsum. However, Zhang Minimum could no longer control his emotions at this time. Chen Shiping could only helplessly hand over a handkerchief and said, don't dirty my clothes. Zhang Minimum raised his head and grabbed the Chiangsum from Chen Shiping's hand. He felt even more upset. He was so miserable, and you were still worried that your clothes would be dirty. Zhang Minimum wiped his tears and took a look at the clothes in the bag. He found that there were 2 Chiangsums. After calming down a little, Zhang Minimum looked at the tear marks on the Chiangsum and couldn't help turning his head to look at him and said, where did you buy it? It's dirty. I'll compensate you. Forget it. Chen Shiping was speechless. You held it in your arms for so long, and even if it didn't get dirty, it was wrinkled. Zhang Minimum didn't expect Chen Shiping to be so easy to talk to all of a sudden, and couldn't help but say, is it for your girlfriend? Her figure is about the same as mine. When I return to Hong Kong, I'll find a skilled tailor to make 2 sets and send them to you. Whatever you want, these 2 are for you. Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, go back and have a good sleep. Nothing will happen when you get to Hong Kong tomorrow. Zhang Minimum looked at Chen Shiping and couldn't help but said, don't you need me to do anything? She was a little worried. She couldn't even ask him in person, but Zhang Guorong just said one word. When did he become so easy to talk to? What can you do? Chen Shiping couldn't help but chuckled and said, you can't do what I do. Being belittled by Chen Shiping again, Zhang Minimum was also angry in his heart, but he still endured his unhappiness and said, although I can't help with big things, I can do other things. Don't underestimate me. What do you have left without your boyfriend? This is what I promised Zhang Guorong, and you don't have to pay any price. Zhang Minimum couldn't help but squeeze the hand holding the bag tightly. Chen Shiping's words implied that he was just a vase and a plaything. This is really hurtful, but she sadly found that this seems to be the truth. Does a vase have no dignity? Why do you look down on a vase? I'm also a beautiful woman. Not convinced? What can you do if you are not convinced? It is good for you to recognize the reality as soon as possible. You can only rely on yourself in the future. Chen Shiping said that he wanted to smoke. Life is so helpless, so he has to work hard to climb up. What's the use of being a star? What's the use of being a big director? Isn't Zhang Minimum also a big star? Zhu Ken is also a big director, and Shi Nansheng is also a very good filmmaker, but what can he do? When he sees me, he still has to call me Director Chen. In the future, he may be Chairman Chen or Director Chen. Chen Shiping wants to be a person who can decide the life and death of others, not a person who takes shortcuts. There are only 4 or 5 cigarettes left in the soft pack Hantishan. Chen Shiping took out a wrinkled cigarette, but didn't turn over the lighter. He was about to throw away the cigarette, and a lighter appeared in front of him. Zhang Minimum held a silver lighter in his red nail-polished little hand. He pressed it lightly, and a red and blue flame came out with a ding sound. Green smoke slowly floated up, and Chen Shiping slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Remember one thing, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. If you are strong enough, you won't have such a thing today. If you want to control your own destiny, you have to fight and fight. You think you can have a stable life by finding a boyfriend. There are so many female stars in Hong Kong who want to marry into a wealthy family. How many of them succeeded? Look at how good Guan Zilin is now. Isn't he making a lot of money by relying on himself? As if to repay this cigarette, Chen Shiping said a lot, and Zhang Minimum listened carefully. She understood all these principles, but she didn't think that Guan Zilin relied on himself. Who doesn't know what Guan Zilin's situation is? Isn't it relying on you? But compared to Guan Zilin, she seems to be more miserable. Zhang Minimum put away the lighter, looked at Chen Shiping, stretched out his hand to take the cigarette from his lips, and took a puff himself. Chen Shiping, you are so brave. Green smoke slowly came out of Zhang Minimum's red lips. She laughed self-deprecatingly and said, you men like to reason the most, and persuade prostitutes to change their ways and drag good families into the water. If you were a woman, would you be in your current position? Anyone can say nice words. If I don't rely on men, who can I rely on? Do you think I want to rely on men? I just have no choice. Chen Shiping reached out to grab his cigarette, took a puff and said, saying that you have no choice is just self-consolation. Just lie to others, don't even lie to yourself. Do you know my situation? Zhang Minimum seemed to be competing with Chen Shiping. He reached out to grab the cigarette again, took a deep puff and said, do I have a choice this time? Who of you gave me a chance to choose? You could have told me at the beginning. Chen Shiping said as he reached out to take the cigarette again. As soon as his hand was placed next to Zhang Minimum's mouth, he stopped. Under the dim light, the small space was filled with green smoke. Zhang Minimum's lipstick was a little smudged, and his stubborn eyes biting his lips were extremely sexy. Zhang Minimum looked into Chen Shiping's eyes, and the fingers holding the cigarette trembled, and the ash fell into the bag in his arms. The atmosphere at this time became somewhat ambiguous and charming. Chen Shiping withdrew his hand and pressed the car window to ventilate himself to calm down. The burning cigarette was thrown out of the car window, and it fell on the ground and smashed a beautiful and fleeting spark. Zhang Minimum threw the bag in his arms into the back seat and suddenly sat up and grabbed Chen Shiping's collar and kissed him hard on his lips. The faint smell of tobacco and the fragrance of lipstick mixed together made Chen Shiping stun for a short time and subconsciously reached out to hug Zhang Minimum's neck to respond to her. I don't know how long it took before the two separated. Zhang Minimum slowly sat back, raised his hand, and wiped the wet saliva on his lips, and couldn't help laughing. Thank you for helping me anyway. After that, Zhang Minimum pushed open the car door and got out of the car. The car door was also closed hard, and the steps towards the hotel became firm. Chen Shiping looked at her back and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He started the car and was about to go home when the car window was knocked again. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Minimum, who was standing outside the car and pointing at the paper bag in the back seat. Zhang Minimum opened the door of the back seat, took the bag, looked at Chen Shiping and said, "Thank you for your clothes. I'll wear them for you to see when I have the chance. If you want, you can wear them tonight." Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and released his hand on the lever. "Is this also to thank me?" Zhang Minimum shook his head and said, "Do you want to see it?" Of course he wanted to see it, but it was not appropriate to say it. Seeing that Chen Shiping didn't say anything, Zhang Minimum didn't waste any words. He got into the car, closed the door, and said to him, "Drive, you can go anywhere you want." Chen Shiping tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, then started the car, and left the Shangri-La Hotel. Zhang Minimum, who was in the back seat, directly took out the Chiangsum from the bag, picked one and started to take off his clothes in the car. Chen Shiping looked at her exposed body through the rearview mirror and stepped on the accelerator a little harder. Feeling the car speed up, Zhang Minimum couldn't help but smile. "Why do you want to peek? You can stop the car and enjoy it." Zhang Minimum looked at Chen Shiping's sight in the rearview mirror provocatively. She didn't know why she came back to get her clothes, nor why she was so proactive and bold. Maybe she just wanted to regain the dignity she lost in Chen Shiping in this way. Even if I'm a vase, wouldn't you be moved? Men always say nice things. Dear Godfathers, please give me monthly tickets. All kinds of tickets. Chapter 173. I can't straighten my back anymore. A car was parked on the dark side of the road, with weeds everywhere. In the back seat of the car, Zhang Minimum sat with his legs together, slowly buttoning the side of his cheongsam with his hands, covering his fair and smooth skin. Chen Shiping, who was in the driver's seat, was smoking and looking at the rear view mirror. The scarlet flame of the cigarette butt was reflected in his eyes, like a ball of fire. After Zhang Minimum buttoned up his shirt, he leaned back on the seat, then raised his legs, and put them on the seat, leaning against his graceful body, and looking at Chen Shiping in front of him. How is it? Does it look good? Chen Shiping in front did not answer her, but just sat there smoking. Zhang Minimum suddenly crawled over from the back seat, approached Chen Shiping's ear from behind, put his hand to his mouth, and gently clamped the cigarette with his fingers, painted with red nails. I want to take a puff, too. Zhang Minimum whispered in his ear, and his hot breath hit his earlobe, making the hooked person's heart itch. Chen Shiping took a puff of the cigarette, turned his head to look at Zhang Minimum, and gently exhaled smoke at her. Zhang Minimum closed his eyes and let the smoke spit on his face. He opened his red lips, and took a puff. Finally, he opened his eyes, and looked at Chen Shiping with a bit of reluctance. Not enough. Zhang Minimum raised his fingers holding the cigarette, and put them to Chen Shiping's mouth and said, "Smoke more." Chen Shiping smoked silently, and the scarlet cigarette butt burned quickly backwards. The temperature from the cigarette butt was transmitted to Zhang Minimum's fingers, causing her hand to tremble slightly, as if urging Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping tilted his head, and pinched Zhang Minimum's chin, to spit out the cigarette in his mouth towards her. She closed her eyes and sniffed gently, then hugged Chen Shiping's neck, and kissed his lips, biting his lips gently with her white and neat teeth, and the tip of her tongue gently drilled into and entangled. At this time, a gust of wind blew outside, and the car swayed slowly, as if it was made of paper. A hand suddenly appeared on the rear windshield of the shaking car, and then slid down along the glass. In the wilderness in summer, there are always insects chirping and frogs croaking, and the humming of the frogs match the rhythm of the shaking car. Suddenly, a small foot appeared on the glass of the rear door. The white toes were hooked and pressed against the glass, and the warm soles of the feet left a footprint on the glass. The slender white calves were particularly eye-catching in the moonlight. The blue cheongsam slid down the calves and pressed against the beautiful little feet on the glass, arched as if trying to endure the pain. The back seat of the car was not big, and the temperature inside was very high. The hot breathing was very rapid. On the black leather seat, Zhang Minimum's messy hair hung down along the seat. The buttons of the cheongsam were also unbuttoned, and the white and smooth skin was exposed to the air. There were fine beads of sweat on the collarbone, and the long black hair stuck to it like a black tattoo. She opened her mouth and gently bit Chen Shiping's shoulder. Chen Shiping, who was pressing on her, paused for a moment, then lowered his head, and continued to move. The leather seats made some harsh sounds, and water stains flowed down along the texture. After an unknown amount of time, the car quieted down, and parked there quietly. It was already past 11 o'clock, and after the car stopped there for a while, it turned on the lights again and drove away. The next morning, while eating breakfast, Tao Human bit the white and tender egg and said, "Come back earlier in the evening. You haven't eaten at home for several days." "I guess not today, I'm busy recently." "What's the matter? Or do you still want me to pick up cabbage?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile, while eating a steamed bun. Tao Human blushed and kicked him with her foot under the dining table, snorted and said, "Then I'll wait for you to come back tonight, before going to bed." "Okay, then I'll come back early tonight." Chen Shiping went out after breakfast, and the first thing he did, after going downstairs, was to wash the car. There was water in the car yesterday, and it smelled a bit, so I had to wash it. While washing the car, Chen Shiping called Hong Kong. If he wanted to help Zhang Minimum, he had to ask Mr. Liao to come forward. However, he had to talk to Shi Nansheng and ask her to communicate with Yang Sheng. Shi Nansheng was surprised to receive a call from Chen Shiping and asked in a strange way, "Aren't you not going to help her?" "Zhang Guorong asked me for help, so I helped." Chen Shiping couldn't help but say, "You guys have caused trouble, and I have to clean up the mess." If you can't do this cross-strait exchange meeting well, I will settle the accounts. Shi Nansheng immediately smiled and said, don't worry, I will do it well. After hanging up the phone, Shi Nansheng couldn't help shaking her head. She originally planned to help Zhang Minimum, but she didn't expect Zhang Guoran to come forward to find Chen Shiping. He is really a good man. Many people in the Hong Kong entertainment industry have been helped by him over the years. On the other side, after Chen Shiping came to the crew, after washing the car, he was stopped by Zhang Guoran. Did you go to see her yesterday? Can you solve it? Zhang Guoran couldn't help but said, if you need me, I can help. Chen Shiping smiled and said, no, it's already been solved. That's good. Zhang Guoran breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him and couldn't help saying, Hong Kong artists seem to be glamorous on the surface, but in fact they are very hardworking and they can't be compared with the mainland. Chen Shiping shrugged. The mainland has only been good for the past 2 years and it will be chaotic in a few years. When a star stands in the spotlight, he will be envied and looked up to, and will also be targeted by people with bad intentions. Just like the law of conservation of energy, the more famous the actor, the easier it is to be targeted. Just like Cheng Dai became a star, wasn't he also targeted by Master Yuan Si? Chen Shiping looked at Zhou Yu standing there with a cold face, and he still admired him in his heart. He adjusted from party A to party B so quickly. The actors are all good actors, and the crew members are all masters. The filming of the movie went very smoothly. It's just that Chen Shiping is a little busier, and he has to teach the 6 generations every day. Director, I always can't get the role of Juxin right. I feel like something is missing. In the brothel of Bada Hutong, Gong Li sat opposite Chen Shiping and frowned. She was not satisfied with her performance just now. The actors are ruthless, but the whores are loyal. Cheng Dai is Yuji on the stage, and Juxin is Yuji in the brothel. Chen Shiping explained, Juxin is the real Yuji in this play. Don't think of yourself as a brothel girl. You have to think of yourself as Yuji. Otherwise, how could you redeem yourself and come to the theater to force Du and Xiaolao to marry you? Gong Li frowned and said, the inner driving force of the character is Yuji's pursuit of her own overlord. So she was so strong at the beginning, but in the end she found out that Du and Xiaolao was a fake overlord, so she couldn't bear the humiliation and hanged herself. That's right, you have to really think of yourself as Yuji. If you think of yourself as a brothel girl, how can you have the confidence? After listening to Chen Shiping, Gong Li nodded seriously. She felt more empathetic if she said that. Juxin's experience is very similar to hers. When she first filmed Red Sorghum, she dared to love and hate. Even though Zhang Yimou had not divorced at that time, she was brave enough to pursue love. But in the past 2 years, she also felt the taste. It was true that she was Yuji, but Zhang Yimou was not her overlord. He was still unwilling to marry her, and even asked her to shoot some excessive scenes. The most important thing is that Zhang Yimou's transfer to Beijing Film Studio made her see clearly that Overlord valued love and righteousness, but Zhang Yimou was not. Actors are ruthless. There are few people with true feelings in this industry. Gong Li, who entered the play, naturally followed the performance. Chen Shiping was a little worried at first, but now he is more satisfied. The original filming of the movie started in 1992. At that time, Gong Li had played the role of Raise the Red Lantern in Qiu Ju's lawsuit, and her acting skills were completely mature. Gong Li is far less mature than she was then, but now she puts herself into it, and her performance is more vivid. In the madam's room, Juxin stacked the dollars and pushed them forward, looked at the madam opposite with an expressionless face, and took off the jewelry on her hands one by one and threw them on the table. The madam's hand holding the cigarette was shaking slightly, and she was really angry that the top prostitute was gone like this. Juxin took off the flower on her head, bent down to take off her shoes, and put the pink embroidered shoes on the dollars on the table. After taking off all her things in the brothel, Juxin walked away with a twisted waist. You really want to be a housewife or a grandmother? The madam threw away the cigarette, but in her hand, stood up, swept away all the money on the table and cursed. Dream of your mother's glass. You think that once you get out of this door and wipe your face, you will really become a good man. You think that the wolves and tigers in this world will not recognize you. The door curtain was suddenly lifted, and Jukson walked in, leaned against the door, hugged her chest and said, "Oh, you scared me to death." The madam sat down slowly, and became calm and elegant. She said with a smile, "I tell you, that brothel girl will always be a brothel girl. Remember what I said." The madam played with the ocean, and blew it to make a buzzing sound. She put it to her ear and listened, and continued, "This is your fate." Jukson leaned there and hummed softly, as if she was not convinced and seemed to be contemptuous. She smiled and said, "Okay, see you later." After that, she lifted the curtain and went out, but as soon as she came out, Gong Li couldn't help squatting on the ground and crying. People on the set were not surprised by this. During the filming period, they had seen too many cases of actors losing control of their emotions after getting into the role. It would be fine if she cried for a while. Chen Shiping didn't care about Gong Li. Some knots were better to be untied by herself. Gong Li squatted on the ground with her knees hugged. The stubbornness and courage on her face disappeared at this moment. There was no domineering Jukson, only a miserable Gong Li. The words of the madam were a prophecy for Jukson, and it was the same for Gong Li. This was her fate. When she was in her early 20s, she dared to rob openly and fight against rumors. Just like Jukson, she thought she had met a loyal man. But how could someone who was robbed from someone else be a loyal man? This was her fate. Tears fell to the ground, wetting the ground and soaking the place where her bare feet stepped. Taking off shoes cannot say goodbye to the past. A kiln sister will always be a kiln sister. The fact that she snatched Zhang Yimou from someone else will follow her for the rest of her life. Gong Li felt sad. She suddenly stood up, wiped her tears, and ran downstairs. "Director, do you want to go up and see?" Xiao Li asked beside Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping said nonchalantly, "No need. There are people everywhere on the set. What can happen?" Gong Li ran out and found a phone to call Zhang Yimou. The phone rang several times before it was connected. Gong Li sobbed, wiped her tears, and shouted into the phone, "Let's get married." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, he said, "Didn't we talk about this? I'm busy preparing for a new movie now. I don't have time to think about these issues." And Zhang Yimou's phone was hung up before he finished speaking. Gong Li raised her head and kept wiping her tears with both hands. Her life was not as good as Jukson's. Even if Duan Xiaolao was a fake overlord, he dared to recognize Jukson and marry Jukson. Chen Shiping was standing by the window on the second floor at this time, looking at Gong Li wiping her tears below. He couldn't help but sigh and retracted his gaze. Why do I always make these actors feel like they are dying every time I shoot a movie? Forget Gong Li, even Zhang Guorong is a little mentally unstable now. After the shooting, I must take these people out to relax and take Zhang Guorong to see what the 8 great Hutongs of this era are like. But it is better to maintain this nervous state now. The movie is only half shot, and it will take another month to shoot. A month has passed unknowingly, and Farewell My Concubine is almost finished. Cut. Take a break, and continue in 20 minutes. Chen Shiping called a stop on the set, and sat behind the monitor, to look through the documents just sent by the distribution department. Wives and Concubines made $5 million box office in the United States. Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at Mei Juan and asked. Mei Juan said excitedly, "Yes, this is the best box office for a domestic art film in the United States." Chen Shiping nodded and said, "Let's spread this news. It's just right to stir up the heat before the release. It's already been released. You can see it in the newspaper tomorrow. The premiere the day after tomorrow should achieve good results. The premiere is up to you. I have to hurry up and finish shooting Farewell My Concubine." Okay. After Mei Juan left, the set began to get busy again. Farewell My Concubine is almost finished. If it goes fast, it will be finished the day after tomorrow. The progress of shooting is still very fast. What is slow is the preparation in the early stage. It took more than a year from preparation to completion of a movie. In the empty corridor of the Grand Theater, 2 figures in costumes walked in. One is Yuji and the other is Xiang Wang. Yuji held a sword and grabbed Duan Xiaolao's sleeve and followed him closely through the dirty corridor into the theater. "What are you doing?" Someone suddenly spoke up in the theater. Duan Xiaolao looked around and saw the person. He bowed slightly and said, I'm here to rehearse for the Peking Opera Theatre. Oh, it's you too. Duan Xiaolao was recognized and bowed again and again. Overlord, hey, there is no overlord. I'm a fan of you too. Yes, oh. Duan Xiaolao bowed again. You two haven't sung together for more than 20 years, right? Duan Xiaolao hurriedly said, 21 years. 22 years. Yuji corrected softly at the side, but she stood steadily and remembered clearly. Yes, 22 years. Duan Xiaolao glanced at Yuji and bowed again and said, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. Yuji corrected again, 11 years. It's 11 years. Yes, it's all SRB's fault. Yes, it's all Duan Xiaolao responded in a daze, afraid that his words would fall to the ground, but he didn't dare to say those 3 words. Overlord's spine could not straighten up. It's fine now. Duan Xiaolao turned his head to look at Yuji, and his voice became a little softer. He subconsciously responded, of course. Yuji stood by with a sword in her hand, as if listening to a past story that had nothing to do with her. You two wait here, I'll turn on the light for you. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Duan Xiaolao bent his waist again. The theater soon fell into darkness, and a spotlight lit up and slowly pointed at Yuji and Duan Xiaolao on the stage, stretching their shadows long. Dear Godfathers, please give me a ticket. Chapter 174 Chapter 173 Come and lick my ass. In the dark theater, under the strong spotlight, the faces of the people could not be seen clearly, only 2 blurred shadows could be seen. Miking, please give me the sword. Yuji reached out to grab the sword in Duan Xiaolao's hand, but he dodged it and advised sadly, my concubine. Don't commit suicide, my king. Please give me the sword. No. Duan Xiaolao staggered back a step, panting and waving his hands. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I can't keep up. Duan Xiaolao walked off the stage with a weak step. He could no longer sing this word. How could he raise it if the breath in his heart was gone? Yuji looked at his back with a smile, watching her overlord end. Duan Xiaolao took off the beard on his face and muttered that he was old. He turned around and looked at Yuji. Suddenly he remembered something and couldn't help shouting, little ni girl fang erba. The smile on Yuji's face disappeared and she looked at him steadily. Duan Xiaolao put his hands on his waist and looked at Cheng Dai as if he had returned to his childhood. A glimmer flashed in Cheng Dai's eyes and he began to sing, my master cut off my hair when I was young. Duan Xiaolao shouted again, I'm a man. Cheng Dai murmured, not a woman. Wrong again. Duan Xiaolao smiled and raised his hand to point at Cheng Dai. Cheng Dai was stunned, and the light in his eyes became brighter, as if he had woken up from a big dream. I'm a man, not a woman. Xiao Daozi murmured again, and suddenly turned his head, and said with a smile, come on, let's do it again. My king, give me the sword quickly. Duan Xiaolao flicked his sleeves, took a bow step, posed, turned his head to block Xiao Daozi and said, my concubine, no, you can't be so short-sighted. My king, give me the sword quickly. Don't do that. The two walked and sang on the stage, and the spotlight stretched their shadows very long, and their faces could not be seen with their backs to the light. Xiao Daozi pulled Duan Xiaolao forward a few steps, singing, my king. The Han soldiers, he rushed in. Where? Duan Xiaolao was patrolling with his sword. Xiao Daozi stood behind him and looked at his back, with no joy or sadness on her face, just watching quietly. Finally, a smile slowly emerged on her face with Makup, and she took a step forward and pulled out the silver shining sword from behind her senior brother. Clang, the sword fell to the ground. Duan Xiaolao turned around and looked, and shouted, Die! Xiao Daozi. The only thing left in the dark theater was this long call. Farewell, my concubine was finished, and the whole theater was very quiet. Everyone was looking at Zhang Guorong and Zhang Fengai on the stage. The lights in the theater were not on, and no one spoke, all immersed in this last moment. Chen Shiping sat behind the monitor, and took a long breath, as if he had lost all his strength, and collapsed on the stool for a long time without speaking. I don't know how long it took before applause slowly rang out in the theater. Clap, clap, clap. Finally, they gathered together and turned into thunderous applause. The lights in the theater suddenly lit up, Zhang Guorong sat up from the ground and sat there for a long time without coming back to his senses. Zhang Fenggai walked in front of him, stretched out his hand and said, "Get up, the shooting is over, it's all over." Zhang Guorong stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhang Fenggai's hand and stood up from the ground. Before he could say anything, he was lifted up by the crowd who ran over. "It's finished. Thank you for your hard work, brother." Chen Shiping sat behind the monitor and touched his pocket and found that he had no cigarettes. The assistant next to him immediately handed him a cigarette. Chen Shiping took the cigarette and sniffed it under his nose, smiled with relief, and put the cigarette between his ears, stood up and shouted to everyone, "Mr. Zhu will treat us tonight. Let's have fun." Zhu Feng, who was still wiping his tears, looked up at Chen Shiping blankly, saw him winking at him, chuckled, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stood up and shouted, "That's right. I'll treat you today. Anywhere is fine." The story of Farewell My Concubine is over, but how many Chengdie are still living in dreams in this world? Although movies are stories, stories will always exist. The movie took a long time to shoot, but Chen Shiping always had some regrets. The filming process passed unknowingly, and many things were not said in time. Chen Shiping, who was drunk at night, went home and washed his face and sobered up. Tao Human handed over a hot towel from behind. Chen Shiping grabbed it and put it on his face and said in a muffled voice, "How was the premiere of Wives and Concubines?" Tao Human said with a smile, "It was good. There were a lot of audiences and the audience's evaluation was very high." Chen Shiping pulled off the towel on his face and said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work. I should have gone to the premiere, but Farewell My Concubine can't stop, and I can't stop. It's okay." Tao Human said jokingly, "Anyway, the audience doesn't want to see you." Chen Shiping laughed dumbly. This is the truth. Who in the audience is willing to see him? They all went for a few actresses. His Majesty, needless to say, there are many audiences who like her. In the mid to late 1980s, it was said that ZH Yulin in the north and Gongzu in the south. After entering the 1990s, Tao Human's Red Mansion and Little White Cabbage were also called the new generation of screen goddesses, and there were many fans. Chen Shiping put the two generations of goddesses together. If Liu King, the rich sister, didn't have time, it would have added a lot of color to the cast. The box office of Wives and Concubines in the mainland will not be too low. It just won a big award, and ZH Yulin and Tao Human joined the team. Both the fame and reputation are guaranteed. Even if it is an art film, the final box office will not be too low, at least 20 or 30 million. Otherwise, how can it be worthy of such a large market? It's just right to use this box office to shock the people of Hong Kong. Let them see that art films also have a market in the mainland. This is a market that embraces all rivers. Hurry up and kneel down to lick my ass, otherwise it will be too late. Will you go to Hong Kong with me this time? Chen Shiping asked Tao Human while hugging her on the bed in the bedroom. Tao Human hesitated for a moment and said, "If I go, it will delay your business. The wedding has not been prepared yet. Otherwise, it will be too late." "Okay." Chen Shiping rubbed his chin on Tao Human, hugged her and said, "Will you abuse me after we get married? You know, I have been alone since I was a child. If you are not good to me." Tao Human was stunned. She pinched Chen Shiping hard and said, "You are almost abusing me. You just know how to torment me every day. Do you want to torment me again?" "No, it happened once just now. Do it again. You know, I have been." "Stop, come on. This time I'll be on top. It doesn't matter who is on top or bottom, as long as you are happy." The next day, Chen Shiping slept in for a rare time, but he was woken up by the phone at around 9 o'clock. "Director, come out for breakfast." Chen Shiping heard the voice on the other end of the phone in a daze and couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" "Zia Wang, Director. I'm Wang Zia Shui." "Wang Zia Shui? I'm Chen Shui." Chen Shiping hung up the phone in a daze, covered himself with the quilt, and went back to sleep. In the phone booth at the entrance of Beijing Film Academy, Wang Zia Shui sniffed and hung up the phone melancholy. He was running out of money to eat, and it seemed that he could only ask Lao Yi, the rich man, to help him. When Wang Xiaoshui turned around and prepared to leave, the phone in the phone booth rang again, and he quickly turned around to answer the phone. Xiaoshui, I just didn't wake up. Where are you? I'll come to find you, and you can call Lao Yi and the others as well. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he hung up the phone, got up, washed his face, and went out to find Wang Xiaoshui and the others. In a restaurant in Taiping Village, Chen Shiping took the menu and ordered several dishes. He looked at Wang Xiaoshui and others sitting opposite him and said, "Do you have a pass? Come with me to Hong Kong in 2 days." Several people were happy at first, then said dejectedly, "No." Chen Shiping hummed and took out his phone to call Mei Juan. Not long after, she came over. "Director, why did you think of inviting me to dinner?" Mei Juan smiled and walked into the restaurant. Looking at the people sitting next to Chen Shiping, she nodded and greeted them with a smile. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I have something for you to do, so you have to provide meals." "What is it?" Mei Juan asked curiously. Chen Shiping pointed at them and said, "Add them to the list of people going to Hong Kong this time, and help them get a pass." Mei Juan was stunned at first. This trip to Hong Kong was a film exchange between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong, and the people going there were all from major film studios. Wang Xiaoshui and the others, except Lu Zichang, were not from the film studios, and they did not meet the requirements according to the regulations. Chen Shiping naturally knew about it, otherwise he would not have called Mei Juan outside to talk about it. After thinking for a while, Mei Juan looked at Wang Xiaoshui and said, "Then you can give me your materials later." "Okay. I'll give them to you later." Several people said happily. Chen Shiping poured Mei Juan a cup of tea and said, "The expenses will be reported to me later." After saying this, Chen Shiping looked at Wang Xiaoshui and said, "Do you know why you are going to Hong Kong this time?" Wang Xiaoshui and others shook their heads and were a little confused. "Just to see the world? It shouldn't be the case. This trip will cost a lot of money." Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "This exchange meeting is just an introduction. After that, a directors association will be established. You will all join it. Then I will give you funds and let you make films, but there is a requirement." Wang Xiaoshui and others were stunned. There is such a good thing. Lao Yi thought for a while and asked, "Director, what is the requirement?" Chen Shiping said calmly, "Swear." Several people looked at each other and didn't expect it to be this requirement, but why do you have to find someone to scold someone? Mei Juan couldn't help laughing beside him. She knew this matter quite well. If a directors association was established to require directors from Hong Kong to join, those people would definitely make a fuss. Not only would people from Hong Kong make a fuss, but directors from the mainland would also probably make a fuss. As long as interests were involved, there would be competition. In such a formal occasion, Chen Shiping couldn't be too strong. Someone had to speak up and scold people for him. Chen Shiping didn't explain too much to them. He just said, "You guys eat. I have something else to do." Mei Juan, you talk to them and get the trip to Hong Kong done. Mei Juan nodded and immediately said, "Don't worry, director. I'll make sure it's communicated." After Chen Shiping left, Mei Juan looked at the men staring at her, picked up the dishes slowly and said, "Why are you looking at me? Eat. Eat first." The 6th generation. Shenzhen 2 days later. Among the people going to Hong Kong this time, he had the highest position, and he was the one who took the lead in organizing this exchange meeting, so naturally he was the leader. Although he was called the leader, he was actually a service role. With big men like Zitili and Zijin all here, Chen Shiping can only be considered a junior. He calls everyone teacher when he sees them, but there is nothing he can do about it, as almost all of them are older than him. After crossing the border and arriving in Hong Kong, the car sent by Yindu has been waiting for a long time. Yindu attaches great importance to the fact that so many mainland filmmakers come at once. It has been a long time since so many mainland filmmakers came to Hong Kong. Mr. Liu was quite excited and felt that the glory of leftist films would soon be restored in Hong Kong. This film and cultural exchange was taken very seriously by both the mainland and Hong Kong, and even the filmmakers in Taiwan. Among the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, the mainland is undoubtedly the highest in terms of film art, but when it comes to commercial films, Hong Kong is the most powerful, and when it comes to the film market, Taiwan is still the leading one. Each has its own strengths, but the current mainland market has recovered, and everyone knows who will be the strongest in the future. No matter from the perspective of art or business, no one will ignore the mainland. To engage in art, you have to come to the mainland to learn, and to engage in business, you have to rely on the mainland to make money. In the bus, Director Liu was chatting with Ztili and several other bigwigs. Director Liu would go to the mainland for meetings every year, and he was very familiar with these big directors. Chen Shiping was sitting with Zhang Yimou at this time. There were not many directors coming from the Beijing film studio this time, only 5 in total. In addition to Chen Shiping, Zhang Yimou, and Ztili, there were also Director Li Wenhe and Li Xiaohong, from 3 generations. As for Wang Xiaoshui, they were not considered directors yet, and could only be prepared to watch the fun. This time they came here in the name of logistics staff. As for the people from other film studios, Chen Shiping didn't know many of them, but he knew Zijin and Zifei, who were the future vice presidents. In addition, there were many people coming from the Xi'an film studio, including Yiping, Wu Xinyu, Zhao Xian, Huang Jiangxin, and Teng Wenji. As for the people from Shanghai Film Studio and Changchun Film Studio, there were also many people, but there were very few people from other film studios. Many film studios have not made any good movies in recent years, and there are few outstanding talents. There is no way this thing is the same as economic development, and only good film studios can attract more outstanding talents together. Only a leader with courage can bring out a better team. For example, Wu Xianming of Xi'an Film Studio and Chen Shiping of Beijing Film Studio. The Film and Cultural Exchange meeting was held at the Xiangjiang Cultural Center, and the venue had been arranged. After getting off the bus, Chen Shiping looked at the building in front of him that looked like a scimitar, with the heroic spirit of "I conquer what I see." At this time, in a tea room on the 4th floor of the administrative building of the Cultural Center, dozens of directors from the Xiangjiang Directors Association were standing on it and looking at Chen Shiping and his friends. President Wu Xiyuan turned his head and looked at them and said, "Let's go down to greet these mainland colleagues." At this time, outside the Cultural Center, Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at the directors who were still looking around and admiring them, and said loudly, "Everyone, let's go and meet the directors from Xiangjiang." These mainland directors looked at Chen Shiping and felt that he was very imposing at this time, and he was completely different from the teacher he had called before. Being domineering at home is not a skill, but being domineering to the outside world is Chen Shiping's style. I hope these people will not drag their feet. Chapter 175. Why is Chen Shiping so awesome? The weather in Hong Kong was gloomy, and the sea breeze was strong with a salty and humid smell, which was very unpleasant. In the gloomy weather, in front of the main building of the Cultural Center, that looked like a scimitar, Wu Xiyuan and the people from the Hong Kong Directors Association stood at the door and quietly watched the mainland directors walking from a distance. Chen Shiping, Ztili, and Zijing were walking in the front, followed by more than 20 mainland directors and 7 or 8 accompanying staff. Looking at the Hong Kong directors standing under the eaves, Chen Shiping narrowed his eyes and his eyes collided with Wu Xiyuan's. When they walked in front of the main building, Chen Shiping took the initiative to stop, and the directors behind him also stopped. At this time, they were still 7 or 8 steps away from Wu Xiyuan and his group. At this time, a director behind him was a little confused as to why he didn't leave, as they were all waiting there. Chen Shiping just looked at Wu Xiyuan and his group quietly, and Ztili and his group didn't urge them, and they also stood there. Those directors figured out what was going on, and looked at the directors in Hong Kong at the same time. "President, go and greet them." Nanshan Shi took a step forward behind him, forcing Wu Xiyuan to take a few steps forward. He walked in front of Chen Shiping and stretched out his hand, saying, "Welcome, welcome." Chen Shiping nodded to Wu Xiyuan, turned his head, and introduced to Ztili, Zijing and other big men. "This is Wu Xiyuan, the president of the Hong Kong Directors Association." Ztili and Zijing both nodded slightly to Wu Xiyuan. After a simple greeting, Chen Shiping and other talents walked into the Cultural and Art Center. Many directors following behind Chen Shiping admired Chen Shiping. Tough enough, but more of them were envious. Hong Kong people have money. In the past, they were the ones who begged Hong Kong film companies to invest money. How could they be as tough as Chen Shiping? Sometimes people just take money too seriously, but lose their sense of proportion, and can't tell the priority. Does the mainland need the little investment from Hong Kong film companies, or do Hong Kong film companies need such a large market in the mainland? Some people really praise Hong Kong filmmakers to the sky in order to make money. For example, Chen Film Studio has become famous among Hong Kong film companies since last year. With the advantages of good service and low prices, it has received co-production investment from many Hong Kong film companies. Chen Film Studio has indeed made a lot of money, but once co-production is restricted, it will completely lose its survival ground. Good service is useless. You have to work hard. Film studios are not for service, but for creation. The third floor of the Cultural and Art Center is well decorated, with movie posters posted everywhere. However, compared with the movie posters in Hong Kong, the movie posters exhibited by the mainland are much more old-fashioned. Most of the movies exhibited by the mainland are still hand-painted movie posters, which are indeed much worse than the exquisite posters made in Hong Kong. In addition to the different exquisiteness of the posters, there is another obvious difference between Hong Kong and mainland movies. 80% of Hong Kong movies are commercial movies, and the posters are either handsome men and beautiful women or guns and explosions. To be honest, mainland movies are more similar to Taiwan movies, both of which are mainly art films, and commercial movies are very few. In the past few years, Taiwanese films also had a new wave and produced many excellent films, but soon because they did not focus on commercial films, the market was completely occupied by Hong Kong films, which led to collective protests by Taiwanese filmmakers, and the new wave disappeared quickly. Even though the new wave has been around for a few years, Taiwanese films are still influenced by the new wave, and there are no particularly outstanding commercial films to date. The film market in Taiwan is still a market for Western films and Hong Kong films. Taiwanese filmmakers don't make money, and they want to come to Hong Kong to get a piece of the pie, but they are still firmly blocked by the 3 major theater chains in Hong Kong. Who can stand this? The theater chains in Taiwan are unwilling to accept it. You are awesome. I will introduce Western films to fuck you. Under the strong request of the Taiwanese theater chains, the introduction of Western films has increased, and the 8 major investors in Taiwan and Hong Kong have all withdrawn their investment. This is also one of the reasons why Taiwan later restricted Hong Kong films. You are awesome. I won't play with you. Taiwan doesn't want to play with Hong Kong. Investors have fled. The invested Debao cinema chain has closed down. The Golden Princess also closed down. The number of local cinema chains in Hong Kong has dropped sharply. Hong Kong's film companies can make a bad movie every half a month to make money. There are only a few movies that are really worth watching out of 1,000 movies a year. The film industry has degenerated, and the film companies are messing around. After the Taiwanese investors withdrew their investment, the Hay Society has madly invaded the entertainment industry. The mainland has also restricted co-productions and the introduction of Hong Kong movies. If the Hong Kong film market doesn't end, who will? The current Hong Kong film market is so powerful, with a film revenue of $2 billion a year. It's normal to look down on others, and it's also normal to be unconvinced by anyone. At this time, Wu Xiaoan was happily introducing their achievements. In 1990, the local and overseas revenue of Hong Kong films reached $2.3 billion. Although there is still a month left this year, the cumulative box office has reached $2.2 billion. It is expected to be higher than last year. The directors from the mainland were so shocked by this number that they didn't know what to say. Wu Xiaoan continued proudly, Hong Kong films have a huge market in Taiwan, Southeast Asia, and the whole of Asia. Wherever there are Chinese, there are Hong Kong films. Everyone knew that what Wu Xiaoan said was true, and they were silent, not knowing what to say. However, Chen Shiping sneered at this time, and in the quiet exhibition hall, this sneer was particularly obvious. Everyone turned their eyes to Chen Shiping, not understanding why he was laughing. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, "Sorry, I was distracted, and thought of a joke just now." Wu Xiaoan's face was not very good, but he continued, all of Asia is embracing Hong Kong films. Taiwanese investors are supporting Hong Kong films. We expect to achieve better results next year. perhaps breaking through 3 billion, and the mainland should also. That's right. As long as Taiwan continues to open up the market, Hong Kong films will always make money. Chen Shiping's words suddenly appeared and interrupted Wu Xiaoyuan's words, and also attracted everyone's attention. The scene became quiet, looking at Chen Shiping to know what he wanted to do, and some couldn't understand why he was so abnormal. Many directors in the mainland felt that Chen Shiping was a little impolite. Chen Shiping didn't care about those looks at all, and said with a smile, "Why haven't Taiwanese filmmakers arrived yet? We should listen to their opinions, and see if the Taiwanese market will continue to open up." As soon as this was said, everyone understood that Chen Shiping was openly singing the bad news about Hong Kong films. Wu Xiaoyuan looked unhappy at this time, and said to him, "Director Chen, don't worry about this problem. You care about the Hong Kong film industry." Chen Shiping laughed, and turned to look at Meijuan, who had been following him, and asked, "What is the box office of mainland movies so far this year?" Meijuan adjusted her glasses and said, "So far, 2.525 billion. 15.4 billion moviegoers, and 232 million overseas film revenue. Hey, it's a lot more than Hong Kong." Chen Shiping said with some regret, "It's just that the overseas revenue is not ideal, but it will be better next year. The opening of the film market will produce more excellent films." Wang Xiaoshui, who had been pretending to be invisible behind the crowd, also said under Lao Yi's tinkering, "Mainland films have won many international awards this year. Chinese film art is already at the forefront of the world. I wonder how many awards Hong Kong films have won." Everyone turned their eyes to Wang Xiaoshui. Most people didn't know who he was, but they felt very proud. Which mainland director who came here has not won a few awards? Otherwise they would not have been selected to participate in the film exchange. Wu Xiaoyuan felt his face was burning. He had not beaten them at the box office, let alone the awards. But he still retorted, "The mainland has a large population, so it's not surprising to have such a result. As for the big award, the Academy Awards is also a famous film festival in Asia. Didn't you make up the Academy Awards yourself? Is it an international film festival? Is it Class A? Forget about the film festivals in small places." Lao Yi suddenly mocked. The lethality of Lao Yi's words was more fierce than Wang Xiaoshui's. You know, Wu Xiaoyuan had just taken over the Academy Awards, and now it was called a small local film festival. But he couldn't refute it, because the Academy Awards was indeed a local film festival. "We have the top 10 foreign language film awards." Wu Xiaoyuan still said stubbornly, "Oh, did they take the initiative to participate? This foreign language film award was only created last year to increase its influence, but the Academy Awards still does not allow outsiders to participate. This is a fatal flaw." Lao Yi laughed disdainfully and said, "The name of the Academy Awards is quite good. It's a way to flatter yourself." Hearing what Lao Yi said, the directors from Hong Kong could not stand it any longer. Seeing this, Chen Shiping said with a straight face, "Lao Yi, who told you to say these things? Stop talking. Be aware of the impact. We should understand accidents. We are here for cultural exchange. Understand accidents?" Many mainland directors couldn't help laughing secretly at this time. The directors from Hong Kong all looked ugly and whispered something in Cantonese. When Shi Nancheng heard what they said, his face was a little nervous, fearing that the directors from the mainland could understand. But fortunately, they all knew what was going on, and they cursed in a low voice and stopped talking. Wu Xiaoyuan felt that he had been led astray at this time. The international influence of Hong Kong films was no worse than that of mainland films, and was even stronger. What was there for him to feel guilty about? Hong Kong films are indeed reaching their peak now. Why can't I be proud? After Wu Xiaoyuan adjusted his mood, he was about to continue the battle when he was interrupted by Chen Shiping. "President Wu, I'm tired of talking so much. Let's stop here today." Wu Xiaoyuan. Damn you. Wu Xiaoyuan, who was almost suffocated, could only watch Chen Shiping and Mr. Liro leave with a group of mainland directors, talking and laughing. After they left, Wu Xiaoyuan couldn't help but curse. Fuck. These mainlanders are too much. Shi Nancheng and Zuka looked at each other and didn't say anything. They knew what kind of fighting power Chen Shiping had. Today, just letting the people below come forward was already restrained. If Chen Shiping opened his mouth, He would not say these nonsense, but directly poke your soft spot, which would make you depressed to the point of vomiting blood. On the bus from Zhangjiang Cultural Center to the hotel, Chen Shiping was criticized by many seniors. "Zio Chen, you are too angry. We are here to communicate. Don't be so tit for tat. It hasn't even started yet. Hold back," Zijing said with a smile. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Okay, pay attention next time." I couldn't help laughing today when I heard him bragging. Zitili glanced at him and naturally knew his position and attitude. He shook his head and said nothing. However, the other directors were not so quiet. "Director Chen, that was really encouraging just now. Those Hong Kong people are so arrogant." There was even a short guy with a carrot head who rolled his eyes at me. "Although it's encouraging, isn't that a bad idea? After all, Hong Kong film companies have a lot of funding. It's a bit too much. I think it's better to focus on exchanges and cooperation." Everyone has their own opinions, and Chen Shiping was too lazy to explain to them. He just stood up and walked to the aisle and said, "This is not just an exchange of film culture. If the exchanges between the two places are equal, there won't be a distinction between co-production and co-production." After that, Chen Shiping ignored them and sat down next to Director Lao and said with a smile, "Director Lao, how is your health recently?" Director Lao smiled and said, "Not bad, but you have to retire soon. Now it's the world of you young people. You are still in good health. If you work hard for a few more years, Hong Kong films can't do without you. Haha, this is not something I can do as long as I want." The person in charge of Yindu will be replaced in 1993, and many tasks have already begun to be handed over little by little. The next chairman of Yindu will be someone from the mainland. Mr. Liu wants to make Yindu better and have a stronger foundation before he retires. Otherwise, people from the mainland are unfamiliar with this place, and I don't know what the future of Yindu will be like. Thinking of this, Mr. Liu looked at Chen Shiping and said, "Have you written a script recently?" Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I'm too busy recently, but I have conceived a few in my mind. I will find time to write them out in the next few days." "Well, you must finish it before you leave, otherwise I won't let you go." "Haha, no problem." Many directors in the bus looked at Chen Shiping and Mr. Liu talking and laughing. They felt a little uncomfortable because they had been in the limelight in front of Hong Kong directors before. I don't know why I feel uncomfortable, but I just feel uncomfortable, a little sour and a little helpless. How can I be in the same era as Chen Shiping, but I can't make movies as well as him, and I can't mix as well as him? Especially when I think of Chen Shiping's attitude towards Hong Kong people and my attitude towards Hong Kong people, I feel even more uncomfortable. How can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? When the bus arrived at the Regent Hotel, everyone got off the bus. Looking at the magnificent Regent Hotel, they all felt that the conditions for this trip were good. Director Chen. While everyone was still happy, several bosses of film companies came to find Chen Shiping in the hotel lobby. "Hey, Director Chen, long time no see, let's have dinner together tonight. Congratulations to Director Chen for winning the Venice Golden Lion Award. I'll host you tonight. Please do me a favor and have dinner together." Director Chen, "Thank you for your help in the previous co-production. Please give me face today." Chen Shiping looked at them and said with a smile, "I appreciate the kindness of all the bosses, but I'm here on business this time, so it's not very convenient. Please forgive me. We will have a long talk at the film exchange meeting the day after tomorrow to talk about the development of film exchanges between the two places." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he took his people away, leaving those bosses there. Looking at Chen Shiping's back, his colleagues in the mainland fell into deep thought. He is so powerful in Hong Kong, how come we don't know? The data in the article are all true. The data from the mainland are slightly exaggerated because the butterfly's wings moved. In fact, the total box office in the mainland in 1991 was more than 2.3 billion, and the number of moviegoers was more than 14 billion. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.